Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are gonna see an amazing what if story, but before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter had massive harem with Pansy? Part 3. Bella banished it back at Miranda, pushing the knife's speed up to a blur. Miranda banished it back, and this time, it was simply moving too fast for Bella to avoid her spell. The knife hit Bella in the stomach, striking her pommel first but moving so fast that it pushed through, erupting out of her back in a spray of blood and other things. Bella remained on her feet for a second before crumpling to her knees. Miranda approached carefully, watching her. As she came up to Bella, she paused and bowed formally, giving honor to a worthy fighter. Bella looked up at her and said something. Miranda nodded and sat next to Bella, who fell over into Miranda's lap. Miranda sat there, stroking Bella's hair as Bellatrix Black Lestrange died. Ooh, Raven, here and now. 1420, 15 July 07. Ooh, this is the last chapter where we'll see a lot of time spent on a single day. I am not going to make a FIC like the show 24, where every episode is a single hour. From here on out, until we get to the last 4 or 5 days, I will try to get at least a week into each chapter. Next, a chapter of Bob, followed by Poe. Now, I mentioned in the AN before the story that I had a few things to say, and here they are. First, to all of you that reviewed, good or bad, thank you. Knowing that I have moved you enough to say anything is half of the fun of writing. To all of you that have alerted this story or me, favorited it, is that a word, I wonder? Or C2ed it, thank you. Knowing that you want to read more, or think others should read this is awesome. Now, for other comments. A reader made a good many comments, but they were anon, so I can't do anything but answer here and see if they respond. In your review, you bashed JKR's work, Jekane's work and mine. I am proud to be in such company. For those of you interested in the review I refer to, it is for Chapter 3. Some people have expressed some concerns about the lifestyles of Hermione and Pansy. One reviewer thought that it showed a lack of morals, another thought it was just freaky, etc. I know people who lead this life. And as a gay woman, I may have a different viewpoint than others, but I don't think that anything that 2 or more consenting adults do with each other to show love and affection is. As to the morality of it, well, since that depends on your culture, upbringing and views, I really can't say anything about it. Personally, if everyone involved is an adult, consenting and willing, I don't think anyone else has any grounds for making a judgment on how people relate to each other. Some people have noted a few errors, like Amelia Bones being alive in one chapter and dead in another. And all I can say is oops. I will correct that, but this is canon all the way through HBP, so she should have been dead from the get-go. Hopefully, my new betas will keep me on the straight and narrow from now on. Another thing I have heard about is the time it takes to update. I try to update one story a week. In order that would be SOG, Bob, Poe and MMWS. Yes, that means that you have to wait 4 weeks for each update, assuming nothing goes wrong and I update everything on time. Sorry, and if you want to hold off reading the works until they're finished I will understand. Of course, if anyone would like to pay me to write 40 hours a week instead of going to work, I'm open to that idea. Last, but not least, I have to thank my new beta team of Fanfic Guardian and Vicky, whose work on this chapter saved me no end of embarrassment, due to their ability to catch typos and silly mistakes. Their input into plot and characterizations was awesome, and this chapter would not be half as good without them. Raven, Revenge and Retribution. This is your only warning. The Death Eaters are going to be evil this chapter, and there is going to be death and torture. The descriptions will not be graphic, but anyone with the slightest imagination should get the point. After the chapter, I will have more to say, but saying it now would give away the story, and I don't want to do that. Now, on with the end of the duel and the aftermath. A quick note, regarding the amount of time this took to be posted, the day after I sent this off to the betas of great and amazing ability. My laptop's cooling fan died a quick and painless death. Getting the poor thing into the shop, and more importantly, getting it back out took a wee bit of time, and I am informed that poor beastie is on its last incarnation. If anyone out there knows where I can get a cheap laptop, please drop me an email. Revenge and Retribution. Ooh, Harry, Ginny and Miranda, the 5th level. 2146, 08JUL97U. Harry and Ginny hurried through the door that had led Miranda to the chamber where she had fought Bellatrix and opened the door. Miranda still sat on the floor, holding Bella's head and looking at nothing. She glanced at Harry and Ginny before gently laying Bella's head on the floor and rising. Mr. Potter, Bella asked me to ask you if you would bury her in the Black Cemetery, next to her mother. Harry and Ginny crossed to Miranda and Harry nodded. I will, although it will be a private affair. I don't want people despoiling the other graves they're looking for her burial site. Miranda nodded. She turned slowly to Harry. And with that finished, I think I need a healer. Miranda collapsed, sliding to the floor as if she was suddenly boneless. Ginny beat Harry to by a step and cast a spell Harry didn't know on her. A minute later she looked up at Harry. We have to get her to a healer now. Most of the ribs on her right side are shattered. She's bleeding out internally. Ooh, Voldemort. Somewhere in England. 2140, 08 July 97. Ooh. Tom Riddle turned to the last of the Lestranges and spoke calmly. Take your team and do the job I gave you. Voldemort had limited contact with everyone that bore his mark, and he knew that Bellatrix had died. He would have to wait to find out if she'd taken the Defender with her, but he'd known as soon as she died. Rudo. LPHUS Lestrange nodded and turned to leave, anger crossing his face. That they were going on this mission meant that Bella had failed and was dead. Rabaston had been married to her, and Rudolphus hadn't even particularly liked Bella. But she was family. It was time to make somebody pay for her death. Voldemort watched Lestrange leave and thought. When the news of Bella's death hit the public, his standing was going to take a huge blow. Bellatrix's insane power had been one of the things people whispered about at night while looking over their shoulder. He took a minute to wonder if she'd done as she said she was going to do and given Potter the message before the duel. He'd know soon enough, he guessed, if Potter was serious about the offer he'd made. He looked around. Lucius, I have a job for your family. Bring Narcissa and Draco to me tomorrow. Lucius nodded. Yes, my lord. His face was blank, but Voldemort could almost feel the fear in the man. He knew his place was slipping. And he had to be wondering if he would be alive this time tomorrow. Lucius bowed, relieved that he would be getting a chance to redeem Draco's mistake. Thank you, my lord. I will not fail you again. Voldemort nodded and looked at Severus Snape. Potter has become a serious problem, Severus. I am going to take steps to negate that, but I want you to do something for me, just in case. Snape bowed. With pleasure, my lord. I still have a few people inside Hogwarts. I want you to brew your best poison, one that can be given to Potter without my agent being caught. Severus Snape smiled. I have a very nice poison in mind, my lord. Snape was already running through the things he would need to brew the poison known as betrayal and the time it would take. It will be ready in 3 weeks. Voldemort nodded and told everyone to go. After the room was clear, he began going over everything that had happened in the last few days. Potter was obviously under new management. Dumbledore had not wanted to increase the fighting. Willing to take the long view and satisfied to hold the ground his people had won while he tried to find the least damaging way out of the war. Whoever was guiding Potter now was not made of the same material. Potter's group was actively recruiting and more than willing to fight. That in itself was not good. Voldemort only had a limited number of followers that he could risk. As most of the ones that had not been fingered as Death Eaters were in important positions in the Ministry and other places, and replacing the influence they had now would be difficult if not impossible. He could get better use out of them where they were than as fighters. Voldemort spent a few minutes speculating on who was guiding Potter. It only took him a few minutes of review to figure out that Potter was running his own life now. That was both good and bad. Potter was basically an unknown leader. Dumbledore had been too well known and too set in his ways to change, but Potter was young and most of what Voldemort knew about him came from highly biased sources like Snape and Draco Malfoy. On the other hand, he would not have any practical experience and he would have the impatience of youth working against him. What little he had learned about Potter from their link had mostly been his fears and nightmares. Those could be used, but they did not give Voldemort a full picture of Potter. He needed more information, and for this subject, he only had one source to go to. Voldemort left his sanctuary and apparated to a rarely visited home. He walked inside and sneered at the adults there. Due to the spell Voldemort had taught the young man living here, they couldn't even see Voldemort. "You are about to prove your value to me." The student bowed. "Of course, my lord. What do you desire from me?" "Right now, you will tell me everything you remember about Potter from first year on. Later, I may have a task for you after you return to Hogwarts." Just before dawn, Voldemort left and the young man went to his room. He sat in his chair and thought. The Dark Lord had something important going on and he would be a part of it. After the Dark Lord won, he would finally be out of the shadow of his more famous peers. He daydreamed for a few minutes and then sighed. He still had to finish the Transfiguration essay for the summer. His head of house would not be happy if essay was his only unfinished homework. "Ooh, Harry, Ginny and Miranda, the 5th level, 2150, 08 July 97. Ooh." Harry looked at Miranda and started to search her for the portkey that they had used to get here. "That will not be necessary, Mr. Potter." Harry straightened up and whirled at the unexpected voice. He was raising his wand when the uniforms on the 3 people that had appeared in He room registered on his mind and he stopped. All 3 of them were wearing the same leather armor that Miranda wore when she was working. 2 of them were men, one tall and broad-shouldered, with an easy grace and a sword strapped diagonally across his back. He was standing a bit in front of a shorter man and a petite woman. All 3 of them had the sense of implacable determination that Miranda had. But it was the woman that Harry's eyes stopped on. She was small, barely to his chin, but power flowed from her. She reminded Harry of Professor Dumbledore. Both of them radiated power and authority. And Harry knew that this woman was in charge here. His thought was borne out as she started giving orders with the easy assurance of someone whose words had been listened to for a very long time. "Charles, take Miranda to the infirmary. Take Miss Weasley with you. Make sure that Xantha knows that Miranda is working and gets her on her feet before we have to assign someone else to her job." The taller man nodded and levitated Miranda carefully. "If you would follow me, Miss Weasley." Ginny looked at Harry, who nodded. Ginny followed Charles out a door and Harry turned his attention back to the woman. "Michael, make sure the room sensors captured every bit of the battle and started breaking it down for the trainees. This was something special in a duel and I want it ready for teaching as soon as possible." The shorter man nodded and crossed to a wall. Tapping it with his wand, he opened a concealed door and took out a small crystal that had been in the niche revealed behind the panel. "Mr. Potter, if you would come with me, I would like to talk to you." Harry looked at the woman. She was looking at him with the same bland face Miranda had when she was hiding her emotions. She started toward a door, and Harry followed her. "Mr. Potter, I will ask you not to talk about anything you see here. We have a good many rules and even more restrictions. You should not be here, but this duel was far too important not to record." Harry followed her down a corridor and into a door before responding. "Since all I have seen is a couple of hallways, one large room and this office, I hardly think anything I could say would damage you." Harry had looked at the office when he came in, and it was almost normal, compared to some offices he'd seen in the wizard world. It had a desk and 4 chairs in front of the desk, with a cabinet and a small table against one wall. "My name is Lucinda and I currently train the defenders. By the rules laid on us by the International Conference of Wizards. You should not see even that much of this facility. I am making an exception for you because Miranda speaks very highly of you and because that duel was something I wanted to see." She sighed, a wistful smile on her face. "I would have loved to have been the one that fought in it." Harry blinked, remembering the power and violence of the bloody fight he'd witnessed. "You can have it," he said dryly. Lucinda shrugged as she sat back and observed Harry thoughtfully. "You have asked Miranda about the defenders, Mr. Potter, and you may have noticed that she has avoided talking about them." That is not an insult. Merely something that the International Conference of Wizards requires. I will tell you as much as we are allowed to say. Harry sat back. Since I'm a captive audience until Ginny and Miranda come back. Go ahead. The Order of Defenders was started in 1192. The original purpose of the order was to supply neutral bodyguards to wizards and witches who happened to be royalty. As the world changed, and fewer magical folk were born to the royal lines, they became bodyguards for anybody that could afford one. Lucinda paused as a tray floated into the office and she served Harry tea. That stopped in 1567, when a Dark Lord rose and used 3 defenders as fighters in his attempt to rule. After he was stopped, the International Conference of Wizards was going to disband the order. But after 2 years of debate, it was decided that the order would remain, albeit under a few restrictions. She took a sip of her tea. A defender may not start a fight except in the direct defense of their charge. They may not offer any opinion or make any statements about political situations that do not directly affect their charge. No more than 1 defender may be hired by any one wizard or group of wizards. No defender may train anyone in the methods or skills of a defender, and lastly, they may not speak of the training they have received. Harry looked up at that part. Rhonda had set up a schedule with Hermione and Mad-Eye to train Harry for 3 hours a week. It sounded as if she was breaking her own rules, not that Harry was going to say anything about that to this woman. He was aware of her staring at him with a small smile. I know Miranda has made certain arrangements with you, Mr. Potter, and I trust you will keep those dealings secret. We have discussed the situation you are in, and it has been decided that you are in need of more help than we should give. She sighed heavily. We don't know everything, but the situation between yourself and the so-called Lord Voldemort is fairly plain. For some reason, he has failed to kill you on several occasions, making you unique in that regard. We are unable to find anyone else that he has set out to kill and then failed to do so. She regarded him curiously. His Death Eaters have failed on occasion, but Voldemort himself has only failed to kill one person that he was after, and that person is you. Harry shrugged. My mother's protections were very helpful in that regard, he said noncommittally. I am sure they were, but they are not the only reason he has failed. My researcher believes that Sommet Hing more than a curse scar binds the two of you. She raised her hands at the look Hy pinned her with. I'm not asking. Although the fight you had in the Hall of Mysteries leads to certain conclusions being drawn. Harry sighed. I swear, that is the most open secret in the world. Yes, there is a prophecy, although you will understand if I don't tell you any specifics. I don't know you that well. Lucinda smiled. If you want to keep secrets, Mr. Potter, go to the Muggle world. Wizards are almost impossible to hide things from, given the number and range of spells you can use to ferret out information. She studied him again. We are assuming that you and Lord Voldemort will meet again, and we would prefer that you win that fight, as the common thought is that Voldemort would be bad for business. Even if in fact he didn't try to directly interfere in our organization. She paused again as Michael came in and laid a handful of crystals on her desk. He looked at Harry for a second, and then at Lucinda. She nodded slightly, wiggling her fingers at him. He made a short sign with his hands and spoke for the first time. All the crystals recorded the fight, and I am about to begin the analysis of the spells used in the overall fight. Thank you, Michael. Let me know when you're finished. I am very eager to see exactly what happened. Michael nodded and left with one more look at Harry. Lucinda studied Harry again. Miranda has offered you high praise, Mr. Potter, and yet I do not see why. On sight, you're a slight young wizard. Your aura shows you to be slightly more powerful than normal, but not to any degree that would stand out. Harry shrugged. Before he could say anything, she continued. However, you have beaten a basilisk, survived a killing curse, won the Tri-Wizard D tournament and survived at least 2 duels with a very powerful Dark Lord. That says a lot more than what is apparent on the surface. Harry shrugged again, not sure what to say. Lucinda was about to say something else when Charles entered the office. Miranda is resting comfortably, and will be up tomorrow. Do we need to assign a defender to her position tonight? Harry frowned, not liking the idea of an unknown person in his room or knowing more than everyone seemed to know about his business already. Lucinda caught the frown and shook her head. I don't think so. If this was a normal hire, I would assign someone. But Miranda made a private deal. Charles grinned, and made out very well in it. Harry blinked in puzzlement as the two defenders smiled. Lucinda grinned at him. Mr. Potter, I understand you don't know a lot about wizard money, but you should know that the average wage in the wizard world is just 30 galleons a week. A family of 3 can live quite well on that. Why? Oh, you are giving Miranda 35 galleons a week, plus room and board, and the protection of an old family and a name in another family. People have given tens of thousands of galleons for less. Mira, NDA might well be the highest paid defender in the history of the order, once you count up all her benefits. Charles shook his head. Not might be, Lucinda, she is the highest paid. In 1734, Drake me. Yours paid 60,000 galleons to join the Hooch family, and they are nearly 300 years younger than the Potters and far below the Blacks in social standing. Miranda's benefits are probably worth close to 100,000 galleons. Harry blinked, staring at the man. How much do you know about the Potters? He asked, curious as to why he did know so much. Charles frowned at him. Quote, surely you've read the Potter histories by now. Harry sighed. No, actually, I haven't, he said, ignoring the startled looks the two of them gave him. I just found out about them a few days ago and Mr. Sharpstar hasn't gotten back to me about them yet. Charles nodded slowly. I study the old families, Mr. Potter, so I know a bit, but the true story will be in the Potter histories, which only a Potter may read. I can say that the Potter name was first recorded in 550, and has been a name ever since. It has never been a large family, but it has always been a light-side name until now. With your additions, people are going to wait to see what happens now. He looked at Harry. I think you'll face a great many challenges to your ideas and methods, especially among the old families, who are a bit more conservative than most. Harry shrugged. I have certain plans and ideas that I will do, and some of my friends have changes they want to make. I think that before we're done that we might just offend everyone in the wizard world. Lucinda smiled. After Miranda's contract runs out, if you wish to hire another defender, please let us know. We can figure out something. Harry sighed, his eyes far away. By the time her contract runs out, I hope I don't need to worry about things like that anymore. If you'll trust us with Miranda tonight, Mr. Potter, I'll have Charles escort you home. If Miranda is not ready to work by 10, someone will be along to take her place, but if Xantha says she'll be ready, she will be. Harry nodded. You haven't killed her yet, despite what she implies about the training. But I would like to see her before I go. I imagine Hermione will be interested in her condition. Lucinda nodded. Of course. Charles will take you to the infirmary. She stood up and held out her hand. It was good to meet you, Mr. Potter. I have the feeling that I will be hearing a lot more of you in the years to come. Harry shook her hand and looked at her seriously. Personally, I hope the last thing you hear about me is that I defeated Moldywarts. After that, I'd like a nice quiet life, raising children and watching my ladies do whatever they want to do. Harry followed Charles out. After the door closed behind them, a wizard came out of a concealed room behind Lucinda. What do you think, Micah? I think Mr. Potter needs to learn occlumency badly. Someone has ruined his natural shields, and he is nearly broadcasting to anyone with a decent grasp of legilimency. Micah sat down in the chair Harry had just vacated, looking thoughtful. He doesn't think much of himself, counting his survival as luck and his friends. He was abused in many ways growing up and there is a core of steel under that mild exterior. If you really want to make him angry, though, attack his friends. Mr. Potter doesn't even realize how deep his loyalty to them runs. He's also looking into something called an estuamagus, or something like that. Mr. Parkinson started that line, after he and Harry and him met to make an alliance to defeat Voldemort. Lucinda blinked at the flood of information. You got all of that in just a few minutes. His shielding must be gone entirely. Micah frowned. Not entirely, he corrected. Some things have so much emotional baggage attached to them that it acts as a shield. The person that tried to teach him to protect his mind is one of those, and Bellatrix was another. I could only get around the edges of anything to do with Voldemort, and that only because Voldemort is in everything he does. Lucinda frowned as she thought about what Micah had said and what she had felt as she talked to Harry. Miranda says that had we prepared him, and caught him early enough, he would have been a great defender. Micah shook his head. He has the strength and the will. But he would never sit back and be content with protecting one person. Mr. Potter would go looking for trouble if it came anywhere near him. If it touched anyone he considered a friend, he'd go after them. Mr. Potter believes in a good offense. Lucinda sighed. Pity. I was hoping to keep an eye on his children, but if he passes that attitude down to them, they wouldn't work out well either. Micah smirked. You might want to put a watch order on them anyway. Mr. Potter is seriously considering relationships with 3 different women, and they seem to know about it. At least, I get that impression from the emotional aura around the women closest to him in his mind, and from his memories of waking up with 3 women at once. Lucinda blinked. Really? You'd never know it to look at him. Micah looked at her. What does he look like? I've seen his mind, not his body. Lucinda opened the shields around her mind and let Micah see Harry in her memories. While he was in her mind, Micah passed the things he'd learned from reading Harry's mind to her. When he was done, he watched as she thought about it all. We'll put a watch on Mr. Potter and his ladies. Few bloodlines have the potential that his does. We can always use more defenders. Speaking of that, we've located a potential defender at Hogwarts. He'll be starting this year. With that, the 2 lead of the Order of Defenders changed the subject from Harry to everyday business. Rudolphus Lestrange, the Nanny's Home Childcare Center, 2200, 08JUL 97U. Rudolph savored the screams and cries rising about him as the Death Eaters killed the children. There had been 3 attendants here tonight and 13 children, mostly under 10. He looked at the ceiling where the last living adult hung, suspended by his spell. She was beyond screaming now, sinking into shock as she beheld the carnage below her. The other 2 attendants had died quickly, both of them hit with killing curses as the Death Eaters entered. The youngest children, the ones in cribs, had gone just as quickly, falling to cutting curses and bludgeoning hexes. Only 3 children were left now, and the Death Eaters were taking a few minutes to terrorize them. One of the Death Eaters, a new man named Harold Bowl, was making an infant with its head missing walk around the children. 2 more of them were levitating 2 bodies, smashing them together in mid-air and laughing as the blood flew from them to rain down on the living. Rudolphus looked at the woman again and then shrugged. From the look in her eyes, she wasn't even home anymore. Move over, he told the Death Eaters and looked at the children that still lived. They were quiet now, shocked into silence, and from the looks on their faces, they were not much better off than the woman. He brought the woman down from the ceiling and stood her in the middle of the room, holding her there with a full body bind and a conjured stick. Rudolphus tied the 3 living children to her body and piled the rest around them as the other Death Eaters left the building. He stopped in the door and snickered. He cast 4 incendios and watched as the fires began and moving toward the bodies in the center of the room. One of the children could still manage a scream, and Rudolphus smiled as he sent the dark mark up. This would show Potter that he couldn't protect everyone. He rejoined his group and they watched the fire until the first flames licked through the windows. All 4 of the living were screaming now. On his command, they dissipated. Behind them, the screams cut off as the roof fell in. Harry and Peter, Harry's room, 2240, 08 July 97. Harry looked at Peter. As Harry had asked, Dobby had reminded him about Peter when he got back, and Harry had talked to Shacklebolt. Armed with his information, Harry had Dobby bring the cage out and let Peter out so he could transform. Harry was torn between vengeance and humanity. Part of him wanted to kill Peter for all the things he'd done, and another part found the thoughts he was having disturbing. I have a problem, Harry said quietly. You gave us a lot of information today, and we are going to use some of it. I can't release you because you would return to Moldywort, thereby negating most of the information you gave us. If I kill you, I take another step closer to being like him, and I don't want that. That only leaves giving you to the Ministry. If you're lucky, they'll only send you to Azkaban. If not, they'll have you kissed, which is not a fate I would wish on anyone, even Moldywort. He looked at Peter again. What should I do with you? Obliviate me. That way, I can't give up the information I gave you, but my death is not on your head. Harry frowned as he thought about that. Voldemort will try to recall those memories. Peter nodded. I know. I also know what happens to people when you do that. I was there when the Dark Lord tore the information out of B. RTHA Jenkins about the Tri-Wizard tournament. I think I am useful enough to him that he won't do that to me. Harry frowned. That would give Voldemort another follower, which is just as bad in my eyes. I had thought about locking you in your rat form and letting you go. Peter stared at Harry in horror. Please, not that. Peter was shivering now. He'd been a rat for years, but even then he could sneak away sometimes and become a man if he was careful. The idea of never being able to change again filled him with terror. Harry had already decided on the only thing he could think of that satisfied all of his requirements. He didn't want to kill Wormtail in cold blood. He couldn't allow him to return to Voldemort's service as he was, and after hearing serious talk about Azkaban, Harry didn't want to send anyone there. This is what we're going to do, if you want to go free. You will swear an oath on your magic that you will not harm anyone in any way, ever. If you do that, I will let you go. If not, I will have no choice but to give you to the ministry. Peter thought about it. I can still serve him, I just can't hurt anyone. Harry nodded. I know this may not be the best course, but it's the best I can do and still look in the mirror. Peter sighed. I'll need my wand. Harry looked at Moody. If he does anything but make the oath, he's yours. Moody smiled and pulled his wand. While Harry asked Dobby for Pettigrew's wand. Dobby brought it and Peter took it carefully, fully aware of Moody watching him like a hawk. I swear on my magic that I will never hurt anyone again in any way. Harry watched as a glow spread over Pettigrew from his wand that slowly faded into his skin. Harry made Wormtail transform again and Dobby took him away so that Pettigrew didn't have to use the flow. Harry offered a silent prayer that he hadn't done the wrong thing by setting the rat free. Hopefully Voldemort would be so angry at Wormtail that the rat wouldn't survive telling him that he'd given away all that information. Various people. Harry's room, 0700-09 July 97. Harry, wake up. Harry yawned and rolled over. He'd gotten back around 11 last night and telling people that had been there waiting what had happened had kept him up until nearly 3. He didn't know what time it was, but he just knew it was too early. Harry, please wake up. That got his attention. Hermione sounded worried and horrified all at once and the sleep fell away from Harry. He sat up, automatically, reaching for his glasses. What's wrong, Hermione? Hermione was crying silently, Harry saw, and a chill passed through him. What is it? Did someone get hurt? Hermione sniffed and rubbed her eyes. The Death Eaters attacked again last night. Harry closed his eyes, expecting to hear about another Muggleborn attack. Was it anyone we knew? He asked softly. Hermione gave a choked sob. No. She looked at Harry and he felt the chill again at the despair and horror in her eyes. They attacked a nursery. Harry stared at her for a minute, his mind not able to process what she'd said at first. When he did understand, Hermione yelped and ducked as every bit of glass in Harry's bedroom exploded. Harry's magic was swelling, filling the room, and out in the main room they heard more shouts and screams as glasses on the table and the mirror and every other fragile object started quivering. Some of them broke and Ginny and Pansy rushed into Harry's room. Ginny was the first to land on the bed and hug Harry, with Hermione and Pansy just an instant behind her. The magic flowing from Harry was nearly a physical thing as the 3 girls tried to calm him. Harry didn't even notice them until he tried to stand up and couldn't. He looked at the girls holding him and he could feel their fear. He took a deep shuddering breath and tried to control his magic. It took him a minute, but the magic finally receded. It was still there, still exploring everything around him with small fingers. But it wasn't nearly as scary anymore. In the back of her head, Hermione was cataloging the differences in Harry's magic. It still felt safe and warm to her, but behind that soft touch was a fire. Burning higher than she'd ever felt it and looking for an outlet. Harry looked at the girls around him and then up at the other people around the room. When the flare of Harry's magic had been felt, most of the people in the other room had come rushing in. Remus was standing next to Tonks and one entire side of his bedroom was filled with Weasleys. Bill, Fleur, Fred, George and Ron were clustered near the bathroom near a face Harry had not seen in a while. He nodded at Charlie. I thought you had to go back to Romania, he said quietly. Charlie nodded. I did, and 2 days later, I was asked to come back to England. The Gringotts goblins specifically requested me for a dragon handler position, at twice my old pay rate, I might add. Would you know anything about that, Harry? Harry shook his head. This is the first I've heard of it. Maybe Bill knows something. Bill shook his head. I was just as surprised to hear about it. I seem to be out of the loop on a lot of things. What just happened? And why did my glass explode? He frowned. And what kind of a spell are you using, Harry? I don't recognize it, and I thought I knew most of them. Hermione looked up, absently shushing Harry. You can see what Harry is doing. What does it look like? Bill shrugged. A lot of the old curses have visible traces, and curse breakers are taught a spell to see those traces. Trained in telling the various types of magic apart. Hermione let go of Harry and advanced on Bill. Tell me what you can see. Hermione had a very familiar look on her face, and Ron and Harry looked at each other before they grinned at Bill. You're in for it now, Bill, Harry said. Just teach her the spell, Ron advised him. It will save you a lot of time and talk in the long run. Bill was watching Hermione, who had pulled a parchment and a quill from her robes and was scribbling something on it. She looked at him. I do want that spell, but right now, I want your impression of Harry's magic and what you see. Unbiased second-party reports are important in the study of unusual phenomena, and Harry's Estuimagus abilities are that. Bill looked blank. His what? Fleur snapped her fingers. That explains something I have been wondering about. Veela magic is emotionally driven, and Harry has reacted like a Veela, but I didn't know how to ask him if he had a Veela in his family. Being an emotion mage would account for it. Harry looked at her. You could have just asked, but as far as I know, I am not a Veela. Fleur rolled her eyes. I know you're not a Veela, Harry, I would be able to feel it if you were. But you might have had a Veela in the family tree somewhere. Hermione had ignored the asides going on to interrogate Bill. Harry looks normal, but there are tendrils of magic extending from him. Like the arms of an octopus. They just kind of wave around, unless they touch someone. Bill frowned. They do something to that person for a second, and then they leave them and continue to move around. But they're leaving this thread of magic attached to the person they touched. He hesitated. I can't explain it any better than that. Hermione was scribbling furiously. Hold on. She cast a muttered spell and Harry's room lit up with the spiderwebs of spells, much as the meeting room in the Hogsmeade Inn had. There were far more webs here though, and they were far more intricate. Hermione looked surprised for a second. Darn, she said mildly. I was hoping that Harry's magic would show up, but nothing here matches your description. I didn't know there were this many spells here though. Bill was looking at the spells glowing on the walls. That's an anti-apparition ward, keyed to a few people, and that's a wizard warning ward, keyed to a lot of people, but what is that? Hermione was looking at the wards as well. How can you tell how many people are keyed to the wards? Gobbledygook gog, what a mull call it a radlither magic. To everyone but Hermione and Fleur. That's what Bill's sentence sounded like, pure gibberish. Hermione nodded and responded with even more gobbledygook. Harry sighed and got up. I think we've lost them for a few hours. I'm going to have breakfast. He tossed a robe on and headed out of the room, stepping around Hermione, who was still babbling at Bill in incomprehensible English. In the other room, Amanda Wilkes and Shacklebolt were talking to Moody. They broke off their conversation to look at Harry. I see you've heard the news, Moody said quietly. Harry nodded shortly and then looked at Moody again. He sat down. Anne and Dobby had a plate in front of him almost before he was seated. Harry continued to look at Moody for a minute and then he looked at the other two Aurors. You two might want to be somewhere else today. They looked at Harry and then at Moody. Just what have you got going on in that Slytherin mind of yours, Harry? Amanda asked him suspiciously. If you don't ask, you can honestly say you didn't know if anyone asks you. Harry gave nothing away. Pansy was frowning and Ginny was quiet. Ginny was almost certain that Harry was going to respond to last night's attack somehow, and she was a.b. It worried about him asking the Aurors to leave. That implied that whatever he was planning might not be entirely legal. Shacklebolt sighed as he thought. I am assigned to watch over you, Harry. I can't do that if I'm somewhere else. Harry shrugged. I offered you a chance, he said and turned to Moody. Can you find a Death Eater's home? Moody looked at him. I know where a couple of them are, provided they aren't under a Fidelius. Why? Harry grinned tightly. I want to send a message to Voldemort, one he can't mistake. Most of the group was sitting at the table and they looked at Harry in shock. Ginny frowned and spoke softly. Is that really a good idea? Harry. Harry looked at her for a very long time and then began to speak. I don't know, but I do know that allowing any bully to get away with hurting people merely encourages him to do it again. Voldemort's group is nothing but bullies with magic, and most of them are cowards, hiding behind Voldemort's reputation and their masks. If we can show them that every act of violence they do be met with retribution, some of them may change their minds about what they are doing. Harry looked at Pansy. Like Blaze's father, who followed Voldemort only because he thought Voldemort was going to win. He looked at everyone. We have to do something to curtail the violence, and if anyone here can think of a better way than destroying something they hold dear. Please, speak up. Moody looked at Harry. Destroying, he quoted while a smile grew on his face. Harry nodded. Destroyed, he confirmed. I don't want them to be able to do anything with the remains of the house but banish them and start over. If anything is intact at the end, I'll be disappointed. Moody smirked. I know just the wizard for that job. He's been dying to try out a few toys. Harry shrugged. I don't care how it gets done, but don't kill anyone that isn't attacking you. Anyone who does attack you, you may deal with any way you see fit. All theirs are to be removed from the house and left unhurt. Moody frowned, but nodded. He got up and started toward the fireplace. Harry, he said, turning back, how many places do you want taken care of? Harry looked up at him. If you can find and do it without getting caught, one house for every person they killed last night, and one more for the burrow. In the future, if this tactic works, we'll destroy one for every attack and another for every person they kill. Moody nodded and flowed away. Harry looked at the silent group. Just then Winky removed Moody's plate and Harry frowned at her. Dobby, he called. Yes, Harry Potter, sir, asked Dobby, who had appeared without a sound. Dobby, you know what Moody is going to be doing, don't you? Yes, Harry Potter, sir. I heard the conversation. Ron was staring at Dobby in disbelief. The ragged and cringing house elf that had been Dobby was changed dramatically. Dobby stood straight and his clothes were neat and pressed. If it was not for the fanatic gleam in his eyes when he looked at Harry, Ron would have never recognized the house elf that had served Gryffindor Tower. Dobby frowned. They cannot leave their family, Harry Potter, sir. Not even if the family treats them bad. They have to be freed. Harry smirked. I know that, Dobby, but after the house is destroyed, a smart house elf might find a way to be freed while the Eaters are angry about the loss of their things. Dobby stared at Harry for a few seconds and then bounced a couple of times, showing that the changes in him were not yet total. Dobby understands, he said excitedly. Masters will be angry and smart elves can show up at just the wrong time and say things to increase that anger. Dobby will tell them. Dobby disappeared without a sound. Harry, if Hermione ever finds out that you had a free elf and let it bond again, she'll hex you in ways you've never dreamed of, Ron said with a grin. Is it truly slavery, if both sides want it to be that way? Asked Luna, before Harry could say anything. It seems to me that in a normal bonding, both sides get something out of it. Look at Dobby and Harry. Harry frowned at Luna, casting a glance back at the bedroom where Hermione and Bill were still talking, a low murmur that could just be heard. Dobby is a free elf, Harry reminded Luna. Luna shook her head. He has the same magic about him that Winky does. And that the Hogwarts house elves have. He is bonded to you, Harry. Luna took a sip of her juice. I think the bonding is something he cannot control, and when he chose to serve you, that started the bond. Harry frowned. How come he didn't bond to Hogwarts? Luna smiled. Harry, Dobby never served Hogwarts, he served you. How did you think he happened to end up in Gryffindor Tower? I am so glad to hear that. Everyone turned and stared at Hermione. Hearing Hermione say she was glad a house elf was bonded was like hearing Ron say he wasn't hungry, or Harry saying he wanted to study with Snape. She looked at them. I'm not happy that he's bonded, she clarified, but I am happy that the anomaly in my data is cleared up. I've been studying the house elves and I had a theory about them and their magic. But Dobby was skewing my data. If he is bonded though, that makes my data correct. She looked at Luna. We need to talk. How? Hermione. Harry interrupted, before she could get started. Save that for later. Right now, I have a couple of things I need people to do. You can talk to Luna later. Hermione frowned at Harry but sat down, reading the parchment that she'd been writing on while talking to Bill. Harry smiled at her and brushed an errant lock of hair out of her face, a gesture she didn't even notice. Harry looked up at the rest of the group. Bill, how are the wards for the burrow going? The design is finished, but the builders won't be starting for a couple more days. I'm going to do some wards for another Gringotts customer today and tomorrow, and then I'll do half the wards in the foundations. After that, I have to wait until the new burrow is completed to finish all the wards you want. Bill looked at Harry. Just remember, until the senior living Weasley or their second allows it, nobody is coming through those wards alive. Visitors not keyed to the wards will end up just off the property, while a tone in the house will alert us that someone is waiting. Harry nodded. A little annoying when unexpected company shows up, but very good for unwelcome company. Bill snorted. Very good for that, and I would almost like to see someone try to break the wards. I've never been able to build wards like this, and I am curious to see what it will look like, from a safe distance anyway. Harry sighed. You may get your chance, if we don't end this thing quickly. He looked at the window as Hedwig hooted softly. Someone want to let the owl in, please. The black owl flew to Hermione, who took the letter it carried. She looked at it and looked at Harry. The Horcrux team is ready, and Mr. Parkinson has a few fighters for you when you get a chance to talk to him. Harry frowned. You'll have to wait to start looking for those things. I don't want you getting hurt. Wait for Miranda to return before you do anything except brief your team. Hermione nodded. She looked at a much folded and battered parchment. Harry, give me a few Newts and I'll have the list of appointments you have today, and a couple of things that you need to do that you don't have appointments for. Harry sighed. How many appointments do I have? Just 2. Mr. Sharpstar needs to see you about something, and the Comet Broomstick people have the photographer ready for your pictures. She looked at Ginny. Make sure he doesn't wear all black today. Fred and George looked at each other. It's a shame, Gred. It is indeed, Forge. A crying shame. The twins matched their words by pretending to sob on each other. Harry watched them. Does anyone understand what the tacky tainted twin-tailed toads are talking about? Fred and George looked at Harry sorrowfully. You, poor boy, Fred said. You've fallen into the hands of organization and schedules. You're doomed to a humdrum life. Following a list of things to do. Ginny smirked at them. And you two are so jealous. She looked at Hermione. Would you tell them what items 19 and 20 are for Harry? Hermione blushed and muttered something. She looked at all the faces watching her and winced. 19 is quiet snogging time and 20 is sleeping with us time. She looked at Harry. That was a nice alliteration, Harry. He grinned at her while Ginny continued twitting the twins. Ginny smirked again. How many ladies are scheduling time to snog you two? Fred and George looked at each other and then at their ladies. Katie and Angelina shook their heads. Don't look at me, Katie said. Half the time I don't know what I'm going to be doing in 10 minutes. Angelina sighed. I only wish I was organized enough to schedule anything. Ron grabbed a piece of toast as he stood. As much as I enjoy watching Ginny tormenting you two, I've got to be going. Harry, I'll see you tonight, mate. Ron stepped over to the flow and left. Amanda Wilkes sighed. I've got to be going also. Another wonderful day of cataloging the things that have been confiscated over the last 20 years. Harry frowned. Why is an aura of your skill doing that? Amanda flushed a bright red. Someone might think that I was the one that sent Umbridge a howler, suggesting that she might want to pull her head out of her 4th point of contact and stop sucking up to anyone with a title. Shacklebolt snickered. You shouldn't have used that term then. You're the only person in the ministry that uses it. Not to mention, you should have sent it to her in her office, not in the middle of a meeting with the department heads. Fred and George looked at Amanda with smiles. Gred, what a brilliant idea. I agree, Forge. Now all we have to do is find out one little thing. They looked at Amanda and spoke in unison. What is a 4th point of contact? Amanda smirked. It's a muggle term I heard a muggleborn aura use once. I liked it, so I use it now. Hermione sighed. Honestly, she said with a smile, a little thought should give the answer. Where do most people have to pull their heads out of? Hermione looked completely innocent. I'll even give you a hint. It's a body part that Muggle call the gluteus maximus when they're being facetious. Fred and George blinked at her. They frowned for a second and then Fred lit up. I know, it's her. Katie clapped a hand over his mouth. Yes, Fred, we get it. You don't need to be crude. Harry was staring into space, thinking about something, and Ginny put her hand over his. Harry, what are you plotting now? Everyone turned their attention to Harry, who looked at Ginny. I had forgotten about her, in the press of things to do. I may have found the price I want to charge the minister for appearing to support his ministry, or at least part of the price. Miss Wilkes, would you be kind enough to ask the minister if he can see me tomorrow? She blinked. Why me? Harry shrugged. 2 reasons. First, you're going to be in the ministry today, so it will be easy for you to do. Second, it tells the minister that you're a friend of mine. Pansy smiled and kissed Harry on the cheek, which may cause him to look at her assignment and put her to doing something more in line with her skills. Very Slytherin of you, Harry. Most of the Gryffindors winced. Stop trying to steal the Gryffindor golden boy, said Katie. Pansy smirked at them. Harry did it. She defended herself. Don't make it my fault he's so good at being a Slytherin. Harry frowned at everyone. Actually, I would prefer to be a student, not a house. That artificial division of the school has to end. Working with Hermione, Ginny and Pansy these last of weeks has shown me just what Hogwarts could be, if the houses would do something besides fight. Pansy snorted. I still want to know what the Sorting Hat was thinking when it put Hermione in Gryffindor. She's close to being the perfect Ravenclaw. I've got a better question, Luna said quietly. How did Ron end up in Gryffindor? The others looked at her in puzzlement. Weasleys always go to Gryffindor, Fred said. Even Percy got in Gryffindor. Luna nodded. Harry, I heard you talking once about the Mirror of Erised. What did Ron see in it? Harry frowned at the apparent change of subject. He saw himself as head boy and Quidditch captain, holding the house cup after winning the Quidditch Cup. Luna nodded. Ron is a pureblood, and in that first year, his main focus was to be better than any of his brothers. To make a name for himself as something except the youngest Weasley boy. She looked at her oatmeal and continued to shape it into some sort of animal. That sounds like ambition to me. Hermione blinked as she thought about it. And the house for ambitious purebloods is Slytherin. Harry was thinking about that. Hogwarts was the first place he'd ever called home, and it was one of the most important places in the world to him. If something was disturbing it, he wanted to fix it. Maybe we need to examine the recent sortings closely. Let's see if there are a lot of people that are in odd houses. After all, the Sorting Hat is 1,000 years old. Could the enchantments that make it work be wearing out or breaking down? Or does it have something besides what's in your head to go by? Asked Hermione thoughtfully. Neville didn't seem to be a Gryffindor that first year either, but look how he turned out. Can the Sorting Hat see some or all of your future? Harry shook his head. His list of problems was growing at an insane rate. We'll have to table that discussion for another time. Right now, he paused as the flow flared. Miranda stepped out and looked around. She walked to the table and sat down in her usual seat next to Hermione. Good morning, everyone, she said calmly. Miss Black, I apologize for being late this morning. I had an interesting evening. Harry and Ginny choked at that. Interesting evening was not the way either of them would characterize dueling Bellatrix Black. Miranda also got a lot of stunned looks from the people. She had only heard about the fight from Harry or Ginny. Hermione was becoming used to Miranda's odd sense of humor, though. I suppose I won't fire you this time, she said, smiling at Miranda. Don't make a habit of it though. She looked at Harry pointedly. I already have one friend who spends entirely too much time in the infirmary at Hogwarts. Fred looked up. Speaking of that, Hermione, do you want your normal day in the pool? Hermione nodded. Of course. Ginny looked at Fred. I have my day, right? Fred nodded. Of course. Would we forget our favorite sister? Ginny snorted. If it made you a few more galleons, yes. Pansy looked at Harry. Do you have the faintest idea what pool they're talking about? Harry shook his head. I don't have a clue. Fred, Would you mind telling me about this pool? Since it seems to be an ongoing thing. George shrugged, flushing slightly. It's been going on since your second year. The first pool is on the date you first end up in the infirmary. After that it changes to how many times in the year you end up in there. Fred nodded. There's also on how many days total you spend in there, one for how many rules you break, and the number of public arguments Ron and Hermione have. Harry just shook his head. I should have known. How come I was never let in on the Ron and Hermione one? I see most of the fights. And I can give you the most accurate count. Fred shook his head. Because you, Mr. Potter, are entirely too smart. If we'd have told you about that one, you would have figured out that there were more and possibly what they were. Since we weren't sure how you would react, we kept you in the dark. Pansy was thinking. Is the 23rd of September taken yet? Fred dug a scroll out of his robes. He scanned it and shook his head. No, it's not. Do you want it? Pansy nodded. Yes, and give me, she thought for a minute, 6 stays, totaling 9 days on the rest of it. For the argument 1, give me 59. Fred and George blinked. Only 59? George asked. Most of the numbers in that one are in the hundreds. Pansy grinned. Things will change this year, she predicted calmly. Hermione frowned. We never had 100 public arguments, she said in annoyance. Fred coughed. Actually, Hermione, you and Ron are averaging 2.3 arguments a day right now. You can count the number of days in the year, so you figure out how many arguments that is. Hermione thought for a second. When she was done, she blinked. Are you sure about that? Fred nodded. Of course, it's probably higher than that, as we only counted the ones somebody saw or heard besides you, Harry and Ron. Harry Potter, sir, Dobby said as he appeared next to Harry. Mr. Moody is wanting the oldest Weasley boy and the Dragon Weasley. Pansy was staring at Dobby in disbelief. Harry, are you insane? Harry turned innocent eyes on her. What? Pansy sighed. Dobby, show everyone your shirt. Dobby grinned and floated off the floor, spreading the t-shirt he was wearing so everyone could read it. There was silence when they were done, as they stared at the shirt and Harry. The shirt read, HEAVE, House Elves Against Voldemort's Evil, proudly standing against the excesses of the Mudblood Dork Lord. On the back of the shirt was a drawing of a house elf standing on a body. Every few seconds, the body would rise up and become Voldemort. The house elf would then jump up and down on the Dark Lord until he collapsed into a broken pile again. Dobby smiled. I like socks, he confided to the room, but Harry Potter sir's giving me nice shirts. Dobby has 3 now. Hermione was glaring at Harry. Harry James Potter, you're going to get him killed. Harry looked at her for a second and then looked at Dobby. Dobby, what are you going to do if a Death Eater or Moldywort tries to do anything to you? Dobby made a strange gesture with his hands, similar to the one that had knocked Lucius Malfoy on his rear when Dobby was freed. Harry Potter sir has told Dobby to defend himself as he would Harry Potter sir. Dobby may try to escape first, but he can defend himself. Hermione blinked as she thought about that. With the things she had learned about the house elves from Winky and Dobby, Harry's belief that Dobby would be safe made sense. I'm sorry, Harry, I jumped to a conclusion. Harry brushed the back of his hand across her face gently. You, he teased her, jumped to a conclusion, never. Almost everyone smiled at that. Pansy was still frowning, and Harry just knew he would hear more about this. The rest of the breakfast meal was quiet as people began leaving. Ginny went to the Shades of Grey office to continue working on the charity fund list, and the twins took their girlfriends to Weasley Wizard Wheezes to start their workday. Bill and Charlie left to go find out what Moody wanted. Hermione left with Miranda to go meet the researchers that would be looking for Horcruxes and ways to destroy them. Fleur was going to the Longbottom estate to spend the day with Molly as they began to order new furniture and things for the burrow. Luna and Neville were going hunting for some things Luna wanted for her potions. Finally, only Shacklebolt, Tonks and Remus were left. The 3 of them were discussing the map Hermione wanted to make to track apparitions. Shacklebolt looked at Harry. We're going to need some help. If we don't give anything away, I want to get a friend of mine to help us. He's an unspeakable named Croaker. Harry winced. Do you trust him? Shacklebolt hesitated. I do, he said slowly, and I don't. He won't tell anyone what we're doing, but he may use the idea to make something similar for himself or the Unspeakables. Harry thought about that. If you think you really need him, use him. Harry grinned. Just don't let him know you're working on a way to mask all of our people from the map, or anything like it. Shacklebolt nodded and the three of them left, leaving Harry and Pansy alone. Pansy looked at Harry. Care to tell me about HEAVE, and what the other shirts Dobby has are? Harry smirked. Dobby has an Azkaban Death Wanker shirt, the HEAVE shirt, and another one. I have been thinking about the first shirt, and I liked it enough to make a few more with Fred and George's help. Pansy frowned. How does sending Voldemort into rages help us? Harry sighed. I want his attention on me this year. Between us and a couple of things Hermione found in Professor Dumbledore's books, we can give Hogwarts the strongest defenses in the world. The Horcrux hunters won't have that, and neither will the families. I want them safe and alive when this is over, even if I'm not. Pansy nodded. She could fully understand wanting to keep your family safe. She felt a pang at the thought of Harry not being safe and alive at the end of the war, but pushed it away to consider his reasoning. You don't mind Dobby wearing those shirts because you think he's strong enough to escape if someone attacks him? Harry nodded. I do. I've talked to him a couple of times, and as far as he knows, no wizard can stop him from using the house elf type of movement. It's not apparating, and he's never had any problems going anywhere he wants to go, even inside Hogwarts. Pansy sighed. Just do me a favor and let me know before you do something like this again, please. I hate surprises. Harry grinned and went into his room. He came back a minute later with another shirt. He tossed it at her. There's only one of these. It's mine. Pansy held up the black t-shirt and read it. The front of the shirt had a picture of Voldemort, as he currently looked. Above the picture was a single line. Have you seen this dork lard? On the back of the shirt was, wanted. Moldywort, dork lard and half-breed. Accused of stupidity, cowardice, impotence, ignorance and bad hygiene. If seen, please call 1-800-KILL-TOM. Warning. The half-blooded freak is not human and will not act in any rational way. He can be dangerous, unless you're a baby. He will steal the candy from babies though. Pansy looked at Harry. If Riddle ever gets his hands on you, Harry, he's going to make you as immortal as he is. Just so he can torture you longer. Harry shrugged. As long as he doesn't kill me. I am the only one that can kill him, so the longer he tortures me, the longer I have to escape and do something about him. Pansy blinked as she had a sudden realization. That's what all this is really about, isn't it? You're trying to make sure he doesn't just cast a killing curse at you again. Harry looked at her. You will not repeat that in front of anyone else. They mustn't know. Ooh, Hermione, Ginny and Pansy, Diagon Alley, 11JUL97. Ooh, the three girls had gone out escape the flood of papers Harry was currently dealing with in Mr. Sharpstar's office. They had helped Harry go through it, but the rest of Harry's time there was to be signing things and minor nay rituals to seal those papers for Harry's coming of age, less than 3 weeks from now. So, Pansy, said Hermione, as blunt as always, when are you going to tell us what's wrong? Pansy blinked and avoided the eyes of the other girls. I don't know what you mean. Ginny smirked. Fine, Hermione and I will discuss it, since you don't know anything. Hermione, does it seem to you that Pansy has been different the last couple of days? Quote, Hermione nodded. Yes, I noticed that. She's often staring at Harry, studying him, and she seems to enjoy the flirting a lot more. Hermione looked around and lowered her voice. She's also been asking me to show Harry how to play that game we like so well. Pansy's face was flaming by now, but she stubbornly kept her mouth shut. Ginny continued. You know, she reminds me of someone. But I just can't think of who. Hermione snickered. She reminds me of a certain redhead I know, quite intimately. Ginny made a face. She most certainly doesn't act like Ron. Hermione froze and then glared at Ginny. Not that redhead, you get. Ginny grinned and looked at Hermione with a shocked expression. Just how many of? Finish that sentence and you'll be sorry. Hermione was fingering her wand. She smirked. The redhead I mean is the one with a cute little strawberry birthmark on her butt. Ginny blushed. That's enough about that, thank you. She looked around. Fred and George have forgotten about it, and I want it to stay that way. Pansy grinned at her. You do have to admit, it's awfully cute though. I've never seen a butterfly birthmark before. Ginny blushed a deeper red and glared at Pansy. At least it's something I was born with. Where did you get a magical tattoo anyway? It was Pansy's turn to blush as Hermione giggled. There's a place in Knockturn Alley. They do excellent work. Ginny looked down the street, toward the entrance to Knockturn Alley. How long does it take? I don't think so. Not today. The three of them looked at Miranda. I would prefer to take it easy for another day or two, until I am fully functional again. Miss Granger will not be tempting fate today. Hermione sighed. Fair enough. We can always do it later. She looked at Pansy. I just want to know, why that tattoo? I would have thought you would get something more wizard-like. Pansy blushed again and muttered something. She glanced at the other two out of the corner of her eye and sighed. I just like bunnies, okay. They're soft and cuddly, and if you ever repeat that where anyone else can hear it, I'll hex you every day forever. Ginny snorted. Right. Like anyone would believe that Pansy Parkinson, jerk queen of Slytherin, does anything with bunnies but rip their heads off and drink the blood. Hermione sighed. Speaking of Pansy, this started with a request. Pansy, are you going to tell us that you might like to stay with Harry after the war is over and you don't need him anymore? Pansy froze, closing her eyes. He has you and Ginny. He doesn't need me. Ginny rolled her eyes. You're nearly as thick as Harry, aren't you? If you haven't noticed, Harry kisses you the same way he kisses us. Pansy shrugged. Harry enjoys kissing us, but that's just sex and hormones. It doesn't mean he likes me for anything more than that. Pansy frowned, looking away from the other two. We made a deal, and I will keep that deal. I help him. He protects me, and when Voldemort is dead, I go back to my family. Hermione and Ginny looked at each other as Pansy quickened her step. The nice thing about deals, Hermione said thoughtfully as they hurried after her, is that they can always be changed with the approval of both parties. Ginny tapped her on the shoulder. When Hermione looked at her, Ginny grinned. I think this deal should include us. We are affected by what happens between them, aren't we? Hermione smiled. So very true. Let me think about this for a few minutes. The two girls caught up with Pansy. Ooh, the Diagon Alley Defense Group, 11JUL97. Ooh, alright, quiet down, everyone. Fred and George are at the Inferno right now, so I'm running the meeting tonight. Lee Jordan looked out over the people that could make it to this meeting. Almost half of them were training with Fred and George tonight, and the rest of them were going to train tomorrow night. First, do we have any new business? I've got something strange, but I don't know what it means. Harold Brooks was a storekeeper who sold magical trunks and baggage. Narcissa Malfoy was in yesterday and bought 4 multiple compartment trunks. She paid cash, but had them delivered to an address that was not Malfoy Manor. Lee frowned but wrote that down. Any other Death Wanker activity in the alley this week? The other shopkeepers denied anything unusual. While some of the suspected Death Eaters and their families had been in the alley, they only bought normal everyday things. I've got something, but it doesn't have anything to do with Death Eaters. Has the ministry been around to any of you? Sheila Grayson was a healer, specializing in family-style ailments that didn't need street mungos, but were a bit too serious for the average family to deal with. They came by and asked me a few questions about any conspiracies in the alley. I think they're looking for us after the battle. Lee Jordan looked around. Anyone else been approached yet? Several hands went up, all from people that had been in the Battle of Diagon Alley. They weren't asking me about conspiracies, though, Diana Lightfoot said. They were warning me that NLY defying you-know-who could have serious results for my shop, and letting me know that the ministry was going to be raising the shop tax. Again, the others nodded. I got the impression that if IW isn't involved in any more incidents and I didn't talk about the battle, my taxes wouldn't go up. Lee frowned as he considered Jerry Hall's words. I think it may be time to start gathering information on the ministry and their actions in the alley. Talk to a few people and spread the word about the tax increase. Let's see if it's a real hike, or a way of pressuring us. Any old business. Just one thing. Sheila looked around. Does anyone have a friend or relative that needs or wants a potions apprenticeship? Supplying the potions for the Inferno training is running through my stock faster than I can make them. Jerry Hall winced. If that's the way they trained Aurors back in the day, I am very glad my wife talked me out of becoming an Auror. He rubbed his shoulder. Is that just Mad Eye's way? Lee grinned. If you think Moody's bad, wait until your session with Harry. He's becoming downright scary. Ooh, Voldemort and Harry, a meadow in northern Scotland, 12JUL97. Ooh, Harry looked around the meadow, using the magic in his glasses to locate his people and look for enemies. His magic was exploring the surroundings as well. Harry was about to meet with Voldemort. For the very first time, every one of Harry's advisors agreed on something. This was madness. He had laid out his reasoning clearly and concisely, again and again, until his patience began wearing thin. The knee-jerk reaction about dealing with Voldemort. It had taken 3 days, but finally, the details were set and the meeting was just minutes away now. Harry had brought Hermione and Ron, of course, and Miranda was standing next to Hermione with that blank face that meant she was in full defender mode. Ginny had begged off this meeting. She wasn't afraid to see the Dark Lord, but she was worried that some lingering trace of him from her first year would allow him to reach into her mind and learn things that Harry didn't want him to know. Moody had not even been told where the meeting was going to happen. As Harry didn't want the old Auror gathering the other Inferno trainers for a sudden surprise attack. Harry did have nearly 20 people around the meadow, all of whom had been Riku. I read to swear an oath not to do anything without a signal from Harry. The only person out here on Harry's side that could start a fight were Harry himself and Miranda, simply because she refused to swear any oath that might interfere with her protection of Hermione. Since the first thing she would do if something went wrong would be getting Hermione out of there, Harry didn't mind that a bit. Rai stopped thinking about the security around the site as the crack of multiple apparitions sounded. Voldemort was standing in the middle of the meadow. Next to him were the 3 Malfoys and 2 more Death Eaters, both with their masks on. Voldemort looked at Harry and then looked around the meadow. An interesting place for a meeting, Potter. Why would you want to meet way out here? Harry moved up to stand about 10 meters from Voldemort. I have several reasons, Voldemort. Since I am not going to spend the day chatting with you, shall we get to business? I have other things to do today. Voldemort nodded. You made me an offer. Potter. You would give me the full prophecy in exchange for all 3 Malfoys alive. Are you still willing to make that deal? Harry nodded and reached back. On put the small bowl he'd been holding in Harry's hand. Harry held it up. You recognize this, don't you? Voldemort nodded. It's a pensieve. I assume you'll place the memory of the prophecy in it and allow me to examine it. Harry smirked. Better. I have placed Albus Dumbledore's original memory of listening to the prophecy being spoken in here. Voldemort's eyes flared. Why does that worry me? Why would you give up such a valuable memory? Harry shrugged. Valuable to whom? I have watched it so many times that I can quote it word for word. It means nothing to me anymore, and any clues why you might get about Professor Dumbledore wouldn't do you any good now, since he's dead. Voldemort nodded. And Snape already told me the first 2 lines and the prophet's name, so nothing else in there will do me any good whatsoever. Harry nodded. Since I know the prophecy and I don't need this one, I would prefer to give it to you, so that you don't have one of my memories. We have too many connections already for me to be comfortable giving you further insight into my mind or ways of thinking. Voldemort watched Harry for a few minutes. You are growing up, Potter. I wonder what kind of team we could be if you had accepted my offer that first year. Harry shrugged. We'll never know, but somehow I think we would have come to blows anyway. You don't share very well, and I don't agree with some of your policies. Harry gave a half smile. Not to mention that even if I became like you, sooner or later, I would have started eyeing your throne, and you would have tried to eliminate me, just to protect yourself. Voldemort studied Harry. True, it would have been a glorious few years though. How do you want to work this trade? Harry looked at the Malfoys. I have a few people Hat will take the 3 of them and watch them for an hour. They will also be running a few other tests on them. When Moody is convinced that these are in fact the real Malfoys, I will give you the pensieve. And wait while you verify that you do have the prophecy. At that point we will both leave. Voldemort snorted. Do you think I am a fool, Potter? As soon as you have the Malfoys in your hands, you'll all disappear. Harry sighed. Then we go to plan 2, which is just a bit more annoying. The people will come here and examine the Malfoys while we all stand around. I will have to place CERTAIN anti-apparition and other spells on the Malfoys, so they don't have a chance to evade my hospitality. After the hour is up and we have the real Malfoys, I'll give you the pensieve. Voldemort considered that. You're an honest person, Potter. I'll do that. He looked at the Malfoys. Go, perform your last duty for me. Lucius, Narcissa and Draco hesitated and then started toward Harry slowly. Lucius had the look of a man approaching the gallows. Draco was sneering, and Harry almost smiled. The ferret never changed. Narcissa was the same as every other time Harry had seen her, composed and icily calm. Harry had to admire her composure under stress. As they passed the trio, Draco glared at Harry and was about to say something. Quiet. The softly hissed word came from Narcissa, and it held enough venom to close Draco's mouth. Just behind Harry, 4 members of the Windermere Fighters group appeared and they started examining the 3 Malfoys in silence. Voldemort hissed as he watched. I was very upset about you stealing my people, Potter. I see you're still using them to do your dirty work, just as I did. How do they feel, exchanging one master for another? Harry smiled. They haven't. They are their own people. But everyone has to make a living and they work well, if you pay them enough. Harry shrugged. Between the money I pay them and the favor they owe me for protecting them from you, they do good work. Quote, Harry was deliberately underplaying the relationship between the Windermere group and himself. If everything went wrong, maybe they could save themselves from Voldemort. If Voldemort thought they were important to Harry, they'd never be able to hide. The next hour passed slowly, with Voldemort making comments about various subjects and trying to draw Harry out. Trying to get him to give some bit of information. Harry parried the questions, answering some truthfully, some with lies, and others with a mixture of both. Finally, one of the fighters approached Harry. They are the Malfoys. Harry nodded and looked at Voldemort. You've kept your end of the bargain, now it's time for me to keep mine. Harry picked up the pensieve and stepped toward Voldemort. He was aware of everyone tensing up, but he tried to relax as much as he could, considering the thing in front of him had made a hobby out of trying to kill Harry since before Harry had memories. Voldemort felt the touch of Harry's magic, a fiery lash that barely touched him before it was gone again. He felt something touch at the edge of thought, but it was lost as Harry held out the bowl. Voldemort took it and looked at the memory inside. He looked at the 2 Death Eaters with him. Watch them. If any of them point a wand in this direction, kill them. The 2 Death Eaters didn't respond in words. They simply separated a bit and watched Harry's people. Voldemort looked at Harry one more time and bent over the bowl. Harry turned to his people, ignoring the Death Eaters. Take them away. Follow the plan and go, now. The fighters grabbed the Malfoys and in less than a minute, they were gone. Soon, only Harry, Hermione and Ron remained. Harry looked at Ron. I'm counting on you, Ron. Ron nodded and looked at Hermione. Sorry, he said, as he laid a hand on her arm and activated the hidden portkey he was wearing. Harry winced. He was going to be in so much trouble when he saw her again. He looked at Miranda, who had known what was going to happen. She prepared to apparate to the rest of them, but paused to look at Harry. You had better not disappoint me, Mr. Potter. LD hate to have to tell Pansy to start spreading all those rumors she's been making up. She disappeared before Harry could say anything. Harry turned and looked at the only 3 people left in the meadow. Voldemort was still deep in the memory and the 2 Death Eaters were watching Harry closely. Why shouldn't I just kill you right now? Asked one of them and Harry stiffened. He knew that voice. Harry glared at the Death Eater. Please do, you slimy scum-sucking scurrilous shithead. But before you do, you might want to ask your master to tell you the whole prophecy. I'm sure he can break it down far enough that even your miniature mind will be able to grasp it. Voldemort stood up just then and stood still for a few seconds. He turned to Harry. You and I, Potter. That all it is. I could have told you that. You're the only person to ever trouble me since I started this war. He looked around and then back at Harry. You're the only one left, Potter. Why shouldn't I kill you now? Harry looked at Voldemort. First, you're wrong. I am not the last person on my side here and second, do you really want to start what might be our final fight right now, right here? I could have done something to the site or the meadow itself that could do more damage than you can dream of. You lived through the Second World War, Voldemort. Muggles have improved their bombs a great deal since then. Voldemort stared at him. Another time then, Potter. I will be looking for you, in a place of my time and choosing. Harry gave a small nod of his head that might have been a nod or just a nervous twitch. Another time, Harry disappeared without a sound. Voldemort hissed. He didn't stay for the last part of this meeting. We'll just have to send it to him. Voldemort gestured at the silent Death Eaters and its robes flew away. Voldemort looked at Pettigrew and smirked. Go, find Harry Potter. Kill him. Pettigrew made not a sound as he began walking in the rough direction of London. With every step he took, his head snapped back and forth. It was plain that Wormtail's neck had been broken. Do you really think the Inferi will kill him, my lord? Of course not. It will remind Harry that I can do things he can't though. And hopefully, it will do enough damage to be noticed. I am going to make people afraid of the night. Take a dozen Death Eaters and find me a wizard. Every night, are going to take a wizard or witch and turn them into an Inferi. Sooner or later, we'll either run out of people, or one of them will get lucky and kill Potter. The two killers left, disappearing with the cracks of apparition. Ooh, Harry and others, the Inferno, 13JUL97. Ooh, Harry ducked the red beam coming in from his left, turning the duck into a roll and coming up out of it nearly 2 meters from where he dropped. Reducto, he hissed, firing at the target before him. The target dodged and returned fire with a speed that Harry couldn't match. Harry gritted his teeth as his body it around the corner and the Cruciatus curse was broken. He staggered to his feet and started moving again, knowing that the targets in the maze never stopped moving. He came around a corner and stopped, the curse on his lips as he recognized the person standing there. What are you doing in here? He asked Fleur. Fleur smiled. I am the innocent you have to protect and help escape. Mr. Moody says it will be good for you. Harry snarled. I'll give him good for, he said and spun as a cold chill went down his back. His reducto hit a split second before the target's curse and it stopped for 2 minutes. When it would automatically be fixed and return to the hunt. Harry looked at Fleur. Can you run? She nodded and Harry grinned ruthlessly. Then I think I'm going to change the rules, since Moody wants to play games. Harry reached inside himself, picturing Fleur under the Cruciatus. He put his wand away and stared at the wall for a second, raising that power he'd touched a time or two before. He threw his hands out in front of him as he yelled, Reducto, putting every bit of his frustration and worry behind the words. The cutting curse that erupted from his hands was NEA. RLY a foot across and it tore through the wall and then the walls behind it with ease, like a knife though butter. Harry shook his hands, which were smoking slightly, and gestured to Fleur. After you. Fleur blinked the bright spots out of her eyes and stepped through the new doorway Harry had made for her. Ooh, Harry and the Malfoys, Nicholas Sharpstar's office, 13JUL97. Ooh, Harry stared at the Malfoys. You are a convicted Death Eater, he told Lucius coldly. I have no use for you, nor would it help you to try and convince me that you did everything you did under the Imperius. I can throw it off, and most of my people, after repeated practice, can at least resist it enough that the rest of us can tell when they're being affected by it. As far as I can tell, you are either an evil, lying jerk or a weak-willed wimp with no redeeming qualities. In either case I don't need you. Keep your mouth shut until I finish talking to these two, and you might not be given to Moody for his amusement. Lucius flicked a glance at Mad Eye, who was standing against the wall and watching Harry and the Malfoys while fingering his wand. He remained quiet, though, as there wasn't anything else he could do. His wand had been taken when Voldemort had given him to Harry and he still didn't know where it was. His mission would have to wait until he got it back, or got his hands on another one. Harry looked at Narcissa. I have no personal quarrel with you. My people tell me that you do not have a dark mark and to the best of my knowledge, you have never done anything to me. Is there anything that might change my mind? Narcissa glared at him. Besides that fact that you have taken my name from and I hate you for that. You have prevented me from getting the things that Mother said she would leave me. Destroyed my family and are ruining the social standing of the blacks. Other than that, no. Harry nodded. Then your part of this meeting is simple. My terms are not for debate. You either accept them, or I simply turn you out now, with only the clothes on your back. Harry pushed a parchment toward her. You will sign this, and make an unbreakable oath to support the Light and the Black family in their endeavors until your death, as directed by the head of the family. If you do those two things, I will reinstate you in the Black family and give you an annual income and Grimmauld Place to be your home. Narcissa stared at him for a second and then picked up the parchment. She began to read as Harry turned to Draco. You have been convicted of a dozen crimes and your punishment is set. You will be kissed as soon as the ministry finds you. Draco paled, slumping in his chair as his fate was given. Lucius paled as well, but then his eyes narrowed and he looked at Harry. You are plotting something, Potter. You can save my son. Harry glanced at him. I can. Draco looked at him, hope crossing his face, followed by suspicion. What's the cost, Potter? I know you're going to save me out of the kindness of your heart. Harry shook his head. I have no kindness for you, Draco, not after the part you played in Professor Dumbledore's death. I do have 3 conditions that you will meet, or I will take you to the Aurors and watch as the Dementor kisses you. What are your terms? Harry looked at Lucius. The first term is yours to do. You will sign the Malfoy fortune, and all of its assets over to me right now. Everything Malfoy will become mine, to do with as I please. You will each be allowed to take 3 things away from the estate. Your wand, your clothing and 1 item of your choice. Not of a dark nature. Harry turned back to Draco. The next 2 things are yours to do or not do. First, you will swear an unbreakable oath never to return to any British land, possession, ally or colony. Included in that oath will be a clause that you will never attack another being except in self-defense or the defense of another. The second thing you will do is leave Britain forever. I have a small house in a Japanese magical town that will be yours, along with a small annual stipend. It will feed you and clothe you. If you want anything more than that, you'll have to work. Harry looked at their stunned faces. The choice is yours, but remember, if you leave this room without signing those sheets and swearing those oaths, you'll be given to the Aurors, and this time, Voldemort will not save you. He looked at the 3 of them. In fact, Gawain Robards and 3 of his people will be here in 10 minutes to have a talk with me. I believe that he's planning on taking both of you directly to Azkaban and having you kissed so you don't escape again. Narcissa looked up from the parchment and spoke. I sign this, make your oath and I am free to be a Black, within your rules. Harry nodded slowly. I will not even tell you who to be friends with or control your life at all, except to make sure you stay on the light side. Narcissa nodded and signed the parchment. She took off her wedding ring and handed it to a stunned Lucius. I am leaving you, Lucius. My family head has broken all ties with your family. Lucius looked at Harry. What will I do, if I agree to your terms? Harry looked at him. You have 2 choices, if you take my terms. You can go with Draco, or you can accept a house and a stipend somewhere else. If you go with Draco, I will set someone to watching you forever. If you take the other house, I will not waste the time to have you watched, as Draco cannot enter that land by the oath he will swear. Lucius thought about his mission and sagged, beaten. Or so he appeared. The only way he was going to getting his wand would be to agree to Potter's terms. Signing the fortune over didn't mean anything if Potter died. The fortune would revert back to the Malfoys unless Potter had a will already, and Lucius didn't think he did. We'll take your terms, Potter. Lucius looked up. One day, I hope to hear the Dark Lord has killed you. When that day comes, I will have my revenge. Ooh, Harry and DMLE Head Robards, 13JUL97. Ooh, so they are on their way to the places I have arranged for them. Gawain Robards frowned at Harry. It sounds as if you were rather lenient with them. I still think they should have been kissed. Harry smirked. Lenient to us, maybe, but I think Lucius and Draco will be regretting accepting my offer within the year. Head Auror Robards looked at Harry and his smirk before looking at the 3 girls that were always with Harry these days. All of them looked like cats with full cream bowls. What did you do to them? Draco is moving to Japan, to an old wizarding town. It just so happens that it's also a pureblood community, still run by samurai and the code of Bushido. Robards frowned for a second and Ten grinned. A grin that turned into laughter. Since Draco Malfoy is a foreigner and not Japanese, he'll be a mudblood there, won't he? Harry frowned. I don't like that term, but yes. Malfoy will have the same status as one for the rest of his life. The only job they would allow him to have will be as a manure handler. Gawain Robards looked at Harry, still smiling. And Lucius. Harry sighed, looking at something in the distance. I got him a nice little house in America, in a progressive wizard community, one where advancement and social status is based purely on your merits and community work. They also raise sheep there. Gawain Robards thought about that. You sent Lucius to a farming village that admires hard work and friendliness. Harry and his friends smirked. Robards shook his head. Mr. Potter, if I ever annoy you, just curse me, please. I don't think I like your ideas of justice. Harry gestured at the girls. Hermione, Ginny and Pansy worked out the details, I just paid for it. Harry grinned. Actually, the Malfoys are paying for their own punishment. By the way, would you like to buy a manor, after we clear the dark things out of it? Gawain laughed and shook his head. No thank you, Mr. Potter. He turned serious. That was a very interesting story in The Quibbler and the Bludger. It started a serious uproar in the ministry though. Harry shrugged. I think that over the next 3 or 4 days, more than the ministry will be in an uproar over it. Ooh interlude, The Bludger, 13JUL97. Ooh Harry Potter speaks. Yesterday, one of the most historic meetings since Merlin met with Arthur took place in a small meadow in Scotland. Harry Potter met with the man most commonly called Voldemort or the Dark Lord. His name is Tom Marvolo Riddle, and that is how the Bludger will refer to him. In the course of their meeting, Harry Potter released a prophecy that was spoken to Albus Dumbledore and concerns Mr. Potter and Riddle. Harry Potter is the only person that can kill Riddle, just as Riddle is the only person that can kill Harry Potter. See the full prophecy on page 5. Mr. Potter gave the prophecy to Riddle to ransom one of the people that had been forced to follow Riddle. Narcissa Black Malfoy married Lucius Malfoy, and when he became a Death Eater, she was forced to follow the wishes of her husband, or lose her family and son forever. As the new head of the Black family, Harry Potter couldn't allow the continued subjection of one of his family, and ransomed the former Mrs. Malfoy from Riddle. After the meeting, Harry Potter gave an interview to this reporter and Luna Lovegood, a reporter for The Quibbler. See pages 7 to 13 for the full interview. Mr. Potter has stated his determination to finish his newts at Hogwarts this year and find the information he needs to beat Riddle, who has had a bad month. In the last month, Mr. Potter has been a constant thorn in Riddle's side. He has defeated an attack on Diagon Alley with the help of the Windermere Group and a Diagon Alley Defense Group, and Mr. Potter is hiding more than 400 people who have fled the service of Riddle. In addition to that, Mr. Potter assisted Hermione Granger Black in capturing Severus Snape, the murderer who killed Professor Albus Dumbledore, and he gave the testimony that convicted Snape of that crime before his escape from the Aurors. In other news, Mr. Potter has allowed the Comet Broomstick Company to take pictures of him riding the new Comet 310, and he will be using that broomstick to play Seeker for Gryffindor this year. Mr. Potter also funded the creation of this paper, which will report the news with all the blunt honesty of a bludger. Mr. Potter has also opened a line of communication with the ministry, and they are discussing ways to alleviate the current annoyance that is Mr. Riddle. Mr. Potter is confident that the Minister of Magic will find a way to use the Aurors to the fullest extent possible in defending the people of Britain. Lord Black, also known as Harry Potter, see page 4 for a full list of Mr. Potter's titles, has reported the death of Bellatrix Black Lestrange in a duel with M.I. Rhonda Riddle, no relation to Tom Riddle Black. Miranda Black is recovering from injuries received in the duel. Lucius Malfoy, in a deal to save his life, has signed the Malfoy assets to Harry Potter and left Britain forever. His current whereabouts are unknown. Draco Malfoy is also missing. Narcissa Black has divorced Lucius Malfoy and has sworn an oath to follow the rules of the head of the Black family, who is Harry Potter. In the last few weeks, Harry Potter has begun doing things in anticipation of the changes that will come around when he comes of age at the end of the month. His solicitor, Nicholas Sharpstar, has asked the Wizengamot to consider 2 new laws, both of which are aimed at improving wizard society in tangible ways. The first will prevent unlawful imprisonments, such as happened to Sirius Black, by requiring any prisoner of Azkaban have a trial before the Wizengamot, including the administration of Veritaserum before sentencing. The second will allow anyone damaged by the actions of another to ask the Wizengamot for damages and fiscal reparations in direct proportion to the damage suffered, which should make people less eager to make damaging accusations about oath. Ers are to be caught serving the various so-called Dark Lords that pop up in our society. This paper will be very interested in watching the votes on those two bills, as the only reason one can think of to vote against those bills is a desire to hide or diminish the consequences of illegal or dark actions. This reporter thinks Harry Potter will be a breath of fresh air in the Wizengamot next month and for a long time to come. Lemos Veritaseek. The light side. Everywhere. 0930 July 97 Over the next 3 weeks Harry and his allies settled into a routine. The Order without a name SP. And 4 hours a day training with Moody and the other retired Aurors at the Inferno. Fred and George's Diagon Alley group spent the time they could, after working and doing all the little things that people, even wizards, have to do to survive. Harry had gone to Miranda's first session expecting it to be similar to Moody's training. 21 minutes later, Miranda called for Luna and gave Harry to her. Luna had checked on Harry and called for Moody's healer, the irritable old Auror that had seen Harry after the incident in the Inferno. The two of them had spent nearly 30 minutes Helen G. Harry with a variety of spells and potions. When Harry woke up the next morning he blinked, looked around and saw Miranda standing behind Hermione. He stared at her for a minute. "You were trained like that?" Miranda shrugged. "Sort of. I took it easier on you than they did on me. You don't have the preparation or training I did before I started that level of training." Harry blinked again. "That was taking it easy." Miranda nodded once. Harry shook his head. A sly smile crossed his face. "Are you certain we can't let Moody in on this? I'd be very interested to see how long he'd last." Harry's respect for Miranda had gone up another notch. Already high after the duel with Bellatrix, it went up again after the training session, short as it had been. "Will you be back for the next session, Mr. Potter?" Miranda was watching him with that blank face she was so good at. Harry looked at her and shrugged. "Of course," he sighed. "I think we'll have Luna on hand next time though. I think I'll be needing her." Miranda nodded. "I would have had her on hand this time, but you surprised me. I thought this would be a quick lesson, and you would not be too badly hurt this time. You lasted almost 4 minutes longer than I thought you would, and put up a much stronger resistance." Harry was just starting to smile when Miranda shrugged. "That just means I'll have to make the next lesson that much harder." Harry winced and looked at Luna. "Make sure you've got all the potions you need. I think I'm going to need them." Luna took the stuffed dragon she had tucked in with Harry the night before. "I think," she said, as she put it away in her bag, "that Miranda's trainers have read an old Muggle book. Their training seems to be right in line with a quote from that book." Hermione and Ginny were crossing to the bed to join Harry and Pansy was standing in the corner. Miranda looked at Luna. "Would you elaborate, Miss Lovegood?" "I am not sure what you mean." Luna looked at her. "You'd Veda Owl father for the author and book, but the quote is, 'Whatever does not kill us, only makes us stronger.'" Harry looked up. He stared at Luna while he thought about that. "That's a very cold viewpoint," he said quietly. "It is," Miranda said, "but the truth is not always warm and fuzzy. Sometimes the truth can be a bitter pill to swallow." Hermione looked up from the wizard papers she was reading. "Voldemort was quiet again last night. I think he must be evaluating his strategy, since you started destroying the homes and things that belong to his followers." Harry grinned at Moody. "I was hoping for that. How many houses are gone now?" Moody smirked. 26 Death Eater abodes have been completely destroyed, with 19 deaths on their side and only 3 injuries on ours. All of those injuries were in the last battle, as it appears that they've started staking out possible targets. Having Dobby pop in before we hit a place, so we know how many people are there is helping a lot." Harry frowned as he thought. "Make sure everyone is careful. Tomorrow, I suspect Moldyward may try something as a birthday present." Moody snorted. "Already handled, Harry. Ron thought of that a week ago." and has been listing possible wizard targets ever since, in the order Voldemort's likely to attack them. Harry smiled at the thought of his friend. His training has really changed Ron. I almost wish I could get some of it. Quote, Ron had changed dramatically since he started doing whatever he was doing. He didn't brag about the training he was getting, or talk about what he did all day when he was gone. But it was obvious to anyone that had known him for very long. To Harry and Hermione, his closest friends for nearly 7 years, it was like Ron had been replaced with another being. Hermione had actually checked, to make sure it was actually Ron and not an imposter under a spell or polyjuice potion. This new Ron treated everything as if he was playing chess. Every move was PLANNED out in advance, and Ron had an idea of the strategy he was going to be using before he made his first move. He was still as loyal and friendly as he ever was, and his passion for Quidditch was still there. But he'd started talking with Katie and the other players about strategies and plays. He already had nearly 40 new plays that he was eager to try. The biggest change in him was a willing N.S. to wait before he made a judgment call on a person. He no longer automatically assumed that Slytherins were evil, or that Gryffindors would be good. Hermione had nearly fallen out of her chair the first time he admitted that not all Slytherins were going to be Death Eaters, and Ginny had fallen over the chair she was about to sit in. Percy was the only Weasley that had not been surprised at the changes in Ron. While the rest of the Weasleys had been known to stare at the new Ron in bemusement sometimes, Percy took it all in stride. Ron is learning that not everything he knew as a child is true, he said when Harry asked him about it. He is learning that there are many things that are not openly admitted or said. Harry had nearly fallen over at Perfect Prefect Percy's next sentence. A good many things in the wizard world are treated like masturbation. Everyone does it, everyone knows they do it, but no one talks about it. Harry tried to ignore that because he was having serious problems in that area himself. Pansy and Hermione were in his bed every night, and Ginny was there as often as she could arrange it, which was great and frustrating at the same time. That, of course, was before Hermione. Pansy and Ginny had gotten comfortable enough with him to be sleeping nude with him. They were not completely nude, as Hermione was large enough in the chest that she preferred wearing a sports bra and panties to bed, while Pansy usually wore only a very tiny pair of panties. Ginny had taken a little longer to get that comfortable, but now she also only wore panties to sleep with Harry. That was where Harry was having problems. Having 3 warm and quite willing females pressed up against him every morning when he woke up was every teenage boy's fantasy, and Harry wasn't going to deny that he liked it a lot. It was also insanely frustrating when they kissed him, and he had to stop them after a few kisses and a bit of gentle touching. Harry had to stop them because all of them were willing to explore the next level of their relationship. Hermione was teaching Harry about the games she and Pansy played, and while Harry could act as a dominant, he was not as good as Hermione, who really enjoyed being the top. Pansy would submit to either of them, but for those games, she preferred Hermione, who had a natural touch for it. Ginny had come to an acceptance that the other 2 girls played games, but she wasn't interested in that. She had gone a bit further with Pansy and Hermione than she had with Harry, but that was only adding fuel to the fires of desire. The rest of the Order without a name was watching the 4-way struggle with amusement. Harry and Pansy had gotten a little too loud one night, and everyone knew exactly what was going on. The Weasleys were happy to know that Harry was not doing anything with Ginny, and the twins were in awe of Harry's willpower. That they thought he was barking mad for turning down the girls was also a given. Neither Fred or George could imagine turning down one pretty girl in their bed, and the thought of refusing to do anything to 3 willing ladies was as foreign to their nature as being serious. Given that Fred and George were now openly sharing a flat with Angelina, Katie and Alicia, that said possible things about the sleeping arrangements in their flat at night that Harry preferred not to think about. Tonks had started the pool this time, and Harry had listened with amusement at some of the dates people had chosen. The twins were already out of the pool, as they had sworn that the girls would break Harry's resistance within 2 weeks, and that deadline was gone. Betting pools were becoming a standard amusement for the Order without a name. Someone was always willing to start another pool about whatever was going on that day, and most of the people in the Order were willing to risk a galleon on the pool of the day. Harry set those thoughts aside and looked at Hermione. "What have we got to do today?" Hermione smiled. "Nothing." Harry stared at her. "Nothing," he parroted in surprise. Hermione nodded. "Tomorrow, we're going to be running around all day and doing 30 different things. So today you have nothing you have to do." Harry nodded and smiled. "Well, then today we'll go do a couple of things I've been wanting to do but haven't have the time for. First, I want to see the offices of the Bludger." The Bludger was the paper Harry had financed. Nicholas Sharpstar had done all the work, finding a place to build the offices and hiring honest people who were willing to follow Harry's rules for news as well as buying the equipment the new paper needed. Harry had laid down just 3 rules for the paper. They were not allowed to let anyone sway their coverage of the news. If Harry screwed up and it was news, he expected them to report it just as it happened. They were not allowed to use anagrams, false titles or any way to refer to a person except their name. That meant that Harry didn't have to see the boy who lived crap in this paper, and Voldemort was called Tom Riddle. Harry's paper had hit the populace like a lightning bolt, and few people had admitted buying them at first. But the subscription rate was growing in leaps and bounds. Harry wrote an editorial once a week, talking about some portion of the wizard world that needed change as well as a short defense column once a week. He also had articles by anyone that could help the wizard or witch in the street. Molly had consented to do a weekly column on household management and spells. Pansy was happily writing a gossip column. Or at least her name was on it. Lavender and the Pottles actually did most of the gossiping, as they were tied into almost every rumor mill, gossip chain or other informal news source in the country. Pansy simply visited with them once a week and got all that information from them, passing anything that Harry should know to him. Hermione wrote 2 regular columns. The first was a basic, informational article on magic, including theories about various forms of magic. In this column she covered the basics of each branch and type of magic she could find, from a rhythm ANSY to construction of wands and everything in between. This column was aimed at Muggle-born wizards and witches, and was completely factual. The second column was an opinion piece, and Hermione wrote about the things she perceived as injustices in the wizard world, comparing some of the attitudes to the Muggles. In some things, she praised the wizards, although not many. In most, she compared two cultures and tore the wizard biases apart. She was fair about it though, inviting anyone who had another opinion to write in and promising to print their viewpoint next to hers. Tonks, Moody, Shish, Acklebolt and Amanda took turns writing a series of articles on wizard law, pointing out ways for ordinary people to defend themselves against Death Eaters without breaking the law. Moody's ideas were as harsh as he was. But the last Death Eater attack, just a week ago, had not been stopped by the Order or the Aurors. A group of lower-level Death Eaters had attacked the home of an older Muggleborn wizard, and he had holed up in a warded area and fought, using a crossbow and spells to hold the Death Eaters off until Harry's people had arrived. By the time they arrived, 4 Death Eaters were down and dying. 3 more were caught in various spells and only 4 were undamaged. The Bludger had blazoned the fight over 8 pages, showing the wizard world that Death Eaters were not invincible and challenging everyone to fight back. Harry's last rule was that if they made a mistake in the paper, or printed something that was later proven to be false, they would spend as much space reporting their mistake and apologizing as they had spent on the story originally. If the Bludger wrote an article about the Ministry over 4 pages, and it was later found to be wrong, they would spend 4 pages correcting the article and offering apologies to the Ministry. Harry had challenged the other papers to match his paper in honesty, and the Daily Prophet had ignored him, while Witch Weekly had openly scoffed at him, claiming that he was just using his fame to make more money. Harry's attempts to buy both papers had fallen apart, and Mr. Sharpstar had James Michaels looking into who actually owned the 2 businesses. The Prophet especially was far too deep in Fudge's pocket and too willing to make allowances for Death Eaters to be completely innocent. "Harry, we've got a group operation." Harry spun, looking at Amanda, who was monitoring the newest decoration on the wall of Harry's room. "How many? Do we have someone ready to portkey in?" Amanda was already charming one of the RNING portkeys Hermione had created for Harry. 7 people, out past Hastings. None of them are Aurors to our knowledge. She held out the key and Charlie Weasley took it. I am up for this one, he said and disappeared. Hermione, Remus and Shacklebolt, with the assistance of the unspeakable Croaker, had created a new map. Based on the original Marauders map, this map was as far above that one as it was over a Muggle map. This map was 3 meters long and just as high. It showed the British Islands most of the time. When the map detected an apparition of more than 3 people to the same place, it would zoom in on that spot. Unlike the first map, this one didn't show names, simply the number of people that were there and where they were. It could detect the simple medallion that all ORORS wore as a badge of authority and would mark those people carrying one with a small ring around their dot. To get any more information, someone had to go take a look. That was where the Granger Potter portkey came into use. A thick bracelet, it was covered in a rune pattern that Hermione had worked out. Unlike a regular portkey, this one was resettable to a new destination. Amanda had set TS1 to put Charlie down about 50 meters from the group. Exactly 5 seconds after he arrived, Charlie would be brought back to Harry's room. The portkey could be set for different return times. Although the runes had to be adjusted for that, but 5 seconds was enough time to tell if the group were Death Eaters or something else without allowing the group enough time to see and target Harry's fighter. Charlie reappeared and was smiling. False alarm. It was a group of people from Witch Weekly doing a photo shoot. The group relaxed. Harry sighed. Hermione, could you duplicate the Marauders map here? I might be able to. Harry, Hermione said, but I won't. Pansy smirked. But Hermione, she started to say, only to fall silent at Hermione's look. Harry sighed. I suppose you're right. I do want something else though. Can you make a medallion for my people, that will show up on the apparition map? That way, we can keep track of our people, in case something happens to them. Hermione frowned, looking into the distance. I think so. It might take a few days, but if I modify the modified protean charm I used on the DA galleons, her voice faded away and she shook her head. Give me a few days, Harry. And it may not be a medallion. Some of the guys wouldn't wear a necklace if you paid them to, and some of the girls would complain that it clashed. She thought about it. A ring with a minor glamour on it. So it matches whatever the person is wearing and does not look like everyone else's ring. That would give our people away. Harry sighed. Please remember to make at least one medallion, Hermione. I'm out of fingers for rings. Hermione smirked and whispered something in his ear that made Harry wince and blush. Forget it. That will happen the same day Snape and Ron willingly hug. Hermione sighed. Pity. It could lead to so many interesting experiences. Harry just shook his head. Harry Potter, sir, we have a new house elf. Apparently, his family threw him out when he was too old to serve them anymore. He's looking for a family to bond to. Dobby was standing near the door to the rest of the Dursleys' house. Dobby had changed even more than Ron. He was neat and clean, and as calm and organized as Harry was. Hermione had done a great deal of research, and she had finally revealed what she'd discovered about house elves and their magic. Dobby had said they felt good, like flying when they served when Hermione had first asked him about it, but that had been based on his vocabulary and state of mind then. A house elf had to be bonded to someone or someplace or they went insane. If they were bonded, however, they could do anything their master thought they could, within limits. House elf magic grew in direct proportion to their master's magic, allowing them to do whatever their master thought they could do. Harry didn't really think Dobby or Winky had limits, so their only effective limits were the magic they had. Basically, the house elf magic made them what their master wanted them to be. Harry wanted them to be people, like the rest of his friends, so that is what he got. Wizards that just wanted a self-propelled cleaning machine got what they wanted. House elf intelligence was based on the master's opinion as well. Harry thought they were as smart as wizards, so they were, for him. People that thought house elves were stupid limited their intelligence. Hermione had noticed the changes in Dobby and Winky only because of her obsession with their welfare. Before the trio, no wizard had bothered learning anything about house elves for 2,000 years. They were just there, and the abilities of the elves had been lost in the mists of time, until a Muggle-born witch and a Muggle-raised wizard looked at them with new eyes. Harry and Hermione were keeping that bit of news secret until after the war with Voldemort was over, as they didn't want to give the Death Eaters any ideas about using their house elves to fight or spy, as Dobby was doing for Harry now. Winky would have done it as well, but the idea scared her, and Harry didn't even ask her to help in the fighting side. Winky spent most of her time now with Luna, helping her make potions and study healing. Harry had told Dobby to leave her alone about that as well. "You're a Gryffindor type, Dobby," Harry told him, "and Winky is a Hufflepuff. She's doing what she can, and we'll do what we do." Dobby had listened to Harry, but it was Winky's announcement a week later that had quieted Dobby's feelings instantly. Winky was going to be a mother. Dobby had been so surprised at that announcement that he'd walked into a wall. The wizards had taken it in stride, except for Hermione, who knew something about house elves that the rest of them didn't, except for Luna. Apparently, it took a little loving and several doses of a rare plant for both of the house elves involved to create a new life. Luna cleared up that mystery for Hermione quickly. She had promised to give the two of them enough of the plant to procreate the night the burrow was attacked, and she'd simply kept her word. Harry didn't understand why anyone but Dobby and Winky even cared if they had a family until Hermione told him that Winky would not be able to serve for at least a year after the birth, and that after that year was up, Harry would have to find places for their children, who would be born bonded to Harry. All 6 of them. Hermione told a flabbergasted Harry that house elf births were always in 6s, 3 of each sex. Harry had promptly started asking people he trusted if they'd like to have a house elf. So far, he'd offered one to Tonks and Remus, Miranda, Amanda and a few others. He had thought about offering one to Molly, but Ron had quickly nixed that idea. So far, none of them wanted an elf. And it looked as if Harry was going to have the cleanest home in the world when the young house elves started working for him. Harry would have at least 8 house elves, counting any that were on the various properties that he would be able to access on his birthday, all of whom were bonded to him personally. "Harry," Fleur said, disrupting his musings, "what do you want to do about the Wizengamot reports? Are we going to share them with the Windermere people?" Harry looked at Pansy. "Do they have them already?" Pansy looked at the ceiling. She looked at the floor, apparently not finding the answer in the ceiling. Since the floor didn't have the answer either, she looked at Harry. "It's possible that I might have alluded to the reports a time or two while talking to my father." Henry James Michaels, the investigator that Solicitor Sharpstar used, had compiled a series of reports on every member of the Wizengamot for Nicholas. The reports were used to judge how a member would vote on any particular law, so that Nicholas and Harry could determine the best way to sway, coerce or outright manipulate them into the right way of thinking. Usually, that simply meant that Harry would have a few words with the member in question. Despite appearances, most of the Wizengamot was made up of decent people, willing to listen and judge laws and cases on their merits. There were a few of them that were Death Eaters and a few more that were so conservative that Harry believed they wouldn't change their underwear without being forced to. Those people had their opinions set in stone, no matter who talked to them. Harry could talk until he was blue in the face, the Death Eaters could scream, bluster and threaten, but those few, whom Harry called the old fogies, wouldn't budge an inch from their ideas and convictions. They could be gotten around, though, simply by making any law look as though it appealed to their idea of how the world was. Nicholas Sharp's tar was excellent at Slytherin wording the laws they wanted passed. That only left one group, the ones that supported Voldemort. They automatically fought any law Harry entered. Harry had not yet got to the point where his power base was strong enough to simply expose them all as Death Eaters, so he was forced to work around them. Harry shook his head. He was easily sidetracked today for some reason. He looked at Pansy again. "I just wanted to know if I needed to send them the reports," he said mildly. "If you've given them to your father already, I won't bother sending them again." Pansy sighed. "No, he doesn't have them yet." Harry raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Really? You're slipping, Pansy. I'd have thought sending those reports to your family would have been a priority." "Go ahead and send them a copy today." Hermione and Ginny were exchanging a long look after staring at Pansy. Pansy missed the exchange and smiled at Harry. "Thank you, Harry." The flow flared up then, and Narcissa Black stepped into the room. "Lord Black," she said, as formal as always, "I am uncertain if I hate you enough to curse you, or wish to compete with those 3 for your affections. Ooh Raven, at home, 01 Sep 07 ooh. I don't like the thought of children or babies dying, but Voldemort was trying to drown out the death of Bella, and make it unimportant to anyone that heard about it. The violent deaths of a dozen children under 10 would do that. From the viewpoint of a cold-blooded murderer, who doesn't give a darn for anyone but himself, it's the perfect response. You may have noticed a change in the writing style here. For the next couple of chapters, we're going to find out about things as the characters talk about things that have already happened, with occasional flashbacks to important events. After the Hogwarts group returns to Hogwarts, the style will go back to current day first or second person, depending on what's happening. Next, I am going to be working on Bob 7, in which Harry will continue to do things. What a surprise that is, huh? I also have a pair of bunnies in the works. One will show us Harry's vengeance on the Dursleys. The second will show what Harry's friends do to them when they don't think Harry went far enough. Raven, freedom, duty and responsibility. Here we go with Harry's birthday. Harry has 500 things to do today, and the first thing is dealing with the Dursleys. That event can be found in Sweet Sweet Revenge, along with the things that the girls are going to do to the miserable moronic muggles that have been masquerading as his family for 16 years. This chapter begins just 5 minutes after Harry has walked away from Privet Drive for the last time. For those of you that remember the scene with Narcissa Malfoy at the end of the last chapter, we're not going to find out what her problem was until next chapter, so just be patient. I guarantee you will find out. Yes, I was gone for far too long. Blame the dead computer, and this is very short for me. It's that way for a reason, which I will explain in the AN at the end of the chapter. I do update my profile fairly regularly, so if you're wondering why I'm not writing, you could check that. This chapter is not yet betayed, as it has been so long that I thought I'd just post it and replace it with the betayed version later. Insanely unneeded disclaimer. I don't own any of this. Except the plot and even that was inspired by Jekanae's White Knight, Grey Queen. I might have changed it just a bit though. Freedom, duty and responsibility. Ooh, Harry and crew. Diagon Alley, 31JUL97. Ooh, Harry Potter stepped out of the flow in the leaky cauldron and looked around. He stepped to the side as more people started pouring out of the flow. Miranda, closely followed by Hermione. Ginny and Pansy were first. Behind them came 4 hooded and cloaked wizards that sat down in the common room in places that gave them clear views of the flow, the door to London and the alley's door. Harry and Hermione stepped up to the bar where Tom was wiping the counter. "Good morning, Mr. Potter, and happy birthday." Harry smiled at him. "I think we've known each other long enough to dispense with the Mr. Potters, Tom, especially since I don't know your last name. Is our room ready?" Tom nodded. "It's the same room you had when you stayed here before, Harry." Tom passed a key to Harry and Hermione passed a small pile of galleons to Tom. "Harry, let's go," she urged, frowning at a watch. "We're on a very tight schedule. You can talk with Tom after we've finished with our business." Harry allowed himself to be pulled up the stairs and into a familiar room that didn't look as if it had changed at all. He smiled as he remembered fighting with the Monster Book of Monsters in this room. Miranda stood by the door while Hermione took over the desk, laying out several stacks of parchments and scrolls. Ginny and Pansy sat on the bed and watched Hermione. Hermione looked up at the others. "We have to go. We're going to be returning from Gringotts in a few minutes and we have to be gone before we get back." Harry Potter turned 17 today, and he had a lot of things to do. Since he didn't want to take the chance that the Death Eaters would attack in a large crowd and possibly hurt bystanders, they had come up with a plan to make their public appearances as short and confusing as possible. Turning 17 in the wizard world was generally a matter of importance only to the young person and his family. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, Baron Potter, Lord Black, head of House Montrose, was incapable of doing anything normally, as his friends reminded him, and today was no different. Harry would gain control of 3 families today, as well as having to decide what he was going to do with the Malfoy assets. He smirked as he thought about his plans for most of the Malfoy assets. Andromeda Tonks and several people from the Windermere families had spent a lot of time over the last 4 weeks checking Malfoy Manor and the other Malfoy properties for dark items and curses, and were finally satisfied that they were clean. Harry had not asked how or why the Windermeres knew so much about dark items and curses. He had been busy himself, reading and learning about his families. The Potter histories were long, but the Potters were a traditionally light side family, and there had been very few surprises in their long and illustrious history. The Montroses, on the other hand, while not dark, had been a merchant family, dealing in magical goods and businesses around the world, and their history was full of agreements, deals and debts, both to and from the Montrose family. Pansy, Blaise and Daphne had spent hours going over the books, deciding what they were going to do. Daphne, whose parents were also merchants, had turned out to have a knack for figuring out how the deals and debts interacted and how to make a profit from them. That she could ask for advice from her folks, who had been doing this very same thing for nearly 50 years, hadn't hurt either. They had a long list of things that Harry would deal with when it came time to accept the mantle of House Montrose. Harry sighed. The houses of Potter and Montrose didn't worry him. While complex, all of the Montrose agreements were business deals. The ancient and noble House of Black, on the other hand, was a Byzantine web of deceit, murder, betrayals, feuds and alliances that made Petunia's daytime serials look simple and innocent. Had it not been for one thing, Harry would have simply turned down that inheritance. However, if Harry turned it down, it would go to the next heir. Since the three Black sisters, Andromeda, Bellatrix and Narcissa, had no male children that could inherit, and Regulus and Sirius had died without children, that left the cadet branches of the house. The nearest relative was the Flint family, and Harry was not going to allow the Death Eaters to get their hands on Sirius's things. He didn't know if Marcus Flint was a Death Eater, but the rest of the Flint family was solidly in Voldemort's corner, and he was not going to take the chance that Marcus might be different without some very convincing proof. Harry shook off the thoughts of the Black family and considered what they would doing today. Pansy had gotten a time turner from one of the Windenham heirs, and they were going to be using it several times today. Harry had to go to Gringotts to open all three of his family vaults and start the procedures to convert the Malfoy holdings to his name, or one of them. After that, he had to record his intentions for the Wizengamot seats he controlled, place his proxies in the ones he would not be sitting in, and record his families in his new clan. That he had to stop by Madame Malkin's to get Wizengamot robes and family robes for official occasions, an event he was not looking forward to, and then they were going to go to Grimmauld Place to spend the night. Tomorrow, he would look at the properties that he would be getting today to choose his new home. Harry suspected that the girls had something planned for his birthday, but he had carefully not noticed. His thoughts were interrupted as Hermione stood up from the desk and grabbed the first stack of papers they would need for the meetings at Gringotts. "Let's go, Harry," she said, looking at her watch. "We're in position right now, so we can get to Gringotts without seeing ourselves on the way." Ginny frowned. "That gives me a headache. How many of us are running around Diagon Alley right now anyway?" The five of them started down the stairs as Hermione thought about it. "Right now, just 2 sets of us. Later there will be a 20-minute period when there will be 4 of us in 4 places at once. We'll be in Gringotts, the Ministry, Madame Malkin's, and giving Rita an interview at the same time." Pansy frowned. "That's not going to have any effects on us, is it?" Hermione shook her head. "No, I asked about that. As long as we don't interact with ourselves, there will not be a problem." Harry looked around as they walked to Gringotts. 4 wizards in red-trimmed robes followed them openly, and Harry didn't bother looking for the others. Most of the wizard world knew that Harry Potter was coming of age today and that he would have to come to Gringotts to do things related to that. With Voldemort still out there, Harry was not taking any chances today. The 4 wizards were their obvious escort, there to let everyone see them. Somewhere around here were 10 more wizards led by Moody. That group of wizards were a hidden asset, and they would stay that way until something happened. The group reached Gringotts without an incident and stepped inside. Harry looked around. He saw Mr. Sharpstar and walked over to him. "Good morning, Mr. Potter." Nicholas Sharpstar had warned Harry that he would be very formal in public today, and Harry responded in kind. "Good morning, Solicitor Sharpstar. Are you prepared for the Potter meeting?" "I am, Mr. Potter. The conference room is ready and our appointment is in 4 minutes." He looked over at a group of people. "Our guests are here as well. Since you're here, there's no reason to wait. We have a lot to do today." He walked over to a goblin and said something. The goblin nodded and Sharpstar beckoned to Harry and the other people waiting. The group followed the goblin down a hallway to a door and went into the room. Miranda went in first, leaving Harry shaking his head. How she always managed to get past every one to get into any room first without knocking anyone over was truly a mystery. In the room, Harry went to one end of the table as he'd been told to do. Nicholas sat down on the right side of the tab. Leigh and the others sat down close to Harry. There was a goblin sitting at the other end of the table. "Good morning, Wizard Potter. I am Noctooth, the administrator for Vaults 550 through 900. Since your vault falls in my area, I have been assigned to oversee the transfer of authority in this matter." He looked at his papers in front of him. "We have gathered here to witness the passing of the Potter family to its new head. Wizard Potter is claiming that title. Does anyone here dispute that claim?" He looked up and waited a few seconds. No one said anything and he continued. "Solicitor Sharpst, AR has given me the proofs of Wizard Potter's claim, and since no one has a better claim, we will continue. Wizard Potter, you have the Potter histories, debts, agreements and accounts of your family. Will there be any changes?" Hermione was already passing the stacks of papers to Harry. "First, I have offered to bring several people into my family. They will be accorded every right of a Potter as shown in these papers. They will be cousins except for Pansy Parkinson Potter. She will be my younger sister and the heir of the Potters until there is an heir of my blood. Her children, except her firstborn child, shall remain cadet branch heirs of the Potter family so long as her line remains within the Potter family rules. Violet Bulstrode Potter will also be a younger sister." Pansy stared at Harry. She had not been told about this. Harry smiled at her and returned his attention back to the goblin. "All of the family agreements will stand except for the agreement between the Potters and the Goyles, dated 1459. The Potter family withdraws from that agreement, and will pay the 1,000 galleon penalty for withdrawing without notice." Harry passed the adoption papers down the table to the goblin. "I will have my will witnessed and recorded today, outlining how the estate will be divided, both before and after my marriage." The goblin looked up. "Marriage, Wizard Potter. IWI.LL marry Ginevra Weasley 3 days after her majority, provided that we are both still alive and agreeable to the match. Miss Weasley will assume all the duties, rights and privileges of Lady Potter." The goblin made another note. "And the bride price, Wizard Potter." Mr. Weasley looked up at that. "The Weasley family waives the bride price." Hermione and Pansy sighed. Harry ignored them and looked at Mr. Weasley. He was just one of the people that had joined them for this meeting. Molly had come, as Harry had asked his surrogate family to witness this meeting, along with several other people he respected or liked. The passing of a family line to a new head was always witnessed by 12 witches or wizards of good character, and Harry had invited the Weasleys, Mad-Eye Moody, Augusta and Neville Longbottom, Professor McGonagall, Narcissa Black, Andromeda Tonks, Gawain Robards, Blaise Zabini Montrose, Daphne Greengrass Black and Mrs. Warrington to be the witnesses. Harry pushed those thoughts away as he stared at Mr. Weasley. "Wizard Weasley, are you trying to insult the future Lady Potter? As a member of an old family, you should know that Lady Potter's status is partially determined by her bride price." Arthur sighed. "I thought you wanted to change the wizard world," he said mildly, "to bring it into the modern age." "I do," Harry said, "but I am not going to start with Trady Tyons so old that their very beginnings are lost in time. There are plenty of things to work on that are far more pressing. Nor do I want to stint on this, and have people say that Lady Potter is less than Lady Montrose or Lady Black." Molly looked at the three girls. "I hate to admit it," she told Arthur, "but Harry is right. Ginny will be considered a second wife, lower than the other two if Harry gives a lesser bride price for her." Arthur sighed again. The whole idea of selling Ginny was uncomfortable to him. "Fine. What price will you pay for Ladies Black and Montrose?" Harry took a deep breath, watching the girls. The four of them had spent hours deciding on bride prices for each of them that was high enough to ensure their status without being so high as to cause comment. Harry, after a talk with Pansy's father, had a different plan, and he wasn't sure how the girls were going to take it. 10,000 galleons each. Everyone present stared at Harry in disbelief. "Harry," said three female voices nearly in unison, and Harry held up his hands. "It is my choice." Harry looked at the three girls, focusing first on Ginny. Ginny, are Hermione and Pansy worth that much? Yes, of course they are. Harry looked at the next woman. Hermione, are Pansy and Ginny worth that much? Barring my belief that the entire idea of bride prices is outdated, insulting, chauvinistic, barbaric and reduces women to cattle. Yes they are. Harry had to smile for just a second as he remembered some of the things Hermione had said when she found out that Harry would be giving her father money to marry her. He pushed that aside as he looked at Pansy. Pansy, are Hermione and Ginny worth that price? Pansy was frowning as she thought about it. Maybe. It's a very high bride price for a simple Mrs. Montrose. And high for the bride of a baron. It is a good price for a lord's lady, high enough to maintain a good status. Now, as an indication that we will share status, without rank between us, it is a good offer. Raising the other two without bringing down Lady Black. Hermione had a lock of hair in her teeth as she thought about it. Pansy reached over and took it out of her mouth, giving it a sharp tug. Hermione winced and glared at her but didn't say anything to her. She looked back at Harry. Harry's right. Given the archaic system of status that we are working within, this is actually the best way to go about it. The goblin made another note. I will have the papers drawn up and ready for signing shortly. While we wait for that, are there any new matters for the Potter family? The Potters are entering into a number of alliances. These papers show those agreements. Harry passed the goblin several more parchments. In addition, the Potter family is entering into a newly formed clan. The ancient and noble House of Black will head this new clan. The goblin looked up. A new clan, Wizard Potter. Ooh, Harry and the allies, Longbottom Estate, 21JUL97. Ooh, Harry looked around the room. He looked for Hermione, Pansy and Ginny first, uncomfortable with being the focus of everyone's attention. Augusta Longbottom's meeting on the 15th had been interesting and this meeting was the result. They had been in the ballroom in Longbottom Manor for about an hour. The head of every family currently working with Harry was here, along with the Lovegoods and the Longbottoms. Harry was waiting for Mrs. Longbottom to start this meeting. Augusta Longbottom tapped on a glass and waited until everyone was quiet. Harry Potter and I met some time ago to discuss some things relating to this venture. Since then I have met with all of you for two reasons. First, I wanted to know each of you, and second, I asked all of you to consider something. She looked around. We all know that Mr. Potter has to deal with the being called Voldemort. At the same time, we all have goals that we cannot accomplish separately. Since none of our goals are mutually incompatible, I suggest that we form a new clan to further all of our goals. Augusta watched the group as she allowed them to think about it. The Weasleys, solidly light-side and good people, despite their total lack of regard for money. Molly Weasley would open doors with the Pruitts as well, another light-side family whose reclusive nature was part of their charm. The Lovegoods, stranger than the animals they hunted for, but with an odd way of seeing hidden things. Alistair Moody, as brave as any Gryffindor, despite having been a Ravenclaw. The families of the Windermere group, loyal as any Hufflepuff, but Kappa BL. E of a pragmatic ruthlessness that would appall a Slytherin. Augusta Longbottom had spent nearly 20 years watching her only child and the woman she'd grown to love as a daughter waste away. She had been jerked out of the pureblood mindset that said the Ministry and the DMLE would take care of things, and the events of the last 4 years had only increased her distaste for the people running the Ministry. There were a few good ones. Amelia Bones had been one of them until her death, and some others tried, but for the most part, the Ministry had become a quagmire of corruption, indifference and stupidity. She still believed in the traditions, but her faith in the people running the wizard world was gone. She was joining this group for two reasons. First, ever since Neville had joined Harry, he had changed and she could see his father in him now. Even after the incident at the Ministry, he had politely but firmly argued with her about Harry and the things they did. The Longbottom family owed Harry Potter. The second reason was all hers though. She knew that Harry and the younger people with him had plans for the wizard world, and she wanted to ensure that the traditions that meant something were left intact. All of Harry's friends were bits of a whole. Together, they were far more than the sum of their parts. The Granger girl, despite some strange Muggle ideas, was brilliant, able of research and learning that few could match. She had dismissed Ron Weasley from the early reports, but even he was changing. Wherever he went when he wasn't with Harry was doing him a world of good. Ginny Weasley was another one that she had thought was with Harry strictly because of her hormones, but she was a fighter. She hadn't broken down after killing someone in the Battle of Diagon Alley, and she had faced Death Eaters more than most Aurors. Augusta sighed. She'd seen only the persona of a girl with a crush and never bothered to look deeper. That might have been a mistake. Pansy Pa. Arkinson had grown up with the purebloods and could keep Harry from making mistakes that would reduce his effectiveness, and if Augusta's eyes didn't deceive her, she was falling hard for Harry Potter. That would bring that Windermere loyalty into play. Augusta looked at Harry, conversing quietly with Moody and Mrs. Warrington. He was not much to look at first glance. Short and skinny, looking as if a strong wind would blow him over. She had no doubt that many would dismiss him out of hand if it wasn't for his reputation and the legend that had grown up around him. Talking to Harry, though, showed an entirely different side of him. He was charismatic and a leader. Given what she'd been able to find out about his upbringing and life so far, they had to be natural talents. When she'd decided to explore the idea of a clan, she'd called in favors from all over, and right now, she probably knew more about Harry's life than anyone but Harry. She knew that Dumbledore had been up to something, manipulating Harry and his life. But without whatever knowledge the headmaster had been working from, or the chance to ask him what he'd been doing, all she could do was wait and see what came of Dumbledore's actions. Noticing that most of her guests had stopped talking to each other, Augusta prepared to open the discussion. We all know what Mr. Potter has done in the last few years, and especially in the last 3 months. He has shown himself to be the leader we need in these dark days. The Ministry is not capable of dealing with the Death Eaters. The Minister may be a decent leader, but he is a politician. Who will consolidate his power first and worry about the people second? She paused to take a sip of her drink and moisten her throat. As the head of 3 or 4 families, ending on what he does with the Malfoy name, he has the power to make the Wizengamot listen to him. Using the Potter or Black names, he can make the pureblood families listen to him. Added to that, he is young and liberal enough to appeal to the younger people. He has everything he needs to be a force for positive change in the future, except one thing. Mr. Potter needs a power base of people that he can trust. We can be that group. Alistair Moody nodded. He'd seen the intensity that Harry put into his training and the power the boy tried to control. Not a lot of people in my family, but the Moody family will join this group. Mr. Weasley was talking quietly with Molly. The Weasley family will stand with Harry. Harry was frowning as he looked around. Hermione, didn't you tell me that starting a new clan required 20 families? Hermione nodded. The Windermeres have 12 families, and we can add the Weasley, Moody, Potter, Black, Montrose Longbottom and Lovegood names to that. Aren't we missing one? Hermione sighed. Harry, you control the Malfoy name as well, remember? Harry blinked. I'd forgotten about that. He looked at the girls. You 3 aren't looking for a Mrs. Malfoy for me, are you? Pansy looked at her nails. Millicent Bulstrode isn't doing anything. Harry stared at her in horror and Hermione and Ginny looked sick. Pansy watched them for a second and then smirked. Gotcha. Harry felt a wave of relief. Although, we could open another leak in Riddle's people if we took a Death Eater girl and put her in the Malfoy name. Harry shook his head. He pulled in a little closer. I want to marry Ginny and Hermione. He paused for a second, staring at Pansy and continued. And we have a deal, but I will not marry anyone without love. Ginny smiled as she shared a look with Hermione. How much longer before we tell him? Hermione was studying Pansy and Harry. Not much longer, I think. Harry was distracted as Mrs. Longbottom started talking again. We are different people, and except for the one goal that brought us all together, we have different expectations. If we're going to do this, let's set some clan rules that we can all live with. It took more than 4 hours to hammer out a basic set of rules that would become the basis of the new clan's traditions over the years to come, if it continued. The Windermere families refused to change their ways. So the new clan had very few rules about morality. The only family-related rule Harry insisted on was the clan head's right to investigate any rumors or talk of child abuse in any form. I grew up with that sort of thing and I know firsthand what it can do to children. I will not permit that to happen to any child I am responsible for. Mrs. Longbottom insisted that at least some of the old traditions be kept, and in the discussion that followed Harry and Hermione learned a lot of things they hadn't known before. Most of their experiences with pureblood tradition had been bad, but there were a lot of old ways that they hadn't learned about. Some of them were simply things that school-age children wouldn't worry about, like the care of elderly people in a family, and others were considered common knowledge. So much so that people didn't speak of them. It was simply assumed that everyone knew them. The order of precedence when entering a formal event, and dozens of others, most of which were not good or bad. Although some of them seemed silly to the Muggleborn or raised, they finally decided to work out the base of the clan rules and worry about the rest of it as they worked out the differences between families. It had taken nearly a week to get the clan charter written up the way they wanted it, and no one was completely satisfied with the result, but they could all live with it. Alistair Moody had shrugged. That is the art of compromise after all, lad. You give a little, I give a little, and we meet somewhere in the middle. Ooh, Baron Potter, Gringotts, 31JUL97. Ooh, Harry sighed as he examined the Potter key. It was a small gold key, not much different from the one he'd had for years. This key, though, had a few things attached to it that his first key didn't have. Control of the Potter family, a title, and now that the paperwork was finished, a family that Harry was responsible for. The weight of those people was far heavier than the small key. Baron Potter, are you ready to hold the next meeting? Harry looked at Noctooth and nodded. Baron Potter, since the head of a family is a separate entity from the person that holds the title, until you are confirmed as the head of the Montrose and Black families, I will refer to you as Wizard Potter. It is not disrespect, merely a legal fiction. Harry looked at the goblin. I will not take offense. But can you explain how I can be four separate people? I am only one person. The goblin frowned as he thought about the question. Harry Potter is a person. Baron Potter is a title. When one person, such as Harry Potter, holds two or more titles, the titles are held separately. Think of the titles as similar to an elected position. Harry Potter can be elected to the Ministry of Magic, but when he goes home, he is a man, a husband, a father. The title of head of family is like that. In the Middle Ages, as families started dying out or intermarrying and combining, something had to be done about one person holding several titles. This was the simplest way to do something about the problem. The head of a family registered with the ministry as a separate legal entity from the person who holds that title. Harry frowned. He understood the concept, but a glaring problem presented itself to him. So, under these rules, Harry Potter is not responsible for any crimes Baron Potter commits, correct? The goblin nodded. That is correct. Harry looked at him. But if Baron Potter is convicted of a crime, Harry Potter and all the other titles go to jail together, don't they? The goblin nodded again. That is also correct. It is a flaw. Hermione sighed. Harry, please try to avoid getting in trouble with any of your persona. Harry looked at Hermione as Ginny and Pansy burst out giggling. I never look for trouble. It finds me without any problem. Ginny stopped giggling long enough to say, trouble doesn't find Harry, because it doesn't get far enough away to lose him. Harry sighed. Thanks for the optimistic view. Pansy shrugged. Honest viewpoint, Harry, but so far, you have always beaten everything trouble can throw at you, and now you have a great many people that will help you fight. Harry smiled at her and caressed her cheek with the back of his hand. Harry was not good at verbal displays of affection, the girls were finding, but he had a dozen little things he would only do to or with them. Harry didn't touch many people, and the gentle touching of their face with the back of his hand was a gesture he used only on them. More telling were his eyes. There was a way he had of looking at the three of them that said more than any words. It wasn't lust, it wasn't starstruck love, it was something that said you were the center of his attention right then, and had you were more than merely important to him. Hermione's thoughts were interrupted as Harry started back into the conference room. She followed him into the room as the other people that would be here for the Montrose meeting. Hermione knew very few of these people, mostly the witnesses. There were 20 or so people that she didn't know, although Blaise and Daphne seemed to know them. She noted that quite a few of the new people were foreigners, which she had known but not fully grasped. It's one thing to see a tourist wandering around Muggle London. It is another thing to see foreign Zards and witches in the clothing native to their lands. Judging from the clothing Hermione could recognize, some areas of the wizard world were as far behind the Muggles as British wizards while other parts were closer to the Muggles. Hermione barely kept herself from staring at two witches, both Japanese. One of them was wearing a traditional kimono and obi and the other was wearing jeans and a T-shirt with a techno band Hermione had never heard of on the front. The Montrose meeting didn't have any real surprises, being mostly Harry and Blaise renewing or changing business agreements that had been in abeyance for 30 years. Hermione found it only typical of the wizard world that they would wait more than 30 years to resume business. Pansy and Ginny left about halfway through the meeting with one of the Japanese witches. They came back a few minutes later and Hermione frowned. Both of them had strained looks and they were unusually quiet for the rest of the meeting. Between he attention Harry was paying to the agreements that he was making and the quiet tension of the next two meetings, he didn't notice the looks the two of them had. Hermione had the biggest surprise of the meeting. Hermione Granger Black is my heir until there is an heir of my blood. Hermione Granger Black and I will be married 2 weeks after Baron Potter and Ginny Weasley are wedded, provided we are both still alive and willing. Hermione frowned but didn't say anything. She knew that she was the only possible heir as long as she wore the matriarch's amulet. It would have been nice of Harry to tell her about this, though. Hermione had a chance to talk to Ginny and Pansy for a few minutes while they waited for the people that would be joining them for the Black meeting. They had 20 minutes between each meeting, both to give the other parties with an interest time to be assembled and so Hermione could use the time turner on the people that needed to be in 3 places at once. As she was done with the time turner this time, she turned to the other 2 girls. What happened? Pansy looked around. No one was paying attention to them and she moved closer to Hermione and hugged her. With her face hidden in Hermione's hair she whispered in her ear. Do you remember that letter Harry got from the Japanese wizard? Hermione nodded. He has to answer it soon. I don't have time to explain right now. But after the meeting I'll tell you everything. You better. Pansy grinned in Hermione's hair and kissed the side of her neck. Will you punish me if I don't? No, I'll be nice to you for a week if you don't. Pansy sighed and let her go. You don't play fair. Hermione smiled and grabbed Pansy by the hair with one hand. On the other hand, if you tell me what I want to know, I can always reward you for your work. She tightened her grip enough to make Pansy gasp and let go. She smiled at Pansy's look and turned toward the door. Let's tell Harry that we're ready to start the next meeting. Very ready, muttered Pansy. Ginny sighed. Take your mind out of the gutter. Why? Asked Pansy innocently. It likes it there and I meet the most interesting people. No. CK Tooth took them to a much larger conference room for this meeting. All of Harry's allies would be there for this meeting, along with many representatives of various families that had agreements and debts with the Black family. Pansy recognized most of them. Very few of the head of any of the families that had business here were here, instead sending people empowered to act in their stead. Harry sighed. I was hoping to see some old friends at this meeting, he told Nicholas Sharpstar quietly. Sharpstar looked at him. Did you really think that any of the known Death Eaters would show up? Harry shrugged. I was hoping. Some of them are going to get a lot of money when I break agreements that have stood for decades and I was hoping greed would override common sense. Nicholas froze as another group of people came in. He's trouble. Harry looked at the group that had entered and were finding seats around the table. Which one? None of them have dark marks. No, he's a more insidious evil. He's a solicitor. One that served as the counsel for more than half of the Death Eaters after the First Voldemort War ended. Nicholas was regarding one of the new people with disgust. Harry lowered his gaze to an older wizard and shivered. The man looked like an older version of Lucius Malfoy. Who is that? His name is Saxus Osintrast. He's a cousin of Lucius Malfoy on the Malfoy side. He's been the perfect example of why solicitors have a bad name for more than 40 years. Harry smiled slightly. Can I assume that you don't like him? Nicholas was still staring at the other man. Yes, Baron Potter, he said in a louder voice, that everyone could hear. You can say that I don't like him. In fact, before they banned dueling to the death, he spent 6 years on the continent, avoiding my challenge. When he returned I challenged him to a duel and he refused. He said that it was because dueling is a barbaric tradition that should be banned, but I think it's because he's a coward. Everyone fell silent as the other wizard colored. He glared at Sharpstar for an instant and then his face went blank. I hope that you can remember the law as well as you remember old grudges. I would hate to have this victory come because you were senile, or too wrapped up in the past to work today. Sharpstar gave Ocentrast's cold smile. I've forgotten everything I knew about the law, of course. That still makes me twice the solicitor you ever were. The only cases you ever won were the ones you paid for. He turned to Harry and began talking about some of the things they would be doing later. Knocktooth had been watching the exchange with interest. He regretted the end of the verbal sparring. Goblins love any kind of a fight and an intellectual fight was no different. Wizard Potter, are you ready to begin? Knocktooth was hoping to see more fighting quite soon. I am. Harry had been in Gringotts for 9 hours now and he was beginning to get tired. He wasn't going to show that to these vultures though. We are gathered here today to witness the passing of a family to its new head. Wizard Potter is the heir of Sirius Black, oldest son of the last head of the family. Sir, Sirius Black is dead without claiming his place as head of the family. Does anyone have a better claim than Harry Potter? I am making a claim. The statement came from 3 separate voices. The goblin looked at the 3 people. State your name and reason for the claim. You first. Knocktooth pointed at an older wizard. I am Gregory Hansen, representing Marcus Flint. My client is the current head of the cadet branch of the Black family with the closest blood ties to the Blacks. Since a blood tie is higher than a godson, my client is the rightful heir. Knocktooth shook his head. Closeness of blood ties doesn't apply in cases where there is a named heir in a legal will. Your claim is denied. He motioned to a goblin standing by the door. Escort Wizard Hansen out. When the man was gone, Knocktooth turned his attention to the next claimant. State your name and case. I am Perry Weatherby, acting on behalf of the Ministry of Magic. Sirius Black was a criminal. His estate is forfeit to the Ministry under Section 4, Paragraph 3 of the Criminal Act of 1678. Knocktooth thought for a minute. Sirius Black was not convicted of any crimes. His escape from Azkaban was the legal act of a man being wrongfully held in captivity. Since the confession of Peter Pettigrew cleared him of any wrongdoing, the Ministry's claim is denied. Harry watched the Ministry stooge walk out and had to smile. There actually was a Weatherby working for the Ministry. He wondered if Percy would enjoy the irony of it. Knocktooth looked at the last claimant. State your name and case. I am Sasksis Ocentrast and I am here to represent Rudolphus Lestrange. He is the rightful heir to the Black family. The solicitor sneered at Harry and then turned his attention to the goblin. Sirius Black was cast out of the Black family by his own mother. As such he cannot make a will that legally gives the Black fortune to anyone. Since Narcissa cannot have more children and her only offspring is a convicted criminal, her line cannot inherit. Andromeda Tonks was cast out, the same as Sirius Black. Her line may not inherit. Regulus Black died without offspring, ending the line. That only leaves one line to inherit. Bellatrix Black Lestrange. He smirked at Nicholas. Bellatrix cannot, by the Black family rules, inherit the family. Her husband would have taken the name and title. He is dead, however, along with his wife. Since her will left everything to him, and his will leaves everything to his brother, my client, I submit that Rudolphus Lestrange is the heir. Knocktooth frowned as he considered this claim. Ocentrast smiled at Nicholas as he passed a stack of papers to the goblin. Here is the notice that Mrs. Black printed in the paper about Sirius Black being cast out. Here is her will, reiterating the same wish. Here are the wills of Bellatrix and Rabaston Lestrange, clearly stating who should receive their fortunes. Knocktooth studied the papers for a minute. I will seek guidance on this. He put the papers in one of the goblin boxes with a note. He closed the lid and it flashed. We will now wait for an answer, one way or the other. Grabond and others, Gringotts, 31JUL97. Grabond frowned as his box lit up with an incoming message. He wasn't supposed to be disturbed. He smiled as he saw the matter that had come to him. Wizard Potter. The man was in tear. Sting and always had such intriguing ideas and problems. He began to study the documents that had come to him. 5 minutes later he sent off a message of his own and soon there were 5 goblins in his office. The Lestrange family is attempting to claim the Black estate. We need a legal way to stop them. He handed papers out to each of the goblins and they started reading, switching papers when everyone had read the one they had. One of the goblin looked up from reading. Why is Gringotts so interested in Harry Potter? He's a child by their standards, just coming of age today. Grabond Lou, Ked at Holdthumb and then at the goblin that had asked the question. Harry Potter may be the wizard we have been looking for. The other 3 goblins looked at the 2 of them. Are you certain? Asked one of them. Not yet. We are still examining the possibilities, and until this Voldemort person is taken care of, we will not openly back Potter. We will make his life a bit easier, as long as nothing can be traced back to us. The goblins nodded and went back to their examination of the various documents. The goblin that had asked about Harry suddenly sat up. He read a section of the document. He had and then asked for Bella's will. He looked at Grabond. I think you might find page 3, section 5 interesting in the first parchment, if you look at Sirius Black's will and Bellatrix Lestrange's will. Grabond looked at the pages the other goblin pointed out. This is excellent work. I will remember your name, Snatchier. Grabond wrote out a short paragraph on a parchment and put it and the documents back in the box. It glowed and Grabond stared at it for a minute. Pity I can't find an immediate profit out of this. Holdthumb sighed. Instant profits are nice, but in the long run. If Wizard Potter is the person we seek, your name will be remembered forever and the gold will flow like water. Grabond looked at him. Possibly. That is the hope. There is also the fear. Ooh, Harry and the others, Gringotts. 31JUL97. Ooh, everyone stared as the box flashed before Noctooth. He took the documents out of the box and read the parchment on top. He looked up at the group. The Black family rules clearly define the duties of the Patriarch and the Matriarch. The Matriarch may deny a family member the use of the family wealth and properties, but only the Patriarch I formally remove someone from the family. See page 3, section 5 of the family rules. Since Sirius Black's father died before he had his disagreement with his mother, Sirius Black could not be removed from the clan. His will is valid. Bellatrix Black died after Sirius Black. That means that her will is invalid. She cannot leave the Black estate to anyone. Your claim is denied. Nicholas Sharpstar smiled thinly. Point of law. Goblin Noctooth. Since a member of the Black family died without a valid will, who is responsible for the distribution of that person's estate? Noctooth didn't hesitate. In the case of an old family, the family head reserves the right to distribute those things that were part of the family. Sharpstar nodded. Then I ask that Gringotts freeze all accounts. That Bellatrix Black Lestrange was party to, until a proper accounting is made. Since the head of the Black family has not taken over yet, that accounting will have to be delayed at least 2 weeks, so that the new head can investigate the accounts. Noctooth thought about it for a minute. That is only fair. It will be done. He scribbled a note and placed it in the box. It only took a second for him to get an answer. It is done. Nicholas smirked at the other solicitor. You shouldn't play in a court you can't buy. Why don't you run on home and leave the grown-ups to do the real business? Sasksis Ocentrast glared at Sharpstar. You haven't heard the end of this. He started out, only to be stopped by Neville standing up in front of him. Tell your client that I am dying to meet him again, when I am not helpless. Harry blinked. In fact, Wizard Ocentrast, you can tell him that I will be waiting for him to bring his family accounting, so that we can divide the estate of Bellatrix Black properly. Since I have to go over the accounts, I find it only right that the head of the Lestrange family assist me, so that we can have a fair and equal split. Neville smiled again, looking at the light-haired solicitor. Remind your client that as Wizard Potter has not had a fully magical upbringing, he may not know all of the intricacies of this. I feel that as his friend and fellow head of family, I should be there to iron out any difficulties. The solicitor glared at them. You think you'll get away with this? This day's work is going to cost someone more than you're willing to pay. Harry's eyes blazed as he stood. Wizard Ocentrast, I find your manner and words offensive. Leave, before I challenge you to a duel. Harry started toward the older wizard, who paled and rushed for the door. Harry watched him leave and turned to the goblin. I apologize for the craven display of cowardice from a human. Please, do not judge us all by him. Noctooth just looked at Harry. Quote, we at Gringotts have had dealings with him before. He has never had the intestinal fortitude of a flobber worm. Noctooth looked around. Are there any further challenges to Wizard Potter's assuming the mantle of Patriarch of the ancient and noble House of Black? Nobody said anything, and he turned to Harry. Wizard Potter, while you have assumed the mantle of Baron Potter and Lord Black today, you do not hold those titles as yet. Before you will hold those titles, you must confirm your fealty and loyalty to the Queen of England. You will find an address in the paperwork that I give you. It's your duty to send an owl and inform the Queen of the assumption of titles. You will be told when and where you are to go to give your oaths. Harry blinked, staring at Knocktooth. I have to meet the Queen. Harry had grown up a simple muggle, and the thought of meeting the Queen was as far from his experience as the thought of flying to the moon. Normal people may see the Queen during an event, but they very rarely met her face to face. Unless you're not going to keep your titles. Then they will lapse, and the holdings of the titles will be open for the Queen to reassign as she sees fit. Narcissa looked at Harry. I will instruct my lord in the proper protocols. She smiled. After all, you did promise me that I could live in my home, and if the Queen gives the holdings to another, I can't do that. Harry sighed. That's a topic for another day. Let's get this meeting over with right now. Knocktooth looked at Harry. Wizard Potter, you have the histories, debts, accounts and agreements of your family. Will there be any changes? Harry sighed. Many. Hermione was passing him a thick stack of papers and parchment. First, the following people are adopted into the family. Harry passed the papers over. The agreements between the Crobs, Goyles, Malfoys, Lestranges, and the Blacks are ended, and the Black family will pay the 2,000 galleon penalty for ending those agreements. I am also ending agreements between the Black family and the following families: Diggle, Marison, Starr and Stannison. Those people are welcome to file a complaint about me ending the agreements in any court. I would not recommend that they do so, but it is their right. Knocktooth looked at the agreements that Harry was ending with those 4 families. No, going into a court and admitting that you had agreed to kill Muggleborn witches and wizards before they were old enough to attend Hogwarts would not be good for them. Harry continued. The Black family has agreed to accept the leadership of a new clan, built under these general rules and subject to modification by a majority of the family heads involved. Harry passed along the paperwork. Last, Miranda Riddle Black is my heir, until such time as there is an heir of my blood, and shall remain a cadet branch as long as her line remains within the guidelines of the family and clan. Miranda, like Pansy and Hermione, had not been warned about her sudden elevation, and her eyes widened. She managed to keep quiet, but Harry knew that he'd be answering some tough questions later. It took nearly 4 hours to finish all of the paperwork, and by the time they were done, Harry was more than ready to drink the energizing potion Hermione had ready for everyone. He made a face as he finished it. Does any potion actually taste good? Hermione looked at him. Of course not. The average house has a dozen or more potions in their medicine cabinet, and they taste bad so that small children don't drink them. Harry blinked. You mean they're supposed to taste disgusting for a reason? A logical reason, at that. Hermione smiled at him. I know. It took me 3 days to get over it, when I found out that the wizard world did something logically. Augusta Longbottom sighed. If you would get over your biases, children, you might found out that we do a good many things for logical reasons, even if you have to understand the magical reasons for it. Harry and Hermione blushed. Sorry, Harry apologized, but we've seen so many things that don't make logical sense that we began to think wizards don't use logic. Hermione was consulting her list. We've left the Leaky Cauldron. In a few minutes, we can go back and have lunch with Mr. Robards and Rita Skeeter, and then go to the Ministry to inform them of your new status. Ooh, Harry and crew. The Leaky Cauldron, 31JUL97. Ooh, how do you wish to be addressed, Wizard Potter? Had been Rita's first question. Harry considered it. Informally, like now, Wizard Potter or variants is fine. When I am being formal, it will depend on what capacity I am working in. Rita nodded. You have assumed the responsibility for 4 houses today, Wizard Potter, including their fortunes. What will you do now? Harry took a bite of his lunch while he thought about the question. As you know, I have a small problem with the current Dark Lord. I will be working on a way to abate that nuisance and going to Hogwarts. I do have newts this year. Other than that, I am going to be spending a great deal of time learning about wizard culture and the rules that govern them. Since I have a position in the Wizengamot, I should know something about the governing body. Rita sighed and looked at Hermione and Pansy. You two have really been working on him, haven't you? Hermione shook her head. Harry listens to us, but his answers are his own. He wouldn't even let us write a press release for the papers. He said that honesty is the only way to go when talking to people, and written papers were not completely honest. Harry nodded. When you write it in advance, there is too much chance of shading things to say what you think the people you are writing for want to hear. I would prefer not to lie to people. They got enough of that from the previous minister and the Daily Prophet. Rita winced. I'm going to leave that last bit out, Mr. Potter. I do want to keep my job. DMLE head Gawain Robards was listening to them. Harry looked at him. I thought you would have a few questions of your own, Mr. Robards. I do, but not as many as you would think. I have been RC-ing your families and have a very good idea of just what you're doing. I do have to ask, what did you do with the Malfoy estate and name? Harry grinned. In return for certain promises and agreements, I gave it away to the people that needed it the most. I accepted the family, adopted 2 people and stepped down as the head of the family. They are in my clan, and will have to remain within certain guidelines I set down. But they are the new Malfoys, for intents and purposes. Gawain Robards looked at the smirks of the young people surrounding him. This will give the old Malfoys nightmares, won't it? Harry smiled. I can only hope so. The new head of the Malfoy family is Colin Creevey Malfoy, and Dennis Creevey Malfoy is the only other member of the family right now. Mr. Robards blinked and then choked on his drink. You gave the Malfoy name to a pair of Muggleborn kids. Harry nodded happily. Yes, they have been very helpful this summer, and Colin has promised to stop stalking me with his camera. And that was well worth the Malfoy name, I think. I know you've been using Colin for taking pictures of Death Eater defeats this summer, but what has Dennis been doing? I haven't seen him in any of the battles. Gawain Robards was mildly curious about that. None of his intelligence had said anything about Dennis Creevey. Harry was apparently hiding something from everyone. He's rather excitable, too much so to be in the fighting, but he does have a careful and methodical approach to things, if you can keep him calm. He's cataloging the various libraries I have control over now and creating one consolidated library for the Potter Manor. Harry didn't bother mentioning that Dennis was also setting aside any book he found that was cursed or dark, for the Horcrux hunters to deal with. Harry didn't think the head of the DMLE needed to know just how many evil items he'd gotten with the Black and Malfoy estates. Lunch passed far too quickly for Harry, even with Rita's questions. All too soon, Hermione was looking at her watch and telling him they had to be going. Harry sighed, but he got up and said goodbye to everyone that was not going with them on the next trip. NSY and Ginny were going to the Bludger to write up the paper's version of what Harry was doing today, and only Harry, Hermione and Miranda were going to the ministry to register the new clan and Harry's assumption of the family titles. They were all going to meet the other people that would be joining them for the meeting at the Wizengamot scheduled for this afternoon, when Harry would appoint High-S proxies for the seats he controlled and have the Wizengamot charms applied to the rings the proxies had chosen. Normally, the head of family rings would have the charms on them, but since only Harry could wear those rings, the proxies had chosen different rings. Augusta Longbottom looked at Harry as she got ready to leave. I know why you gave the Malfoy name to those 2 boys, Harry, but I wish you had given me more time to teach them about the wizard traditions. Harry smiled at her. I am sorry about that, but the Creeveys have been useful and they will be good people. Augusta gave him a sour look. Good people, yes. However, they are also very excitable, Harry suggested with a grin. I suppose you could put it like that, Augusta said. Now, if you will excuse me, my lord, I.H. Avenue to give them a lesson on the Wizengamot for this afternoon's meeting. Harry nodded. I'll be making arrangements to continue my lessons as well. I'm not sure how often I'll be able to meet you this year, but I will be owling you regularly. Augusta nodded. I will be waiting. Mrs. Longbottom, Harry said more seriously, I want to thank you for everything you have done for me in the House of Potter. It will be written and remembered. Augusta flushed. Thank you, Baron Potter. Written and remembered was a pureblood custom, having to do with the family histories. If a person or family did something, good or bad. To or for a family, it was recorded, so that every member of the family would remember it. The family histories that Harry had been reading for the last 3 weeks were full of things like that. The Potter histories had many examples of it, and he was still trying to read the Black histories. The Potter line was almost 800 years old, but that was nothing, compared to the Black histories. The Blacks had earned the ancient and noble title honestly, having been awarded their lordship in 924 AD. Harry sighed. The family had come down considerably since the first Black had been ennobled for bravery and gallantry on the field of battle. He shook those thoughts off as he approached the ministry. Right now, he had to concentrate. The forms in the minister. Why wouldn't be a problem, but Harry was expecting the minister to show up and have something to say or talk about. What the minister would want was a hot topic for discussion, but no one knew what he would want or what he would offer. Harry approached the guard and handed over his wand. Baron Potter, here to visit the Forms and Records office. The Auror on duty smiled at Harry. Welcome to the ministry, Baron. Here's your badge. Do you need a guide? She saw Hermione behind Harry. Never mind. How are you, Miss Granger? Will you be wanting your normal badge? Harry looked at Hermione. Just how often have you been here? Hermione frowned. Too often. The red tape and forms you have to deal with are a pain, and I have to record how many portkeys I make each week. She smiled at the Auror. Hello, Auror Fitzgerald. I'm with Baron Potter today, and I need to change my honorific. I am Miss Granger Black now. The Auror nodded and handed Hermione her wand and a badge after tapping it with her wand. She handed Miranda a badge as well, without a word. Harry looked at his badge. Baron Potter, Forms and Records. Hermione's badge had the same thing written it, but Miranda's badge simply read, Defender. Harry shook his head. The way the wizard world acted around Defenders was just weird. Miranda saw his look. Lord Black, the Order of Defenders has certain privileges, but we have rules as well. Hermione led the way to the lift. They got in and Hermione pressed the button for the second floor. As the door opened and they started to leave, Dolores Umbridge was waiting for the lift. Harry tensed, but didn't say anything as Hermione laid a hand on his arm. Umbridge was about to say something when she saw Harry's badge. Her face went from shock to disgust to calculation in seconds. Baron Potter, I have to apologize for my previous actions. I was merely following orders. I'm sure a traditional person such as your noble self will understand that order must be maintained. Wise magic was beginning to manifest as he looked at the witch that had made his 6th year one of the worst years he'd had. I do understand that order must be maintained, he said tightly. And I am certain that you understand that the old traditions must be upheld as well. Including vengeance. The Potter and Black families have a long history of vengeance. If you are still in Britain in 48 hours, I will have my vengeance. Dolores Umbridge stared at Harry. You can't threaten me, I'm the undersecretary for the minister. Harry smirked. And I am the only person that can kill Voldemort. Which title will the wizard world consider more important, I wonder? Dolores Umbridge paled and rushed into the lift without another word. Harry smirked at her until the lift closed. He looked at Hermione. Which way, Lady Black? Hermione frowned at him. I thought you were going to bring the wizard world forward, Harry, not regress to a barbarian yourself, she said tartly as she led him down the hallway. Harry grinned. If you believed me, then she did. Good. I want her to sweat, wondering what I'm going to do. Hermione stared at him for a second and then smiled. This is the same thing you did to the Dursleys, isn't it? Psychological intimidation. Harry nodded. I will make sure that she cannot hurt other children, but that is as far as I am willing to go for her. She's not a Death Eater, merely a pureblood bigot. It will be worse for her to watch us change the world and be powerless to stop us than anything else we could do to her. Hermione stopped and hugged Harry. He hugged her back and kissed her gently. I love you, Harry, but I wish you'd let me know when you're going to do this. It makes me nervous. Harry reached up and stroked her face with his hand. I love you, too. Harry's eyes were soft and warm and Hermione blushed. She hugged Harry again and started down the hallway with Harry's hand in hers. Miranda watched the hallway, ignoring the two of them in their private minute. She was the first to see the three people that came around the corner. The Minister of Magic, Rufus Scrimgeour, Percy Weasley and someone she didn't recognize were coming toward them. Harry and Hermione saw them a second later and Harry stepped up in front of Hermione. "Baron Potter, may I have a minute of your time?" asked the minister formally. Harry looked at him for a second. "Of course, Minister." Percy opened a door and looked inside. "This room is empty, Minister." Hermione and Harry waited as Miranda checked the room. When she nodded they entered. The stranger stayed outside the room and Miranda positioned herself to watch the people inside and the door. Harry looked at the minister. "What can the House of Potter do for you, Minister?" "Baron, you have done great things for us in the last few months. I have no problem with anything you have done. I admire it, in fact." Harry looked at him. "Thank you, Minister, however, I hear a but in there somewhere. Baron Potter, you have to know that I am on very shaky ground, politically. What you may not know is how that affects you. As I said, I agree with what you're doing. If the next minister doesn't agree with your actions, he can stop you." Quote. Harry tilted his head. "How? I am not in the ministry, nor am I violating any laws." Percy looked up. "Actually, Baron Potter, while your previous actions have not violated any laws, if you continue with your present course, they will." In 1142, the Ministry of Magic, under pressure from the royal family, passed a law disallowing privately held troops. Your fighters will fall under that law now that you are assuming the head of house positions. Harry and Hermione looked at each other. Harry turned to the minister. "I assume you have something that will allow me to carry the war forward." "I do. It would mean that you can carry on as you have been, but you would have to become a part of the ministry, under my command." "That wouldn't mean much, as I think you're doing well. But the appearance of cooperation between us would help me." Harry frowned. "I would like a few details, please." The minister gave him a surprisingly boyish grin. "How would you like to be the first commander of the Department of Magical Warfare since the last Goblin War?" "Ooh." Harry and various others, the Wizengamot Chambers, 31JUL97. "Ooh." Harry looked around. Besides himself and Neville Longbottom, both of whom were here to present themselves to the Wizengamot to be seated, there were dozens of people here. Augusta Longbottom was going to relinquish the Longby Autumn seat and assume the Malfoy seat until Colin was of age in a year or so. Colin was here, Rita was sitting next to Luna and a reporter from the Bludger. Judging from the look on Rita's face, Luna was being her normal self. All of the heads of family from the new clan were here along with 20 or 30 other people that Harry recognized. Nicholas Sharpstar looked at Harry and watched him looking around. "Everyone we needed is here, Baron Potter. The law was passed in this morning's session and everything is in place." It was the second law that had been passed that Harry and the others here today would be using. "Wizards and witches of the Wizengamot, be seated. This session of the Wizengamot is now in session." The wizard that spoke was named Marcus Inky and Harry liked what he knew about the man. He was one of the few neutrals in the Wizengamot, and highly respected by everyone, which is how he had become the supreme mugwump after Professor Dumbledore's death. Wizards and witches of the Wizengamot. Today's session will see the seating of several new members of the Wizengamot. Some of them will be filling seats not used in years and we should welcome them. Harry sat patiently as the formalities concluded. The Wizengamot, like most political bodies, had many traditions and customs that they followed. Harry was still learning them all, but all of his people had been briefed on the time this meeting would take and they were willing to wait. The payoff today was worth any amount of waiting. Harry watched as the Wizengamot started confirming the proxies and seats. Mr. Blunt, from the Windermere families was Harry's proxy for the black seat, while Mr. Weasley sat in the Montrose seat until Harry or Blaise finished Hogwarts. Harry was watching Blaise closely and he was still considering giving the family to Blaise and Daphne if the family ghosts would transfer the family obligation to Blaise and Daphne. Neville took his seat and Augusta assumed the Malfoy seat. Nicholas Sharpstar would continue in the Potter seat until Harry left Hogwarts. After all of the proxies were confirmed, Harry stood up. "Wizards and witches of the Wizengamot, I would speak to you." "May I be heard?" Marcus Inky thought about it for a second. "Of course, Lord Black." By Wizengamot tradition, a wizard was always addressed by his highest title in the chamber. "I am not speaking to you today as Lord Black, sir, but as Harry Potter. This morning, The Wizengamot passed a law to allow any person wronged by another wizard to claim some share of that person's estate as compensation for their wrongs. I claim the total holdings of the being known as Tom Riddle, Lord Voldemort, and you know who is compensation for the deaths of my parents, Sirius Black, my godfather, and all the other people I have lost to him. The Wizengamot erupted into talk and Harry raised his voice. I lay claim to those things, but I do not want them. I want them to go to the ministry, to help all he people that have suffered as a result of Voldemort's actions. Marcus Inky restored order after a minute. Lord Black, this claim is undeniable, but as far as anyone knows, that person has no assets for you to claim. He has one thing, and I would claim that, to sever his last tie with anything. Tom Riddle was named after his Muggle father, but his mother was the last of the Gounts, the last of the Salazar Slytherin lines in direct descent. I would claim his name, and give it to a Slytherin, one that embodies the essence of what Salazar Slytherin wanted for his house. Harry stood waiting patiently for the Wizengamot to quiet down after that statement. Mr. Potter, this is not a matter to be taken lightly. I assume you have a candidate in mind. I do. This person has shown remarkable ambition and a desire to improve her lot in life, without joining Voldemort or being dark. She is intelligent and strong-willed. According to my sources in Slytherin, she has managed to change her House ranking from 94th to 12th, as high as you could get without being one of Malfoy's cronies, and she did it all without anyone even noticing her, except when she needed a bit of recognition. She has, in all ways, shown the qualities of a true heir of Slytherin. Marcus frowned thoughtfully. This person you speak of, Lord Black, does she have a name? Sally Ann Perks. She is a 7th-year student in Hogwarts. She is a Slytherin. He turned and pointed to a young girl sitting near the door. And she is here for you to question. Sally Ann Perks stood up. Wizards and witches of the Wizengamot. I was rather surprised that Harry Potter would come to me for this. I was the person directly before him during our sorting, but until last week, I don't think we ever even spoke. He came to me last week and convinced me that of all the people in Slytherin House, I had the best chance of restoring the honor of the house and the great name of Salazar Slytherin. Harry and the RS watched as the Wizengamot questioned Sally Ann about her desires and her plans for the future. For more than an hour they grilled her, asking her dozens of questions. Finally, they ran out of questions. Supreme Mugwump Inky looked at her. This will not be an easy decision, Witch Perks. We shall debate it and vote on it after we have finished the other business before the Wizengamot. Harry stood up again. I will await your answer to my request. For now, I wish to sponsor several other people who have similar requests of the Wizengamot. Marcus Inky looked at Harry. How many petitions do you have, Lord Black? Harry looked at his list. Susan Bones, requesting an amount from the Crobs for the death of her aunt. Her parents, the same. Neville Longbottom, the Lestrange estate for the loss of his parents. Hermione Granger Black, claiming a settlement from Antonin Dolohov for attempting to kill her. Harry looked at the list. There are a dozen more, but I will simply give you the list. I have several other appointments today. Nicholas Sharpstar will stay and conduct business in my name. Harry passed the sheet to Marcus Inky. I also have need of many of the claimants. Here are their depositions, agreements to abide by the decisions of the Wizengamot, and the temporary right to vote a seat from the 12 heads of family that have seats in my clan. Apparently, they wish to meet with me about something tonight and we have to go. Inky looked at the paperwork Harry passed him. Nicholas Sharpstar has control of 4 council seats and 8 Wizengamot seats for the votes on reparations. He looked up at Harry. That is a good many votes for a new clan, Lord Black. Why do I think that we have seen the emergence of a new power block in the Wizengamot? Today, Harry smiled. Not a block, Wizard Inky. We are merely together for this vote. In future votes, every family head will vote the way they believe. This time we think alike. Next time, who knows? Harry bowed to the Wizengamot. I really must be going. Good day, wizards and witches. Ooh, Harry and the girls, Madam Malkins, 31JUL97. Ooh, Lord Black, if you stand still for a minute, this will be OV. With much faster and then you may ogle the ladies all you want. Madam Malkin sounded irritable and Miranda smiled inside. She never let any of it show, however. Harry blushed and tried to stand still. The three girls were in different changing rooms and taking turns coming out dressed in robes that made Harry pay attention. He was fairly certain that Pansy's, too, loose dress had been an EXCU. Say to flash him, accidentally, in front of everyone. Harry was also certain that they had planned this, as they took dressing rooms in widely separated areas, forcing him to turn to see each of them. As they came out to show him whatever they were wearing, Hermione was blushing as she looked at the outfit she was wearing. It wasn't risque, by Muggle standards, but she'd long ago figured out that wizards were at least 125 years behind Muggles in fashions. Women in the wizard world covered everything from the shoulders to the ankles and nothing was form-fitting except swimwear. This was a simple pair of jeans and a spaghetti string strap blouse. The jeans were a bit tighter than Hermione normally wore. She sighed as she started wiggling out of them. Okay, so they were HTER than anything she'd ever worn, and the forest green top was silk and also tighter than anything she'd normally buy. The look on Harry's face had convinced her that Pansy had been right though. He had been startled at first, and then his eyes had swept over her as if he wanted to memorize every line of her body. She had nearly felt the desire and love he'd been showing. Hermione smiled wryly as she finished changing. Given his Estumagus ability, she might well have been feeling it. Over the last few weeks as Miranda and Moody had trained him, Harry had been learning to harness his power. Well, sort of. By its very nature, Harry's power was not a controlled skill. It was emotionally driven and grew more powerful with stronger emotions. Strong emotions, however, are not easily controlled. Harry's Estumagus abilities were the only thing that weren't working out to some sort of schedule. The Windermere Group's researchers had examined and re-examined every memory of Professor Dumbledore's. From those memories and the knowledge of Voldemort that the people that had been in his camp had, they had deduced the location of most of the Horcruxes. They had found all but 3 now. The Y had a couple of ideas about destroying them, but they were looking into other methods, hoping to find one that did not include a high level of danger for the person destroying it. The last 3 were going to be difficult. One of them was in Nagini, or was the snake, they weren't sure of that yet. They needed the snake to be certain. The second one was in Hogwarts, and that was Hermione's job this year. To figure out where and what it was. The third was the biggest puzzle. They still hadn't found it, or even a clue as to what or where it was. Hermione changed into her robes and stepped out of the changing room. Harry was standing near Miranda and Hermione smiled at him. The other 2 were still in their changing rooms and Hermione crossed to Harry. He smiled at her, his eyes softening in the way they always did. He held out his hand and Hermione took it. They waited for the other 2. Ginny came out first and claimed Harry's other hand. Pansy came out and saw the 3 of them standing there waiting for her. She started to say something but Hermione cleared her throat. Pansy's eyes went to her and she went to stand next to Hermione, taking her hand. Harry stopped and looked at the 3 girls. What's next on the agenda, Hermione? Hermione smiled. Just one last stop, Harry. Hermione handed the ends of a portkey around and everyone took a grip on it. Harry was just asking here it would take them when he felt the familiar tug behind his navel. Harry and the girls landed in a dark place. Harry tried to get up but Ginny and Pansy started kissing him. He vaguely heard Hermione saying, "We must be early. I'll find the light switch." He pulled his lips away from Ginny long enough to say, "I'll be here." Pansy claimed his lips then and Harry was only too willing to let her. The lights came on and as they did lots of people shouted. "Surprise!" Harry jumped, but the 2 girls with him were wrapped around him, and he couldn't react before what they'd said made it into his brain. He looked around. All of his friends and a lot of the Windermeres he'd met over the summer were here and all of them were smiling at him. The 2 girls got up and helped Harry up. He looked at them. This was Hermione's idea, wasn't it? Actually, the surprise party was Ginny's idea. I suggested the way to hide it from and Hermione came up with a way to keep you from attacking everyone when they surprised you, Pansy said. Harry grinned as the Weasleys closed in and Molly attempted to compress his ribs. Hermione and the rest soon had him in a party mood. The next 4 hours were a happy blur of food, fun and gifts. Violet Potter spent most of the evening wrapped around Harry's arm, tugging him around. Harry was surprised to find Millicent Bulstrode there. She nodded to him. I came to see Violet. We spent the day together. Millicent looked at Violet, who had let go of Harry to hold her sister's hand. I owe you for protecting Violet. Harry nodded. I need someone to watch over Pansy and help her get all the Slytherins that don't want to follow Voldemort together. Blaise and Daphne will be helping as well. Millicent thought about it. Between the three of them, they now almost everything that goes on in Slytherin. They have more status, more money and more intelligence. What do you need me for? Millicent looked down at Harry and then down at Violet. Deal. Harry smiled. How come you didn't join the escape? Millicent shrugged. Potter, look at me. I'm nearly 2 meters tall and stronger than most of the guys in Slytherin. I did not inherit the beauty of my mother, but the size of my father. Without the Dark Lord ordering someone, what are my chances of marrying someone with a brain and who looks decent? Harry looked at her. That depends on what you want. If you get involved with people that look beyond physical features and size, you might be surprised. The Hufflepuffs are good at that. He watched her for a minute. Why do you say they have more intelligence? You don't seem to like Crabbe or Goyle to me. Thank you for that, Potter. I am not that bad, but I know my limits. Like Weasley, I follow the people that think better than I do. I have my talents and skills. But intense thinking isn't one of them. It was never mine, either, but I am learning. Ron Weasley had come up behind them. If you like, I'll help you with some things I have learned. Mental discipline type things. Millicent stared at Ron. Learning indeed, she said dryly, if you're willing to help a Slytherin. Ron winced. I have had a few lessons recently. One of them has been on the stupidity of believing in stereotypes. Harry smiled. You better be careful, Ron. If you change too much, the Sorting Hat may decide you're a Hufflepuff. Ron stared at Harry and then smirked. Whatever you say, oh fearless Slytherin's child. Millicent was watching them. Gryffindors with a sense of humor. Will wonders never cease? Gryffindors have many hidden talents, but Harry is not really a Gryffindor. The three of them turned to find Luna and Neville standing there. Harry is more a student of Hogwarts than a member of a house. Neville was standing close to Luna, not quite touching her, but very close. Harry looked at them and smiled. He could feel something there, something he'd felt from other couples he'd been around this summer. Hello, Luna, Neville. He looked at Luna, remembering something she'd said about him once. Have you and Neville been playing with an Amoriti? Luna smiled but shook her head. I haven't been able to find one. All we've been doing is. Neville was blushing furiously as he held his hand over Luna's mouth. They don't want details, Luna. He looked at Harry and Ron, who had broad smiles as they watched the two of them. Luna and I are exploring a more intimate relationship. Harry smirked. Mr. Longbottom, are you doing something I should know about with one of the female members of my clan? Neville blushed again. He let Luna go. Actually, Harry, you should be trying to protect Neville from me. I led him on until he had no choice but to seduce me. Neville looked as if he would like to sink into the floor. None of them noticed the crowd gathering around. I did not seduce you, Neville whispered. You crawled into my bed in the middle of the night. I had to. Your aura wanted me there. She smiled at Neville. It's okay though. I've gotten used to your size. Harry and Ron looked at each other. This was more than they wanted to know about Neville and Luna. It was not all they were going to learn though. I say, Gred, whatever happened after we left formal education? These young people seem to hiding things. I agree, Forge. Whatever could Neville have been hiding all this time? The four of them looked up to see most of their friends standing around. George's question had been a wisecrack, but Luna took it literally. About 23 centimeters normally, but when he's happy to see me, it's exactly 30 centimeters. I measured it. Everyone in the group turned to look at Neville, who was banging his head against a wall. Luna stepped up to him. You'll never dislodge a fuzzy snacks that way. Luna kissed Neville, taking her time and making a few of the girls sigh as Neville responded. She let go of him and looked at him. Is it gone yet? Neville looked down at her and smiled softly. Yes, Luna, she smiled. Let's make our goodbyes to the host and Harry. Neville, I have an urge to explore. Neville looked up at the group. Wonderful party, Harry, but Luna wishes to go. Happy birthday. He said the last bit over his shoulder as Luna headed for the door with his hand firmly gripped in hers. Harry smiled as they left. Neville will be good for her. She's a nice girl. Ron sighed. You do realize that he'll be perpetually confused by what she does, don't you? Harry looked at his ladies. And that makes him different from any other male. Before this becomes a conversation that has several men sleeping on sofas, let's move along, shall we? Katie, who had spoken, pulled the girls off for a conversation that involved a lot of whispering, giggling and looks at various men. You ever wonder what they discuss in those conversations? Ron was watching the girls as Harry and he stood there chatting. Of course, I've never been brave enough to try and eavesdrop though. And you shouldn't, Lord Black. Some things are meant to remain a mystery. Would you be as happy with your ladies, if you knew everything they thought? Augusta Longbottom was standing next to them. Harry thought about it for a minute. I don't know. I do know that I wish this was all over, so that I could spend 100 years or so trying to figure them out. Conversation turned to most general topics and the party was winding down when Shacklebolt came in and looked around. Spotting Harry, he started toward him. Harry saw him come in and frowned. Shacklebolt didn't look happy. He started and stopped. Pardon me, Baron Potter. He stopped again as Harry held up a hand. I know about the formalities, but here and in any home I own, you and all the members of my nameless order can drop that. To the people I fight with, I'm just Harry in private. Shacklebolt nodded. Harry, the London police responded to a call earlier. A man was shambling drunkenly down a road. They investigated and the man refused to follow orders and stop. They came closer and he attacked them. He killed one of them and they shot him dozens of times before he fell. Harry blinked. Dozens? How is that possible? Shacklebolt sighed. He'd been dead for a week or more. Harry frowned. And in fury, then, that's not all. He was somebody we knew. It was Pettigrew. Harry sighed. I guess he was wrong about his importance to Voldemort. Quote. Shacklebolt nodded. I started doing some checking after I heard about this. The Obliviators have been busy this week, Harry. That was the third Inferi that was seen. And there have been 5 vampire victims that Muggles have seen. If you add those to the ones wizards found, the local vampires have left a body out every night since your meeting with Voldemort. Harry frowned. Voldemort has allied with them, is what you're saying? Shacklebolt nodded. It looks that way. I've started looking for them, but they're very good at hiding. Harry frowned. Sure you're at the Order meeting tomorrow. I'll be taking everyone to Potter Manor for it, after Dobby and Winky have made sure it's ready for visitors. We have a lot to talk about. The minister changed things dramatically this morning. Harry turned to Ron. Do your people know about this yet? Ron shrugged. I don't know. They haven't said anything to me about it. Harry was about to say something else when he was confronted with 3 sets of irate eyes. Harry, this is a party. You will save your planning for after the party. Otherwise, those of us that planned it might think you don't appreciate the party or us. Shacklebolt coughed. Happy birthday, Harry. I'll see you tomorrow. He headed off in the direction of the buffet. Ron just smiled and started the same way. Good luck, Harry. Harry was left with Hermione, Pansy and Ginny staring at him. He smiled. I apologize. Since I have offended the 3 of you, I assume you want me to make it up to you. How can I do that? The 3 of them looked at each other and then smiled at Harry. Dancing, they chorused. Ooh, the author, here and now. Ooh, Harry's had his last good day this summer. I hope he enjoyed it. Shacklebolt investigations are about to turn up a few things that are going to ramp up the tension a level and the full moon is just 2 days away. Blood and death. It is the 1st of August and Harry will have a decent week, at first. We are entering the endgame of this story. After this chapter, there will be just 3 more chapters and in the epilogue. Which hopefully, I can do a better job on than some I have read. Violence warning. This chapter will have death, violence and blood as Voldemort's plans start coming together. These fights have been planned for some time and unlike some other authors. Nobody that dies in this chapter will die for no reason. They will die however. At least one will be a major character. Harry stared at the gates that guarded Potter Manor. Tonight, for the first time, he would sleep in a place that was his. Not a place that belonged to one of his families, but his. He smiled at the thought. Blaise and Daphne waited patiently nearby. They had the job of keeping Harry busy until 2. When Hermione, Pansy and Ginny would be finished with the Dursleys. They regretted missing the vengeance party, but they had drawn the short straws. He turned, looking out over the valley. The Potter ancestral home stood at the crest of a small hill and looked out over a lush valley. At the far end of the valley stood Godric's Hollow and the home that James and Lily had used in preference to the manor. According to the Potter histories, the manor had been built when the Potters had more than 100 family members and it had been capable of holding them all for celebrations and important meetings. It had an entire floor of bedrooms and 6 other floors, built in a time when labor was cheap and bigger was better. Having magic to help build and maintain the manor had helped as well. The entire thing was over 20,000 square meters, which was far too large for anyone that didn't have Weasley-style families, so James and Lily had closed it up and lived in the smaller home at the other end of Godric's Hollow. He turned his back on Godric's Hollow and the house he would have to deal with one day. It was still there, according to the paperwork that had come with the inheritance, and still the same as the day Voldemort had attacked. That would have to be changed. That was for another day, though. He was here to open the Potter home again. He walked up to the gate and laid his hand, the one with the Potter signet on it, on the gate, directly over the Potter seal. I am Harry James Potter, the head of this house, and I command you to open. The Papers that had described how he could find the manor had explained how to open the house and property, and Harry waited. After a second, the seal began to glow, a glow answered by the signet ring on his hand. They glowed for a few seconds and then stopped. The massive gates swung open and Harry had his first view of the manor. It had been built in the mid-1600s and looked it. It was a massive castle complete with a moat and drawbridge. The castle looked as if it had been abandoned for years, with wild growths where the gardens used to be and a thick layer of green things growing on the water flowing sluggishly in the moat. Harry knew from the histories that it had been attacked twice and besieged once, but had never fallen yet. He started towards the house and stopped again as more than a dozen house elves popped up and stood before him. Most of them looked younger. The one in front, though, was wrinkled and bent with age. He stepped forward. I brings the new elves, Master Potter. These is the ones not spoken for. That know not a bonding. If the master would just accept them, we will be away. Harry looked at the old elf. He held up his hand. Dobby, he called. Dobby appeared a second later. Dobby, inform these elves of the rules under which I bond an elf. He turned to look at the old elf. Harry had been expecting this, as the Potter histories had mentioned the house elves of the family. What is your name? I is Booty, Master Potter. As you changing the rules of the elves? The old elf looked disturbed. Harry knelt before him, looking at him eye to eye. I am. It may be new, Booty. But Dobby and Winky, who are bound to me under those rules, will explain everything, and I have much for any elf to do. The old elf sighed. Always the Potter masters change things. Booty wishes the masters would make up their minds. Dobby looked at the old elf. Harry Potter, sir, has good rules. He is not fond of the master word, though. I cannot convince him that it is the O.N.L.Y. proper form of address for the Potters, sir. Dobby and the old elf stared at each other for a few seconds and the old elf nodded. I will instruct the new elves, and bring them back when it is done. Then I will tell the others. The elves disappeared and Dobby looked at Harry. The ladies are doing well, but Dobby will get back. Many people are at their little party. Winky cannot do it all herself. Harry looked at him. Dobby, there is nothing going on there that I should know about, is there? Dobby looked at Harry. Harry Potter, sir. Dobby would tell you about anything that was not right. Dobby thinks that everything that is happening is right and proper. Dobby disappeared. Harry looked at Blaise and Daphne, who were looking at each other. Is it just me, or did that sound like a pansy answer? Blaise grinned. If you mean did Dobby say everything you want to hear while telling you absolutely nothing, yes. I'd say he's been taking lessons in Slytherin from someone. Harry sighed as he thought about it for a second. Remind me to talk to Pansy and Ginny about corrupting my elves later. Blaise looked up. Ginny, I thought she was a Gryffindor, though. Daphne looked at him as if he was insane. Blaise dear, I love you, but if you think that girl's a Gryffindor, you're not paying attention. I think the only reason she got into Gryffindor was the Weasley legacy. Harry started toward the house, and as soon as they passed the gates, the house and the grounds shimmered and changed. The house was much the same but cleaner, with glass in all the window and needle. Why cultured gardens surrounding the house. The Great Wall around the house was open and Blaze stared at the house. Nice place, Harry. Is that a Quidditch goal I see in back? Harry nodded. Yes. My great-grandfather had a replica of the Hogwarts pitch built in 1954, when his son came back from his second year with a place on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Harry sighed, feeling the house calling to him. Let's go. I think I have to key the wards before I can allow anyone else to find the place. He was looking around as he walked, seeing the things described in the Potter histories. There was the burned ground, where nothing would grow, where Archibald Potter had killed the Dark Lord Drakenwar in 1459. This manor hadn't been here then, but the Potters had lived on this land since 1149. Hen Frederick Potter had been granted the barony of Godric's Hollow. The walls around the keep were the only part of the grounds that had been here the entire time the Potters had lived and died here. There, the small knoll where more than 20 generations of Potters had been hand-fasted and married. He looked up as the wall came closer, looking for the burned scrapings where the dragon Controle D by Drakenwar had died after Eleanor Potter had killed it, casting a spell that took her life as it killed the mainstay of Drakenwar's army, allowing her husband to get close enough to fight and kill Drakenwar. Harry stopped just short of the drawbridge, suddenly understand why the purebloods fought so hard to keep what they saw as their rights and privileges. For 1,000 years or more, those families had been the only thing between the common people of these lands and the dangers of the rest of the world. They gloried in their family, because those people had done things that should be remembered. Yet, Harry, brought up as a Muggle, could see the point of people trying to look forward to the future. Those times were past, and while the people who did those things should be remembered, that did not mean that the people of today had to kowtow to the descendants of those people. Harry sighed as the moment of insight passed. Standing on the land of 39 generations of Potter's opening his mind to things Blaze and Pansy had been trying to tell him for some time now. He stepped up on the drawbridge and walked across it, followed by Blaze and Daphne. As he entered the guard ends, Harry was surprised to see a dozen ghosts waiting for him. He stopped, studying them. One of the ghosts came forward. You bear the Potter crest. Will you then be opening the fortress, Baron Potter? I will be living here. The ghosts murmured for a minute and the one in front smiled. It has been long since last these halls heard the sounds of laughter and children, Baron Potter. It will be good to remember those things. Harry sighed. It would indeed, but that time has not come yet. The Dark Lord that drove my parents into hiding is still after me, and this will be a place of war for a while longer. Soon, I hope to end this war once and for all. Harry could feel the emotions of the ghosts, dim and faint, not like he could feel the emotions of the living, but he could tell they wanted the formality. I would open the wards to my allies. Would you be kind enough to direct me to the center of the house, so that I can do so? The ghost in the lead nodded. Of course, Baron Potter. This way. Harry and his friends followed the ghost to a room with no windows. But lay your hands on that crystal, Baron Potter, and the wards will read what you want. Be warned, should you have faked or stolen the Potter signet, the crystal will not be forgiving. Harry nodded and stepped up to the small stone pedestal that was the room's only decoration. On top of it was a gleaming white crystal, half the size of a quaffle with hundreds of facets glowing and shimmering in the light. He took a deep breath and placed both hands on the stone. Ooh, the Horcrux team, Windermere Compound, 01 August 1997. Ooh, that's it, then. You're sure we can destroy the bits of soul? Mrs. Warrington said. Yes, we're trying to refine the technique now so that we can save the heirlooms that idiot used. What was his problem? Abusing bits of history like this? Mrs. Warrington shook her head. Who can say? I can assume that a man who has no real history to be proud of, who was raised in an orphanage, might want to have a connection to history in whatever way he could arrange. She sighed. It would only be conjecture, however. Jonathan Montague shook his head. Well, we've run all the tests we can do right now. Slytherin's locket seems to have the best possibility of coming out of the attempt undamaged. So as soon as Miss Granger and the curse breakers tell us to go ahead, we'll try it. Is there anything to work on until then? Mrs. Warrington nodded. Mr. Potter has given us a number of things to be evaluated and destroyed from the Black Estate. Be very careful with them, Miss Black. Kay has already had a few problems with them and she says that whatever you do, do not open the book she has tied shut. Apparently, when Miss Black opened it, it cast a rotting curse. She survived only because her defender was there. None of us have a defender. Jonathan sighed. Does he even realize the power he is throwing away? You don't have to use these things, even. Merely owning many of them would allow you to power a great many wards around your house or property. I know that, but Voldemort has warped Mr. Potter's perception of these things, and it will take him a long time to understand. That dark and evil are two different things. So we're going to destroy hundreds of years of history, because he doesn't understand. Mrs. Warrington shrugged and then smiled thinly. I didn't say that. That is Mr. Potter's desire right now. We will evaluate them, when we have time, and destroy those that don't mean anything. The important ones, those will take a lot of work, and we have more important things to do right now. Don't we? Jonathan thought about it. Of course we do. The Horcrux experiments, tests, and working out the location of the ones we don't have are the priority. Mrs. Warrington nodded. By the time we get to the important things he is asking us about, maybe he will have a different viewpoint. Jonathan nodded. I'll get right on it. Mr. Montague, I would suggest destroying that book, though. Mr. Potter would not be happy to find out that we had kept something that nearly killed Miss Black. Jonathan looked at her. Miss Granger prefers to be called Miss Granger. Why do you insist on calling her Miss Black? She will be the Lady Montrose soon enough. She has to understand that in this world she is stepping into, her title is important. She, like Harry, may think the person is important. But that is not so in high society, and we all know that. Both of them will have to learn it. Jonathan nodded. Do they really think anyone cares which person wears the title of Lord or Lady whoever? It's the title that matters to the masses, not the person. It's an image, a perception, not the reality. I know that, you know that, now we have to teach the two of them that. Ooh, or Shacklebolt. The Ministry, 01 August 1997. Ooh. Kingsley looked at the masses of data he had gotten handed this morning. He had been given the official position of Auror on to the commander of the magical forces, and between the research he'd already been doing and the things he was supposed to be briefing Harry on, there were maybe 50 files on his desk with the red tab that meant urgent, and dozens more with lesser tabs on them. He dug out the files he'd been looking into the last 2 days. The vampires were being extraordinarily careless about dead bodies, allowing them to be found every night. That had to be deliberate. Another oddity, Muggleborns were disappearing, 1 or 2 a day, something that might not have been noticed, had Hermione's network not lost a couple of theirs and gone looking for them. Last, and most troubling, the werewolves had been very quiet, and now, 2 days before the full moon, most of them were disappearing from their regular lairs. He frowned at the pattern and waved his wand at the map on the wall. Almost all of the werewolves that were suspected of working for Voldemort or Greyback had disappeared, except the ones around Get Map of Britain. Find town of 200 to 300. Population, fairly isolated and near mountains or woods. He thought about it and came up with an idea that was chilling, but that wouldn't go away. He really needed to talk to Potter. Ooh, Harry, Potter Manor, 01 August 1997. Ooh. Harry touched the crystal and it flared up in a rainbow of colors that crawled up Harry's arms and covered him in a writhing mass of light. Harry never saw that though, being completely taken up in the strange experience of having an alien presence in his mind. This wasn't like Snape, or Voldemort, both of whom were somewhat human. This was more than the Sorting Hat, and less in a way. It was a spell, designed to do just one thing. Examine whoever touched it and compare that person to a set of standards stored in the crystal. When the crystal had finished with Harry, it began to plant a series of questions in his head. As soon as Harry thought about the answer to that question, another question would appear. Blaise. E would tell him later that he touched the crystal and stood there for about 3 minutes, but it seemed to take far longer to Harry. The crystal finally let Harry go and he stepped back shaking his head. I'm glad the Sorting Hat wasn't like that, he said. It would scare the hell out of the first years. Blaise grinned. I've heard that the old family wards have rather extreme ways to defend the ancestral homes. But this is the first time I've ever seen it. Not fun, I take it. Harry took one last look at the crystal and started out of the room. Better than having someone trying to kill you, not as much fun as snogging. Blaise and Daphne were holding hands as they followed Harry. Harry, Daphne said, that covers a rather wide range of things, some of which are quite fun. It's not fun, Daphne. But I can't explain it any better than that. It's as if the crystal has some sort of spell in my head that prevents accurate descriptions of what it does. Blaise frowned. It did do what you wanted with the wards though. Didn't it? Harry nodded. The flow is open. One room can be apparated into, and no one but me can apparate away from here. He thought for a minute, remembering the other things he'd had the ward do. Anyone with a dark mark trying to enter the wards is not going to be happy. Harry counted backward from 10 as he waited. As he said 3 in his head, Blaise asked, "What do you mean by that?" Anyone using magical means to enter the property with a dark magic mark of any kind will be deposited in the dungeons. Anyone trying to use non-magical means to enter the grounds will be led around to the far side and shown the stairs. He grinned at their blank looks. There's a cliff at the back of the property. The stairs are one way and end halfway up the cliff. Reginald Potter built it 300 years ago, during the time of the Dark Lord Orion Black. Once you're on the stairs, you have to finish walking them. Blaise thought about that for a minute. So, they walk off a stair that is how high off the ground? Less than 100 meters. It is the rather annoying place you end up that is the problem. The last step is a portkey to the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. A very powerful wizard might be able to reach land from there, if he knew where he was. Without knowing where he is, it's doubtful anyone could escape. Daphne raised an eyebrow. That's a very Slytherin trick, Harry. I thought you Gryffindors were more direct than that. Reginald Potter married Alyssa Goyle, who inspired him to build it. As you might guess by the name, she was a Slytherin. Harry grinned at their looks. I have been studying, since everyone seems to think I should know all of these things. Blaise shook his head. Harry, to be perfectly honest, if Somio Nay had told me a year ago that we would be working together and you would be able to name any of your family past your parents, I would have called them barking mad. Harry sighed. I don't understand what Professor Dumbledore was up to. But Hermione and Pansy have finally convinced me that he had some plan for me that didn't include me knowing about my heritage. Since we don't know what it was, there's nothing we can do about it now. But it does mean I have a lot to learn. Daphne smiled impishly. So, Lord Baron Potter Black Montrose, when are you throwing your party? Harry looked blank. What party? Blaise and Daphne grinned at him. Harry, you have heard of debutant balls, correct? Harry nodded. Yes, but they were for girls entering the marriage market and died out nearly 30 years ago, I thought. Blaise sighed. And how far behind the Muggles is the wizard world? This is much the same thing, only it's your formal introduction into the political world. It also shows that you have the capability to host a proper event, which will enhance your social standing. Political glad-handing. Oh yay. Blaise and Daphne laughed at Harry's expression until he looked at them. Blaise, it occurs to me that you two have been very busy setting up my house and I haven't asked you two to do much. I think it's time to ask you to do something. Sorry, Harry, but neither of us know about your situation to put on a proper event. You'll have to ask Pansy or Ginny, maybe. While the Weasleys don't have the standing or the position to have one of these parties, Mrs. Slee was a Pruitts and knows all about them. She might be able to play the hostess. Harry frowned, thinking about something. How many of these parties will I have to host? One for each family name, or can I have one event for me? Blaise shrugged. I never actually looked into the nuances of it, Harry. I just learned what I needed to know as Zabini. A shadow crossed his face. Not that I need that information anymore. Harry sighed. He didn't really have anything to say, since he still thought the death of Blaise's father and the end of the Zabini name was his fault. If he hadn't offered to protect Blaise, his father wouldn't have been tortured and killed. Harry stopped suddenly, staring at nothing. Blaise, how old is your family name? Blaise looked at Harry oddly and then realized he meant the Zabini name. Not old at all. Less than 130 years, actually. Why? Harry looked at him with a smile. Is there anything in your family rules that says the house cannot pass to a woman? Blaise blinked and then nodded slowly. Almost all the families have something like that. It's traditional. Harry thought some more. Pansy's father has changed those rules in his family. Since his only child is a girl and a few more of the Windermere group have those rules also. Pansy's second-born child will bear the Parkinson name and be the next Parkinson. Didn't your father make those same changes? Blaise sighed. No, because he had a son. Harry sighed. However, your father was also a smart man, who might have made those changes, after he had to disinherit you. And, even if he didn't, who can say otherwise? If we tell the world he did. Blaise blinked. Harry, that's a family matter. Harry interrupted him, between the Zabinis and no one else. He smiled at Blaise. I think we could get your fiancé's family to help out, if you could convince them that your family was worth saving. Daphne smiled. I think Daddy would be overjoyed to have another family join us. Blaise thought about it. It might work, but we're going to have to work fast. The paperwork is going to have to be perfect as well. Harry nodded. You two had better get started, then. I'll let the girls finish what they are doing and then we're going to have to get together. Daphne, after you get this started, will you have the Parkinsons send some owls? I want everyone to gather. It's been a hectic summer and I need to bring everyone up to date on everything that we're doing. While I'm at Hogwarts, I can't always be here for every decision and I know firsthand that keeping too many secrets from my allies can be bad. We'll have a planning session. The other two nodded. Harry, thank you. Harry and Blaise looked at each other. Harry tried to say something but Blaise shook his head. We've got work to do. We've said everything that needs to be said here. Daphne just sighed. Men were so squeamish about feelings. We do need to know one more thing, Blaise. Harry and Blaise looked at her. Daphne smirked at their matching looks of confusion. Harry, where's the flow? Nicholas Sharpstar, The Wizengamot, 01 August 1997. And that is the final request put forward under the new law. I feel certain, however, that is word of the events of the last 2 days. Become public knowledge, there will be more claims coming. Forward. Nicholas looked around the room. Most of the Wizengamot looked tired, including their newest member, Lady Sally Ann Slytherin. Normally, the Slytherin should have been hyphenated, but Sally Ann had not been normal yet. She was a breath of fresh air, without yet offending anyone. Yet, Nicholas smiled to himself. When the purebloods realized what a winsome smile and a few fluttered eyelashes were doing to the Wizengamot votes, they would be annoyed and those tactics would stop working. But right now, she was cutting a huge swath through the Wizengamot wizards. Harry Potter had told him to help her, but 6 years of navigating Iraqi politics of Slytherin House had done that girl a world of good. He'd had a chance to talk to her and she had a natural talent for talking and politicking that would make her a force to be considered in the future. He smiled as he thought about his coup, getting her as a client. Between the Potter account and hers, he would have a lot of influence and there were things he wanted to do. Now, he just had to convince Harry and the Lady Slytherin. He dragged his wavering attention back to the Wizengamot as Marcus Inky spoke. The claims of the injured parties are found to be just. With the sole exception of Lord Black's claim. The Wizengamot will forward the dispositions to the goblins at Gringotts, allowing them to take the required amounts from each of the vaults in question and info. As if any vault does not have the funds required. He smiled thinly. Since I don't believe any of the families in question have enough money to pay off the debts, I think we're going to have to talk. Many of their properties and businesses to pay their debts. He looked at the newest member of the Wizengamot, who was in one of the oldest seats. Lady Slytherin, the Wizengamot has approved Lord Black's request, based on your responses to our questions. However, given the state of the nation today, it is contingent on you upholding the high standards expected of an ancient and noble house. Should you fall into darkness, that title cannon will be taken back. Some of us feel that it should have gone to Lord Black, as he has already shown the conduct required of the title. The Wizengamot will be watching you. Lady Slytherin, formerly Sally Ann Perks, a fourth generation witch from Brisbane, stood up. Years of dealing with the rival factions in Slytherin House without joining any of M allowed her to maintain a calm bearing as she bowed slightly to Wizard Inky. At this time, my only desires are to finish Hogwarts and learn more of my new house. The Death Eaters and their ilk are not to my liking. Lord Black will put paid to their accounts soon enough and I will make the name of Slytherin great again. Nicholas smiled. Lady Slytherin was better even than Harry at making a go. OD impression without saying anything that could hurt her. He moved over to her as the meeting ended and the members began filing out. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. I am going to have to see you a couple of times before I go back to Hogwarts. I will need a will, among other things. Until I am married and have children of my own, I am going to designate Lord Black as my Hay. And I would appreciate it if that would become public knowledge. Nicholas nodded. I will do so, if that is your wish, but do you mind if I ask why? Lady Slytherin looked at him. Lord Black was just trying to redeem Slytherin's line and hurt his enemy, but I do not want you know who after me for being a pretender to his title. I want him to know that in the event of my death, the title will go to the one person he cannot beat. Nicholas nodded. I'll have the papers drawn up tonight and you can sign them in the morning. Right now, I believe Miss Lovegood and a Mr. Veritaseek, from the Quibbler and the Bludger, are wishing to speak to you. There will probably be someone from the Prophet there as well, but I don't know who that will be. Lady Slytherin thought for a minute. Would you be kind enough to tell them that I will meet with them in the morning? I have parents who might like to know what is happening, and plans to make to protect them. My family is my focus tonight. She ate her goodbyes to Nicholas and used the apparition point in the ministry. Nicholas smiled as he thought about what had happened in the last 2 days. Old Rat Jerk was going to be very unhappy when He found out everything that had happened. The day of vengeance is coming, Mary, he muttered to himself, and a wife 20 years dead as he stepped up to the apparition point. Nicholas apparated to his office. He had a great deal of work to do. Mad-Eye Moody, The Inferno, 01 August 1997. What in hell was that, lad? Moody looked at Lee Jordan, who was shaking his head and trying to clear some of the cobwebs out of his brain. You're half my size, a tenth as well trained, and you thought it might be a good idea to physically attack me. What the bloody hell were you thinking? Lee looked up. Harry and some of the Order have noticed that a lot of the pureblood wizards don't have any knowledge of fighting that doesn't include wands. Since I couldn't break your defense with magic, I tried a different approach. He stood up and wiggled his jaw gingerly. It didn't work very well. Moody grinned at him. Lad, I didn't live to be this old or battered without learning a thing or two about what happens when the wands are gone. Get with me after the others are gone, and I'll show you what you did wrong and give you some tips in how to hurt people. Lee shook his head again and eyed Moody warily. This isn't going to hurt as much as whatever you just did to me, is it? Moody shrugged. Pain can useful. It reinforces lessons like nothing else. However, it will not be as bad as attacking me. I won't be trying to hurt you. Lee sighed. I should have known that any suggestion of George's would have consequences. Moody narrowed his eyes. George suggested you do that. Moody smiled again. Make sure George and Fred join you. I think they need a few lessons in this technique, if they're going to be offering it as a suggestion. Harry and the Order, Potter Manor, 02 August 1997. The house elves had outdone themselves, Harry decided. He was a little uncomfortable sitting at the head of the table, but he hadn't been given a choice. He looked around. Hermione and Pansy sat to his left and Ginny was on the right. Beyond them were all of Harry's allies in the Order. The Weasleys sat next to the heads of the families that had joined him, and at other tables, almost all of the DA. The Diagon Alley Defense Group, the Windermere Fighters and the other people that had been working with Harry were enjoying the end of a dinner that matched any Harry had seen at Hogwarts. The Potter elves had been doing maintenance only on the grounds for so long that a chance to truly do something had thrown them into a frenzy of cleaning and cooking. Harry was certain that NY of the utensils were cleaner than they had even been. He looked down the long room and marveled at what had changed in one short summer. He had allies, friends and a rapidly growing support base. Hat probably wouldn't go away at the first negative story. He wasn't going back to the Dursley house, ever. He had this huge house, that he had spent more than 5 hours walking through yesterday, and he hadn't covered it all yet. Harry sighed as the after-dinner chatter among the people in the room grew. If Voldemort was gone, the ministry cleaned up, a few laws fixed, he'd be able to have some fun. Pansy leaned over to Hermione and whispered something in her ear. Hermione nodded and leaned over to Harry. This is a good time to start, Harry. She smiled at his look. You're talk to everyone here, Harry. Harry looked out over the crowd. In smaller groups, Hermione, not all at once. This was my idea, though. Harry took a deep breath and stood up. I hope you all enjoyed the meal, because now it's over. We've got some work to do. All of you have been working on various projects, some of which I have been keeping secret, some of which were simply minor in the overall scheme of things. Although they were important in their own way. Harry looked out over the crowd and discarded all the things he'd been thinking of saying here. I owe all of you for what you've been doing, from the research to Colin's pictures. You've all done things that will go unnoticed, for the most part, except by me and those of us here. I will know, and each of you will know what you have done to defeat Voldemort. I will remember, and I thank all of you. I have been reading and doing some writing in the Potter and Black histories. Everyone here will be written and remembered. Harry sighed. That said, we have a lot to cover. Kingsley, you showed me some things this morning that everyone needs to see. Why don't you start? Kingsley Shacklebolt stood up. A few days ago, I started check-in. On some odd facts, and this is what I've found out. Voldemort has apparently made some sort of deals with the vampires of Britain and the werewolves. We're trying to locate the vampire's nest now, and we were keeping track of the werewolves until 2 days ago. Right now, most of the werewolves are acting normally. A few, however, mostly those known to be associated with Greyback's pack, have been disappearing from their regular areas. There is one exception to that. The associates of Greyback that live in this area are still in their homes. Kingsley and a few others had been warned that the Y would be giving briefings, and he pulled a sheet of parchment from his robes. It floated over to a wall and grew, becoming a map of whatever town, and everyone looked at it. We have a few theories about what's going on, but this morning, word came that all the rest of the werewolves we were watching disappeared last night. Kingsley looked at Remus. Remus, why don't you give us some background on Greyback and his pack before I continue? Remus stood up. Right now, Britain has a werewolf population of approximately 140 werewolves. Greyback and his pack are less than 30 as far as we know. Most of them were turned by Greyback himself. They are people that wanted to become something more than human and were willing to accept the risk of dying to get the advantages of being a werewolf. They don't see the bloodlust or madness as a disadvantage. Remus took a drink out of his cup and continued. Most of the werewolves are like me, ordinary people that were attacked because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time and they happened to have magic. If a muggle is bitten by a werewolf, usually, they're unaffected or killed. Those few muggles that have survived an attack have been found to be squibs. Apparently, whatever makes us capable of doing magic also makes us susceptible to this curse. Professor Lupin, Harry blushed, as all eyes turned toward him. Sorry, I was remembering 3rd year. I was wondering why you called this a curse. I thought it was a disease. Remus frowned. The Ministry calls it a disease and tries to treat it as such. They have. NT had any luck with that, and this affliction has one indicator that should be clear, marking it as a curse. No natural or magical disease I've ever heard of can change a person's moral outlook so completely as to make a mother eat her child, or a loving husband kill his spouse. That marks this as a curse to my eyes. Hermione was thinking about it, and she started to scribble notes on a pad of paper as she absently took a lock of hair and began nibbling on it. Pansy sighed and took the hair from her mouth and gave it a sharp tug. Hermione winced and frowned at her before returning to her notes. Harry was thinking about it as well. Why would the Ministry be treating it as a disease if it's a curse? Cynically, I think because it allows them to create more controls on werewolves, if it is an incurable disease. Remus smiled. Or it could simply be that the first Ministry person that was assigned to look into it called it a disease, and bureaucratic inertia has kept them in the same rut. Kingsley stood back up. Whichever it is, that can wait, since you're not going to find a cure in time to stop whatever is going to happen tomorrow night. He used his wand as a pointer, tapping 3 small towns. These are the only targets that they can reach, given the times that they disappeared. Given Greyback's usual habits when attacking muggles and wizards, we think it will be whatever town. The town is only Pop, and there are a few wizard families there. I estimate there are 46 wizard targets in the area, in 13 houses. Harry winced. That's going to spread us far too thin, we can consolidate all of our targets in one place, so we can utilize all of our training and forces. Moody sighed. Harry, what did you and the minister talk about on your birthday? Harry blinked and then blushed again. I keep forgetting that. I can call on the Aurors, can't I? He frowned, as he thought about it. Moody, are they good enough to fight werewolves? I'm not going to send them to needless deaths. Moody nodded. They can take most werewolves, if they're prepared and alert. Greyback, he's a different story, but the average Auror has the training to take the average werewolf. Harry nodded and looked at the map again. How certain are we that this is the target? Threat analysis actually came from another group. Ron Weasley stood up. Based on past attacks, Greyback's mindset and some minor information lifted from one of Greyback's followers, we have arrived at the following conclusions. 1. Greyback is planning a massive slaughter, such as the werewolves have not done since the 1200s. 2. Based on the movements patterns of the missing creatures, the target has to be in this area. The target must be small enough to be overwhelmed in a single night, large enough to make an impact and have a high enough wizard population to create new followers for Greyback. Ron motioned at the map. This town has everything they need. It is small enough that cutting it OFF from Muggle detection methods for a night is simple, isolated enough that the chances of someone driving in and escaping are slim, and most important, it has history. Ron smiled at the looks of confusion on most people's faces. Greyback was born there. His family moved when he was 12, but he has been back many times, maintaining a Muggle cover as a traveling salesman. He knows the area quite well. Ron turned back to the map, and his face assumed a look most of the people could identify. It was the same look of focused concentration that he had when he was playing chess or trying to make a new Quidditch play. Given the data we have, the current theory is that the Muggles will be slaughtered and Greyback will take the younger wizards and attempt to turn them. Any that are too old for him or that cannot be turned will be killed out of hand. Moody nodded. That werewolf you interrogated, he won't be giving the game away, will he? Ron shook his head. He doesn't even know we talked to him. Veritaserum and Obliviate are useful tools. Harry nodded. Right. I'll need all the fighters tomorrow. We'll base out of here, with portkeys to take us to where we need to be. The leaders of the various fighting groups will meet here tomorrow at 9 in the morning to plan our response to this attack. Right now, I believe Mr. Sharpstar has some things to tell us. Nicholas Sharpstar stood up. While I don't have any such dramatic plans to point out, I have been having a bit of fun in the political arena. The Wizengamot approved all of the claims we made against Death Eaters. G. Ringotts has been instructed to make the payments to the claimants. He looked at Harry. The Wizengamot has asked me to relay a message to you, Harry. They ask that you not give any more titles away, without first consulting with them. They understand that you bought the Malfoy family and that your plan for the Slytherin title was acceptable, but the Wizengamot does have the right to reject a new family taking a title. The Malfoys, while very rich, didn't have a title as such, but they are still a little upset that you gave such a prestigious family to the people you gave it to. Colin Creeve. Why Malfoy looked up from his place at the end of one of the tables. What you mean is that they're upset that the Malfoy name now belongs to a Muggleborn. Nicholas Sharpstar nodded. Pretty much. They're letting it go this time. But not even your fame, Lord Black, will be of much use if you continue to offend the Wizengamot. Harry shrugged. While they were disturbed about what I did, was the other law passed? Sharpstar nodded. By a narrow margin, but yes, it passed. The minister signed it today. Harry smiled. Perfect. Why don't you explain what we've done to everyone else? The law is quite simple and very clear. Any person that acknowledges any so-called Dark Lord as their master or boss may not hold any public office or ministry position. Sharpstar smiled. As soon as the proof we need comes back from the International Conference of Wizards, we're going to put a lot of people out of work. We think that we can prove that the Dark Mark cannot be given to a person under the Imperius. Harry nodded. After the various vaults are emptied and the Death Eaters are looking for ways to finance their lives and Voldemort, we're going to buy everything they have at greatly reduced prices. He smiled at the group. After all, they'll have to have money, but it's a buyer's market when you can't openly sell anything without the goblins taking it. Harry looked at Nicholas. Do you have anything else to report? Nicholas nodded slowly and stood up again. It has nothing to do with politics or laws, but since my associate doesn't like talking in front of large groups, I have the burden of announcing this. He took a deep breath as he pulled some notes from his pocket. 6 days ago, Hermione's Muggleborn network came to me, asking if I knew a good investigator. I directed them to James Henry Michaels, the investigator I use, and he gave me this report this morning. He looked at the notes. Over the last week, more than 24 people have been kidnapped from their homes, jobs, or off the street. The Muggles think it is the actions of a new cult, from the evidence left behind. According to them, the people have nothing in common. He looked up at the crowd. Mr. Mish, AELS has access to some information they don't have though, and he was able to learn that all of the people taken were Muggleborn witches or wizards. He was also able to determine that the ones taking them have at least one wizard with them. He's dropped his other work for now and is working on this full time. He looked at Harry. When he finds the people responsible, he wants to know if you want to deal with it or if he should call in the Aurors. Harry frowned. Why do the police think it's a cult? According to the police, an eyewitness to a possible suspect said the woman was wearing CL aughts with satanic drawings and had a tattoo of a pentagram with a goat's head over it. Hermione hissed. Satanists, who can really do magic? This is going to be a bloody fight, no matter which way you go, Harry. Harry frowned, not understanding. Hermione saw his puzzlement. Harry, they believe in a god and think he will reward them for doing things, and that if they die in his services, they will be exalted in his service. They will be fanatically loyal and willing to die. Harry frowned as he thought about it. He looked at Pansy. I need to speak to Gerald. I do have a use for him and his group after all. Pansy nodded, looking at her father. I'll set something up tomorrow. Mr. Parkinson was watching Harry. Gerald was the man who led the Windermere group of fighters that had been trained to fight harder than most people. They knew the unforgivables and had demonstrated that they could use them. They had been created originally to fight the Death Eaters, using the Death Eaters' own tactics against them. Back when the Windermeres had tried to break away from Voldemort, the Windermeres had revealed the group to Harry in early July, but Harry had decided against using them. His order and the Diagon Alley Defense Group was doing so well. Harry understood why they had been created and didn't mind, but he was hesitant about using the group for his fight. Harry didn't want to ask anyone to do anything he wouldn't do, even if they were willing. Mr. Parkinson frowned. He'd have a word with Pansy tonight. The last thing they needed was Harry being a little too dark. Gray was fine, but walking the line between gray and dark was hard, and they didn't need Harry becoming the next Dark Lord. The dinner went on, with Moody speaking of the missions his group had done. Knurl. Why 2/3 of all the known Death Eaters were looking for a place to live, and more than 100 dark things had been destroyed in his raids or captured for later destruction, once they figured out how to do it. The Shades of Grey Company was also paying for the care of several former prisoners of the Death Eaters, mostly young women found in Death Eater houses who had been tormented into insanity. Harry still grew angry every time he thought about those people. They were Muggles, treated as playthings by people that thought they were better than others because an accident of birth made them capable of doing magic. Harry had tried to get Hermione to research a way to take a person's magic forever, but she had refused, and after she explained why, Harry had reluctantly agreed with her. Harry might have the best of intentions, planning only to use the spell on Death Eaters, but sooner or later, it would come out and the next person to use it might not have the same ideals as Harry. The thought of Voldemort being able to strip a person's magic was enough for Harry to drop the idea. The planning went on late into the night as the group made simple plans for any possible situations that might arise while Harry was at Hogwarts. The Black Clan was as protected as they could get, with every home under a Fidelius, but there were hundreds of families that didn't have that protection. They didn't have the resources to do the spell. It cost a lot to cast the spell, in materials and energy, plus the caster had to have a basic working knowledge of runes and arithmancy, since the Aster was the one who set the conditions of the spell before casting it. Harry had the researchers in the clan looking for a cheaper and easier way to achieve the same effects, but they hadn't found anything yet. Harry was talking to Shacklebolt and Ron about the next night when Hermione and Narcissa Black came up to him. "Harry, may I speak to you, please?" Harry excused himself and looked at Hermione. She led him to a small alcove with Narcissa following them. Hermione looked at Harry. "Harry, we've been talking and I think Narcissa and I need to go into the Muggle world for a couple of hours this week. If I'm right, she may have to spend a night or two there." Harry looked at Narcissa, who was looking hopeful and embarrassed at the same time. Harry looked back at Hermione. "Am I going to have to do anything here? Or can you two handle it?" He could tell that neither of them was willing to go into details for some reason. "We can handle it, Harry, but we're going to need some money from you. And we might have to travel to Sweden for part of it." Harry thought about it. If it was in the Muggle world, the Death Eaters were not as big of a problem. He looked around and saw Miranda standing nearby, watching over Hermione. "What are the dangers of going to Sweden?" Miranda considered it for a minute and Harry saw that flash of humor in her eyes again. "I'd have to check with Miss Lovegood. But I think the crumple-horned Snurkax are mostly peaceful this time of year." She managed to get that out without even smiling. Harry grinned and turned back to Hermione. "Go ahead, just make sure I know when you're going. If I have the people, I may send a couple more with you." Hermione and Narcissa looked at each other. "That's fine, Harry, as long as they are witches. This is a girls-only trip." Harry raised an eyebrow at that but only nodded. Hermione hugged him and she left, whispering to Narcissa. Harry was watching the groups of people working out plans in their particular areas when he was hailed again. "Watch her, Harry, you've been having a lot of fun without me." Harry turned with a smile. "Watch her, Tonks. I thought you were in the hospital for another couple of days." Tonks looked a little pale but she was standing, unlike the last time Harry had seen her in St. Mungo's. Remus stood nearby and he actually looked worse than Tonks. Of course, he was a werewolf with the full moon tomorrow night. So that was only to be expected. "I was supposed to be, but I convinced them that I was ready to go." She frowned. "They still won't clear me for any work except desk duty for another 2 weeks though." Harry nodded. "Tonks, if I have the report from the healers right, that curse caused your internal organs to start rotting and in the last few weeks, you've had very internal organ in your body replaced magically, yes?" Tonks nodded. "Yes. Do you have any idea how annoying it is, not being able to use my gift? They wouldn't let me change anything, not even my hair. Since they don't know if it would disrupt the healing." She changed her hair, cycling through a dozen colors before making it the vibrant pink Harry remembered from their first meeting. She looked at him hopefully. "You're going to let me work again, right, Harry? I can be useful tomorrow night." Harry stared at her in disbelief. "Tonks, no." He saw the flicker of anger in her eyes and held up one hand. "Before you go off on me, let me explain, since you wouldn't be going on this mission even if you were completely healthy, which you're not. Someone has to watch over Remus and make Sue. He is protected while all of our fighters are busy. Do you trust anyone else to do that, knowing that most of the world thinks he's a danger?" Tonks looked at Remus. "No, not really." Remus looked at Harry. "I have been keeping myself safe for years, Harry. I don't need to wrapped in wool." Harry flushed and looked away. Remus stared at him. "I've seen that look before." James used to have the very same expression on his face. Just before he admitted doing something we weren't going to. Like. Remus stared at him and had a sudden idea. "Harry, you've known where I was for the last few full moons. Has someone been watching me?" Harry winced. "Yes." He looked at Remus, who was beginning to look angry. "Your family, Remus, the last bit of family I have that can tell me about my parents. Why, or the only person I have that can tell me about things like Dad's expressions, or how Mum and he got together. Do you really blame me for watching over you?" Harry shrugged. "It was for your protection, Remus. And I will never be sorry about anything I do that keeps my family safe." Remus sighed. Given Harry's upbringing and his attitude, Remus couldn't win this argument, even if he didn't agree with the thought. He let it go and looked around, making sure they were alone. "I do have a question for you, Harry, if you would assume your Lord Black persona for a minute." Harry blinked, not expecting that. "I can do that. What do you want to discuss?" "Lord Black, I wish to court Nymphadora Tonks, of your family." In accordance with the customs and traditions, I am asking you for the right. Harry almost smiled, until he saw how serious Remus was. He made a mental note to look into those customs as he looked at Tonks, who was staring at Remus. Miss Tonks, I have received an offer to court you from Remus Lupin. Is it your wish to allow this? Tonks just nodded. Harry turned to Remus. I will expect honorable behavior from you, Mr. Lupin, he said, improvising madly. Your request is granted. Remus nodded. Thank you, Lord Black. Harry grinned at him. Now, all you have to do is ask her father. Remus winced. You just had to say that, didn't you? Ooh, Harry. The Ministry, 03 August 1997. Ooh. Harry walked into the Ministry and waited for the person in front of him to finish getting their badge. He stepped up to the Auror's desk. Harry Potter, here to work. The Auror looked up. Here you are, sir. Harry pinned on his badge and looked at the Auror again. Where will I find the office of the Commander of Magical Warfare? The Auror blinked. He blushed. 1 second, sir. I have to look it up. It's been so long since those offices were used that I am not certain. He reached into his desk and consulted a small book. Level 4, Section 2. The offices will be marked, sir. Harry thanked him and headed for the lifts. He found his new offices after a few minutes of wandering around. He stepped inside. Good morning, sir. I am Melissa Fairwater. The minister has appointed me to be your assistant. Your office is ready and hot chocolate will be ready in 5 minutes. There are some papers awaiting you in there. Harry nodded and looked at the outer room of his new office. He suppressed a smile. Harry Potter, Muggle-raised wizard, not even out of Hogwarts yet, had an office. His urge to smile faded as he looked at the symbol of his new office. The cross, D-wand and sword of the Department of Magical Warfare had an air of menace and violence that made him remember what he had to do tonight. He walked over to the only door and opened the door. The office inside was not very large, with a desk and 4 chairs in front of it. The walls were covered with maps of the magical sections of the British Islands. There were 2 filing cabinets and another door. Harry opened the door to find a large conference room. He shut the door and sat down at his desk. The top of the desk was empty except for an ink pot, 2 quills and a pile of parchments. He sighed and picked up the first one. Being the responsibilities, duties, rights and privileges of the Commander of Magical Forces as set down in the Magical Warfare Act of 1091 and the amendments of 1102, 1341 and 1450. Harry sighed. It seemed like all he'd done this summer was assume more duties, some willingly, others less so. He started reading. A few minutes later he was interrupted by Miss Fairwater bringing him some hot chocolate. He blinked as he realized it was exactly how he liked it. She saw his look and smiled. I had a long chat with 3 young ladies that know everything about you, sir. It is my duty to ensure that you have everything you need to work efficiently, and I take pride in my work. Harry smiled. Thank you, Miss Fairwater. Would you know if the minister has a few minutes to have a private conversation this morning? I have an item of some importance I must discuss with him. She looked at him and saw the tension around his eyes. Sir, if it is in regard to your duties, you do have the right to interrupt him at any time, no matter what he's doing. Harry thought about it for a minute. Send him a note with my apologies and tell him that I will be in to see him at 10, would you please? I also need a flow connection. The flow is in the other office, right down the hall, room 423. She saw his look and smiled. Your associates will be using those rooms, as soon as you pick them, sir. Your communications person has all of the flow, all and other communications things in their office so that you can work on your duties without being interrupted. Harry nodded. That's all covered in those papers you have on my desk, correct? She nodded. Harry shook his head. I'll have a list of the people I want tomorrow or the next day, depending on what happens tonight. She frowned. Will we be seeing action tonight, sir? Harry looked at her questioningly. I'm your aide, sir. I go everywhere you do, when you're working. Harry sighed. You're an Auror, aren't you? She nodded. Yes, sir. Class of 1994. I was ranked 10th in the class. She grinned impishly then. 1 place ahead of Auror Tonks. Harry smiled. If you do half as well as she has, you'll be a credit to the Aurors. He frowned for a second. I don't mean to offend, but what is a well-trained Auror doing in your position? Isn't it? He hesitated, looking for the right word. Sir, I volunteered for this job. I'll be right in the middle of everything working with you, and the word around the Aurors is that you won't leave any of your people behind. Plus, having a stint in an office is Riku. I read for advancement into the senior Auror ranks, and this office is going to generate a lot of attention, which I will share in, also good for my career. Harry smiled. You were a Slytherin in Hogwarts, weren't you? She frowned. I know you're a Gryffindor, sir. Is there a problem with that? Harry shook his head. Not at all. Miss Parkinson Potter is one of the better people I know, along with Blaise Zabini Montrose and Daphne Greengrass Black. Harry thought for a minute. Millicent Bulstrode is not a bad person either. I was guessing because most Gryffindors would be saying something about defending the world. Hufflepuffs wouldn't worry about their career, and Ravenclaws would have chosen a more intellectual position to advance themselves. Only Slytherins are so blunt about advancing themselves and doing the work. She thought about it. So how did a logical mind end up in Gryffindor, sir? Harry grinned again as he headed for his office. I had a bad upbringing, raised by Muggles. She sniffed. Sir, I am a Muggleborn. And that is offensive. Harry stopped and turned to look at her. He saw the smile and sighed. Thank goodness. I thought you were serious for a minute, and I'd have hated to have fired you on the first day. Harry hid his smile for a second as he watched the astonishment flow across her face. Obviously, any Muggleborn who got into Slytherin and made it out alive is far too sneaky and dangerous to be working for me. She'd end up taking my job in a week. He watched her consider that for a minute, and then she smiled at him. Take your job? No, thanks, sir. I don't want to be the boy who lived. It would go terribly with my dress robes. That surprised a laugh out of Harry. Ooh, Harry and others. The Minister's Office, 03 August 1997. Ooh, and that is what we plan on doing tonight. It gives us the best chance of stopping this before it happens, given the resources at hand. It would help, Minister, if you could find a way to create a few more Aurors, about 20 or so. Harry finished the presentation he had given the Minister with the help of Ron and Shacklebolt. Minister Scrimgeour was looking at the map and answered absently. It wouldn't help today. But we're recruiting now. It takes 4 months to finish the basic Auror school, and then we can put those Aurors in places we have skilled troops while they finish the advanced schooling. He looked up with a smile. Speaking of skilled Aurors, Mr. Potter, you will be happy to know that Auror Wilkes has been reassigned and is no longer cataloging confiscated materials. Harry nodded. Thank you, Minister. The Minister looked at the sheets Shacklebolt had brought with him after getting Harry's flow call. How many werewolves are we looking at? At least 30, according to the intelligence, sir. I would say about 40, just to be safe. The Minister frowned. Even if I gave you every Auror we have, that's only 50, without uncovering some other area. Harry shrugged. I want 40. That will leave 10 for a reaction force with my map team. We'll have 87 total fighters on site. It's not the 3-to-1 odds I want, but war is never everything you want. Minister Scrimgeour looked at Harry. Mr. Potter, just between you and I, just how many fighters does your order have? Harry looked at him. My order, or me? The Minister thought about that. How many fighters do you command? Tonight, we'll have 47 at this event. 10 is the reaction team in the map room, 3 on light duty from injuries, 1 indisposed, and 4 on other missions. You have 65 fighters, Mr. Potter. I only have 150 Auror right now. Harry shrugged. He hadn't mentioned Gerald's group or the Diagon Alley Defense Group, since he didn't command those 2 groups. All total, Harry could call on 100 fighters plus Moody's trainers, but he didn't want those numbers in anyone's head but his for now. After this was over and Voldemort was dead, he'd make sure that every one of them got the recognition they deserved. Of course, they were up against an enemy that had a dozen advantages, including numbers they thought. Harry brought his thoughts back to the current threat as the Minister asked another question. They had a lot to work out and not much time. The moon rose early tonight. One way or another, this would all be over by midnight. Ooh, the Diagon Alley Defense Group, Diagon Alley, 03 August 1997. Ooh, Fred and George were busy all day. One of them had to stay in the store, watching over the potions, charms and other things cooking in the back. and making sure no one accidentally blew anything up that wasn't supposed to blow up in the shop itself. The other twins was going around to the members of their group, warning them that everyone was on call tonight, as all of Harry's people would be busy. The DADG was going to be used if anything major came in from Death Eaters or other problems while Harry and the Nameless Order were busy. Fred smiled slightly as he headed for another shop. Harry had offered to make them an official arm of his new job, but Fred and George had hastily declined the honor. It was bad enough, having to be semi-respectable businessmen, but their reputation would never survive if anyone ever found out they were working for the ministry. Moody and the Inferno Trainers, the Inferno, 03 August 1997. The enemy will be werewolves, and Harry has already said that his rules are in play. We come home, they fail at whatever they're doing, and if they don't go home, too bad for them. The group grinned and settled down to the serious work of planning and preparing for tonight's events. The Order Without a Name, Grimald Place, 03 August 1997. Orr Wilkes sighed. I'd rather be out there with all of you tonight, but I have a squad to run in the assault. Kingsley will be with Harry somewhere, and the rest of the Orrs will be wherever Harry puts them. Members of the Order that were not involved in something were here. Several of them were making vests. The vests were white with a Gryffindor red trim and the Black Clan emblem on the back, under insignia of the Department of Magical Warfare. They were making them for everyone, including the Orrs. Since there was going to be a lot of confusion out there and it was going to be a nighttime mission, they needed a way for the various groups to keep from targeting each other. The front of the Orr vests would have a place for the Department of Magical Warfare insignia, and the other groups out there would have their own symbols. The Black Clan people would have the Black Clan symbol, the Nameless Order would have the emerald green lightning bolt, and Fred and George had told them to put a monogram, DADG, on the ones the Diagon Alley Defense Group would using, after the vest makers had refused to waste time animating a rubber chicken design. Moody's people would have a flame on theirs, showing they were part of the Inferno crew. Some of the group were rotating in and out of the target area, learning more about it and attempting to find the wizard houses. They were also careful, while looking for the gathering place of the werewolves. Harry would rather assault the werewolves in a remote area and try and keep them out of the town or any houses if he could. So far, they hadn't found any sign of them. They were building a good map of the area though. Lady Slytherin, Diagon Alley, 03 August 1997. And that will conclude this statement. Thank you for your time and I will take a few questions. Luna simply smiled and watched the woman Harry had chosen as the best representative of Slytherin. Lamos Veritasic raised his hand to attract Lady Slytherin's attention. Lady Slytherin, will you be returning to Hogwarts this year? Of course. If the commander of magical warfare can find the time to get his newts under the current situation, I can find no reason for me to be absent. Rita Skeeter asked, Lady Slytherin, have you anyone in mind for your consort? Sally Ann smiled. She'd won 5 galleons from Nicholas Sharpstar. He'd bet that the reporter from Witch Weekly would ask that question. I have not been titled long enough to have even considered the possibilities in that topic yet. Since finding the right person will require some thought and study, I have no one in mind. Yet, Gilda Lockhart was the younger sister of that Lockhart, Sally Ann knew, and she was rapidly gaining a reputation for being very good at ferreting out secrets. Lady Slytherin was having Sharpstar look into her background. Sally Ann had a few allies and a decent network in Slytherin House itself, but in just about a year, she would be entering a much larger arena and she would need help from outside Hogwarts. Lady Slytherin, would you mind telling our readers what your likes and dislikes are? That's a very broad question, and I simply don't have time to answer it right now. Leave a contact with my solicitor and we'll try and schedule an interview before I go back to Hogwarts. Nicholas stood up from the chair where he'd been watching Lady Slytherin talk. Milady, we have to go, you have another appointment. Sally Ann thanked the reporters again and allowed them to take a couple of pictures before leaving with Sharpstar. Is my will ready, Mr. Sharpstar? It is, and I noted you were quick to tell the reporters who your heir was. Have you told Lord Black he is your heir yet? Sally Ann smiled. Of course I have. I sent him an owl this morning. Nicholas smiled. Which Given the way he moves around, means he'll find out sometime tonight, when he gets home from whatever he's doing today. Sally Ann shrugged. How should I know? I've been watching the owls deliver the mail at breakfast time for 6 years. I assume he got it at breakfast time. Nicholas looked at her innocent face and smiled. You do that very well, lady. Remind me to think about what you're telling me, before I give you any promises. I believe you could sell shoes to a basilisk. Sally Ann was about to answer when a wizard approached them. Mr. Sharpstar. Nicholas looked at him and knew him vaguely. He was one of Harry's people. 3 more wizards stood behind him, each of them looking in a different direction. That's me. What may I do for you? Mr. Potter has asked us to watch over you and the Lady Slytherin today, sir. There are some things going on and Mr. Potter would be happier if you two had trained help on hand. Sally Ann and Nicholas looked at each other. Mr. Sharpstar, if Harry Potter thinks it would be better for to have help around, I'm not going to tell him no. Nicholas nodded and the 4 wizards moved away, surrounding them but not being obvious. Nicholas sighed. I wonder what we'll be reading about in the morning. Ooh, Harry. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement, 03 August 1997. Ooh, good afternoon. Since many of you have been let in when you were not scheduled to work, I assume you must have figured out that this is going to be something different. Harry looked at the group of Aurors that had been tasked to help him defend the town. Most of them were older Aurors, ones that had been around a while and who had proven that they wouldn't freeze in a pitched battle. Some of them were looking at him dubiously. He sighed. I know what some of you are thinking. Who is this kid, and what makes him able to lead us? Am I correct? One of the older Aurors stood up. Mr. Potter, everyone here knows who you are. That you're powerful, and that you can fight. None of us doubt. What we want to know is why we should trust you to lead us, when you don't have any of our training, or our experience. First off, you're wrong. Harry looked at the back of the room, where the answer had come from. I've been training the boy. Moody came stumping up to stand next to Harry. He's not a senior Auror yet, but I'd pit his skills ND training against any 1st to 5th year Auror in the ministry now. The Aurors looked at each other. Moody was insane, yes, but before he'd gone around the bend, he'd been a legend, survivor of battles against dark wizards than anyone in more than 300 years. I understand that you don't know why I'm here, or how well I can lead. I understand that and can respect it. I would care less of you if you didn't have doubts about a new commander that drops in from nowhere. However, I am in charge and we will do this my way. Anyone that doesn't like that at the end of this briefing can pull out and he will be replaced. Harry smiled at Auror Wilkes. I understand that they need someone to catalog the confiscated items. Harry looked at Miss Fairwater. If you would, please. He nodded and a map flew to the wall and unrolled against it. Before I even start this briefing, let me tell you all something. While you are under my command, I have a few rules that you will abide by. Or I will make you wish Voldemort had gotten his hands on you. Our people come first. If that means you kill the bad guys, no problem. I prefer that. In fact, dead enemies can't get back up to hurt anyone else. Second, everyone of ours comes back. We don't leave anyone behind, dead or alive, certainly not alive. If you can't live with those rules, go away now. No one moved and Harry nodded. The target is Forestwake. We believe that Greyback and his pack will attempt to slaughter the entire town tonight as part of Voldemort's newest defense. The Aurors murmured and one raised his hand. Pardon me, sir, but there are not enough of us to face any amount of werewolves and protect that much area. I know that, and we will be joined by 2 more groups of people, bringing out total numbers higher than they are now. Everyone will be issued a vest that will identify you as one of us to everyone out there. Anyone wearing the vest is a friend from somewhere and they will bring our total numbers to 100 people. We will also have a reserve component, 20 more that we can call on in case things go sideways. In a real emergency, I have another crew to call on, 15 more people. Harry looked at the Aurors. The others have been briefed already and everyone knows what I am about to tell you. If things go that bad, those 15 people will be covering our retreat and in order to do so, they have been authorized to use certain spells and curses that we will not be using. Does anyone have a problem with that? One of the Aurors frowned. Are you saying that they can use the unforgivables? Harry nodded, holding up a parchment. I have a release, signed by the minister and the head of the Wizengamot, allowing those people only to use them in cases of dire emergency. I will have to present my case for the use of those spells to the Wizengamot afterwards. If they disagree, I am responsible. He turned back to the map, picking up a pointer. We have been scouting the area under invisibility and other charms today, and this is what we have right now. Harry went on to detail the plans they had made so far. Without knowing which way the werewolves would be coming from or even how many there were, Harry had chosen to hold 5 groups of 20 people in a circle around the town. One of the Aurors asked, "Why?" "Because we don't know how they're going to come at this. With scouts in the air on brooms, we should see them coming and have time to move into better positions, but if they simply rush the town in a mass, I don't want anyone getting caught alone or in a group so small that all they can do is replay Horatio at the bridge." 2 hours later the entire group was gathered at the ministry and Harry group was passing out the vests. The people Harry was using as his staff right now, Kingsley, Moody and Ron were laying out last-minute changes and instructions. Harry was listening and watching, but his mind was on what was going to happen tonight. He was winding up as tension and nervous energy filled the room. One of the drawbacks of Harry's Estuimagus ability was that he felt what the people around him were feeling and it affected his mood. Right now, everyone was getting tense and Harry was beginning to explore everyone around him with those tendrils of magic that meant his ability was growing stronger. The stronger Harry's emotions grew, the stronger this power of his grew. That was a good thing, when he had something to do with that power, but if he didn't, it would continue to grow until something happened. Hermione, who had known Harry longer than anyone else except Ron, was the first to see what was happening. She got Ron's attention and pointed at Harry. Ron looked and came over to Hermione. "If anyone asks, we went out to take care of some last-minute things," Hermione said, and collected Pansy and Ginny on the way over to Ron. The 3 girls shepherded a mildly protesting Harry into another room quickly and quietly. Ron shook his head. Harry would be lucky if he was ever allowed to be angry again. Those 3 kept him on a short emotional leash. He was distracted by an Auror then, asking another question, wanting clarification of one of the plans for the assault that night. The Department of Magical Warfare, whatever town, 03 August 1997. Harry looked over his massed troops at the rally point that they would be going to their assigned positions from. Everyone has their instructions. Go out there, be careful and come back. Auror Wilkes stiffened to attention. "Yes sir," she said, giving Harry a salute. She turned to her team. "Let's go, people, we've got hunting to do." Her team disappeared and the other teams followed her. Harry looked around at his command group. Hermione, Pansy and Ginny stood there with Miranda, Luna, Ron and Neville. Over to one side, Harry's assistant, Auror Fairwater, was watching a dozen healers setting up one of the magical tents, which would be the field hospital for any injuries. Hermione had a small square and she tapped it with her wand. It grew and became a large chalkboard. Hermione tapped a parchment and it spread itself over the board. Hermione looked at Harry with a smile. She tapped the parchment with her wand, saying, "The Order Without a Name." Harry watched as lines began spreading over the parchment. Ron, whose training had included a great deal of looking at maps, was the first to realize that it was slowly becoming a map of the surrounding area. "That's brilliant, Hermione. How did you do it?" "It's an offshoot of the Marauders map, Remus, and I worked it out while we were working on the Apparition map. It will show any surrounding area you take it to, and will show a few different things. First, it shows everyone wearing one of our vests tonight, so we can track our people. It also tracks unwarded magical items and beings in its area. It can't penetrate wards yet, we're still working on that, but it will show any warded area as a black blot." The group watched as the map spread out further, outlining the town and the surrounding areas. Harry nodded. The map seemed to cover about 10 kilometers in every direction from the center of the map. He looked at it as small colored lights began to appear. Hermione anticipated his questions. "The white dots are our people, anyone with a vest. Blue dots are magical beings of some type." She took a deep breath. "Transformed werewolves will appear as red dots, thanks to some work with Remus last month. The green dots are unwarded magic of some kind and the black areas are warded areas. Harry pulled her into a one-armed hug as he looked at the map. Brilliant work, Hermione. Ron was looking at it. Can I take a closer look at an area? Hermione shook her head. Not yet, it's not actually ready for use yet. But this mission is too important to leave to chance, if it might help. Ron frowned. Pity, that, I would love to know what this is. Everyone looked at the area he was pointing at. There were a dozen closely placed green dots there, out in the middle of a grove that didn't have anything else nearby. They were in a circle, covering an area about 30 meters wide. Hermione frowned at it. Some type of magical thing, but what, I don't know. Harry looked at Hermione. Could it be dangerous? Hermione shrugged. All I can say is that it is magical. We haven't done the more sensitive spells that could tell us more yet. Harry nodded. That's okay, Hermione. You've done wonders to get this much out. He looked at the small circle of green dots again. Which group is this? The ones closest to the magical things. Ron looked at the map. Moody's group. Harry winced. Moody was not the person he wanted to tell about unknown magical things near him just before a major battle was starting. He sighed and took out one of the aura mirrors he'd been given earlier that day. The mirror was similar to the one Sirius had given him, except that Harry could talk any one of the groups out there or even all of them at once. All of the group leaders had one, and Harry had a couple of spares, in case something went wrong. Moody, this is Harry. Lad, what can I do for you? Harry described what the map was seeing and Moody promised to check it out. A minute later, the people watching the map saw 3 of the white dots at Moody's position move toward the green dots. The 2 sets of dots intermixed for a few seconds and then returned to Moody's position. A minute later, Moody was calling Harry on the mirror. I don't know how you saw those things, Harry, and I will be asking later. But they're small wards that can be activated with a wand. It appears that you've found some wizard's privacy area. Nothing to do with us tonight. Harry frowned as Pansy and Ginny giggled. What sort of privacy area? He asked. Pansy grinned. It's usually set up by a wizard looking to have a private place to talk to his girlfriend, Harry. Harry was about to ask another question when he realized what she meant. Oh, I see. Ron was looking at the map. Harry, we've got movement and red dots. The group turned to the map. A mass of red dots was moving onto the upper edge of the map. Moving toward the village from the forest. Harry hissed. There's more than 30 of them. Can we tell how many there are? Hermione touched the bottom of the map and a small section changed, becoming a group of symbols and words with the title, Map Key, at the top. She touched the area again and it expanded up on side. Running down the side of the map was a list. Friendly. 100. Magical beings. 239. Magical items. 25. Unknown. 2. Warded areas. 17. Werewolves. 43. Below that was a description of what each dot color meant. Ron was watching the map closely. No attempts at strategy at all, just one mass rush. He frowned, thinking back over some of the things he'd learned over the summer. Something is wrong here, Harry. Greyback is more cunning than this. Harry was won the mirror again. All units. We have 43 enemy troops approaching from the north. Or Wilkes, they're coming your way. Moody, you and or Shacklebolt are the next 2 closest groups. Support and assist. Fred, you and George break your group in half and cover their positions. Harry watched as the white dots began moving. He passed the mirror to Ron. You know what to do, Ron. Ron nodded, his eyes on the map. Harry pulled his broomstick from his pocket and tapped it with his wand. He turned, to see the rest of his group was already mounted, even Hermione. Hermione was not the best flyer, but she could use a broom as well as any normal witch. It was only the superior skills of her closest friends that made her look worse than she was. Pansy, who was not a Quidditch-obsessed flyer, or one with a massive amount of natural skill, was no better than she was, and they tended to hang back and fly higher than the rest. Harry smiled at them. His grin turned into a smirk for a second as he looked at Hermione. He held a finger to his lips. Shish, be wevy quiet. I'm hunting werewolves. Hermione stared at him blankly for a second before she got the Elmer Fudd imitation. She rolled her eyes. Of all the things you could get from the Muggle world, You had to remember a cartoon. Harry shrugged and looked at the map again. The red dots were still 2 kilometers fr. Owned the rapidly gathering white dots, and when Harry turned around again, he was very serious. I want everyone to come back. No exceptions. He lifted off, the rest following him in a group. Luna and Neville were close together, with Pansy, Hermione and Miranda behind them. Out in front, Harry led Ginny and Auror Fairwater, who was not bad on a broomstick. The group came closer to the area where the werewolves were coming from and slowed, searching the area for signs of the battle. Harry heard a buzzing in his pocket and slowed a bit more to take out a mirror. Go ahead, Ron. The enemy is about 100 meters ahead of the Order and you are about 200 behind them and slightly left of them. Harry nodded, forgetting Ron couldn't see him. Thanks, Ron. He put the mirror away and headed in the direction Ron had indicated. They'd barely started when a couple of howls and some light flashes showed them exactly where the battle was. Harry snarled silently and took off, quickly passing everyone else on his broomstick. Harry's new broom wasn't as fast as his firebolt, but it was still the best the Comet Company made and no one else had one to compare to it, except Ginny, and she simply didn't have Harry's skill. Harry shot over a tree to see the battle below him. Auror Wilkes had laid out the portable swamps in 2 legs, forming a V shape that funneled the beast control. Werewolves down into a tightly packed mass and impeded their superior speed. Some of the smarter ones were turning from the massed spells that her group was firing into their midst, but Moody and Hacklebolt were on the flanks and targeting those trying to run. Harry threw a reductor at a werewolf trying to escape, cutting his leg nearly in half just above the knee. A second later another curse Harry didn't recognize was splashing the werewolf's head across the swamp he fell into. Harry felt the buzz again and pulled up, watching the battle. Harry, 22 more have appeared, right in the middle of town. Harry's eyes blazed and he turned for town, pushing the Comet 310 hard. His team followed, unsure of why Harry was changing the plan, but trusting him to have a good reason. Ron had been watching the battle when the map key changed and the red dots appeared in a building in the town. He'd called the nearest groups and then told Harry. Ron was looking at the battle, where elves were going down rapidly, and then back at the town, where red dots were entering houses in all directions. All groups, we have 22 werewolves in the town. They are splitting up and entering the houses. Auror Wilkes heard that and swore. They still had a dozen or so werewolves to take care of here. She looked at her people and called Moody. Our 2 groups can handle this, go help the Muggles. Moody didn't need any more urging and collected his people, apparating away within a minute. Auror Wilkes turned back to killing werewolves with a snarl. This was going to be a bloody night. Greyback snarled at the woman in front of him and tore her throat out with a careless swipe of his claws, glorying in the spray of blood over his face. Greyback was an alpha wolf and he still had some intelligence. Even as he allowed his beast to run rampant, he smirked as his ears caught the sounds of howling outside of town. From the sounds, they were encountering resistance. That would keep the Aurors busy. A week ago, one of his followers had missed an appointment. Some quick magic had shown them that he had been obviated and those fools out there were paying the price. Greyback had taken them all from their homes this morning, when no one expected to see a werewolf in public, and it was likely no one knew yet that many of the lesser werewolves, the ones that tried not to hurt people, were even missing yet. By setting them up in the forest at the edge of town, he had made sure that they would attack as soon as the smell of eaten blood reached their enhanced senses. They would give him time to do what had to be done tonight. He leapt, busting out of the window after his nose told him no one else was alive in this house. He would show those fools how to kill properly. He landed and howled, a victory howl, as his nose and ears told him that the hunting this night was superb. He ran down the street, seeking another house of living meat to kill. Ron was directing people toward red dots, but it was taking time. The red dots of the werewolves had split up, going in 20 different directions at once. Since he could only talk to someone with a mirror, he had to relay a red dot location to whoever had the mirror, and they relayed to a group of fighters who would move in to contain the werewolf. He noted absently that Harry and the other broomstick riders were entering too. But he was too busy to say anything to them right then. Susan Bones peered around the broken doorway of the house that had a werewolf in it, according to her group leader. She didn't see anything, and motioned the rest of her people to follow her. They were all inside when a scream echoed from upstairs somewhere and cut off with a sudden gurgle. She was starting toward the stairs when a werewolf came bounding down them. His speed put him among them before they could get a curse off, and a slash of yellowed claws opened the chest of Dean Thomas, crumpling him where he stood. The werewolf was over 2 meters tall, and Susan stuck her wand at the base of his skull and cast the concussio spell that Charlie Weasley had used so well. The werewolf dropped, his head simply gone in a fine red mist. Susan caught a glimpse of Colin Creevey snapping a picture as she dropped to check on her teammate and friend. "He's alive. Give me a portkey." Hands picked her up and another took her place. Dean and Seamus Finnegan were gone. "Sorry, but we need you here. They'll take care of them." Susan looked at her team. "We need to stay spread out a bit more. Remember that speed." She pulled out her mirror as she led them out of the house. "One down, where's the next one?" Auror Wilkes was supervising the final clean-up of the werewolves at the first battle site, although it had not been a battle, but a slaughter. She was absently wondering why Greyback had been so stupid. He fought better than this. Almost all of the werewolves that had come in this way were dead, and the ones that weren't, were trussed up in silver chains that kept them unconscious and docile. They were making sure they hadn't missed any of them right now, and that all of the dead bodies were dead. That was proven to be a good thing, as a werewolf erupted from the edge of a swamp, attacking the Auror that had gotten a little too close. The Auror's cries barely lasted a second before a gaping muzzle was buried in his rodent claws were tearing and shredding things in his abdomen. The Auror fell, and before the bloody monster could move, a dozen curses hit him at once, ripping him apart much as he had just done to the young Auror. Auror Wilkes winced. That made 3 of hers dead and 4 badly enough wounded to need the field hospital. Hopefully, none of them would be turned. Fred and George had been tasked out for a new duty. Their people from the Diagon Alley Defense Group had a lot of portkeys, and they were desperately trying to evacuate Muggles from outlying houses, moving into town. The portkeys sent the Muggles to a warehouse where the Obliviators were waiting. They would have a memory of a bad gas leak planted in their heads after the memories of the night were erased. By dawn, the town would look as if a gas leak had erupted, covering any evidence they couldn't destroy of the evening's events. Harry had hoped to contain the werewolves outside of town, but Ron had insisted on planning for the worst-case scenario. This wasn't it, but it was bad enough. Hermione and Pansy were providing cover for Harry, Ginny and Miss Fairwater. Hermione was certain Harry was doing something to make the werewolves attack him, because all he was doing was floating down the street slowly, about a meter off the ground. As he went along, every so often, a werewolf would come out of the shadows or a house and come straight for Harry. None of them had reached him yet, not with spells coming from 5 different wands and directions. Ron was watching the town and cursing. The map was fuzzy as more and more dots collected in town. He was certain there were at least 5 more red dots in town, but he couldn't find them. The map went black suddenly and then cleared to being a simple sheet of parchment. Ron touched it with his wand. The Order without a name. He swore and jumped back as the parchment burst into flames. He grabbed his broomstick and took off, heading for town. Ginny was the only one that hadn't landed yet, circling overhead and providing air cover. She passed by a house with a broken door and windows, indicating a werewolf had already been there, and left when she heard a faint cry. She nearly threw up as she walked past the remains of a woman. She followed the cry to a small room. In the room, she found a baby hidden hastily in a closet. She picked the child up and shushed it, trying to calm the child. She turned, starting back out the way she'd come. A hideous snarl greeted her and she looked up to see 2 werewolves entering the room, their eyes fixed on her and the child. Ginny froze for a second, and that was too long as the one in front jumped at her. Harry looked around as Hermione's portkey sent the Muggles away for better care than they could give them. He LED his mirror and was about to call Ron when Ron landed next to him. The map blew up. "Harry, we have almost all of the werewolves down, but there may be 1 or 2 more." Ron looked around. "Where's Ginny?" The group looked around. A scream and a howl came from a building 1 door down and they spun. Harry was there 1 second and not the next. The crack that announced his departure left them a little shaken as they rushed for the sounds. Ron and Miss Fairwater were just entering the house when a new sound assaulted their ears. It was an unearthly cry of loss and anger. The house glowed for a second, before every window in it and 2 of the walls blew up, pelting them all with debris and glass. Miranda grabbed Hermione. Hermione struggled, but Miranda didn't even notice as she removed a shard of glass from Hermione's neck and healed the deep gash. By the time she was done, the others were inside. Ron and Miss Fairwater picked themselves up from the ground and followed Pansy into the house. Ginny jumped back into the closet as the werewolf jumped at her, turning her back on the creature, sheltering the baby in her arms as she pulled her wand. Blinding agony shot through her system as the werewolf raked her back, opening her robes and skin open, baring her spine and tearing chunks of meat and skin away. She screamed as one of the monsters howled. She held on to Consciousness with a ragged edge and stuck her wand under her arm. Concussio. He fell, Charlie's spell ripping and pulverizing his upper half into so much shredded meat. Ginny would never find out how well her spell worked as the second werewolf stepped on his dead companion and reached out to grab Ginny's exposed spine and rip it out of her body. Ginny faded out, crumpling around the baby that was still crying weakly. Her last thought to cover it with her body, hoping that someone would be here in time to save the child. The werewolf was reaching for her again when a crack hurt his ears and he spun, Ginny's spine in his hand still. Before he saw what was behind him, a new sound tore across his ears, making him howl in pain as the impossibly loud sound ripped at his acute hearing. Harry apparated as he heard the scream, not knowing how he did it, blind, and not even thinking about it. He appeared behind a werewolf who spun and Harry's world stopped, everything frozen in crystal clarity before him. The werewolf, with something red and bloody in his hand, an even bloodier body, with hair he knew better than his own, crumpling behind it. A faint cry, coming from the body. Harry screamed, anger, hate and fear for Ginny sending his emotionally powered magic to heights he'd never reached in training. The house shuddered and shook as Harry screamed and he directed everything he felt at the werewolf. The thing disappeared, gone in a flash of burning light. Harry crawled over the body, never realizing he was on his knees. He tried to turn her over, but she didn't turn right, her body twisting in ways nothing human should be able to move. Harry moaned, and suddenly his magic flared again. He had this power. He could fix this. He reached, pushing the power into Ginny, willing her to live again. He could feel the damage repairing itself, healing all the marks the werewolves had inflicted on her, replacing everything, and he reached deeper, pushing more magic into her. Pansy reached the own first and saw Harry surrounded by a glowing light, Ginny's body in his arms. She saw Ginny's body and her heart fell. No magic in the world could bring a wizard back from those injuries. Spines and brains were 2 of the trickiest things to work on, and no one had yet found a way to replace a missing spine. She started toward Harry when the light around him flared and then disappeared, flowing into Ginny. She stared, disbelieving, as Ginny's injuries disappeared. That was impossible. She looked at Harry and saw his eyes. They were fixed on something only he could see as his lips formed one word again and again. Live. Pansy suddenly knew what Harry was trying to do. She moved toward him, only to be stopped by the heat that was starting to radiate from Harry. She could feel her skin beginning to burn, like a bad sunburn. Pansy cried out, but Harry never changed, even as his hair singed and his skin reddened, blistering badly. Pansy raised her wand. Harry was going to keep trying to raise Ginny until he literally burned out, and she couldn't think of any other way to stop him. Stupefy. The beam hit Harry and Pansy flew through the wall as Harry exploded in a wash of magical energy. Ooh, the author, here and now. Ooh, I have known since before I wrote the 2nd chapter that Ginny was going to die. While I don't have the rather severe dislike of her that some people do, I don't feel that her personality, what we saw of it, is right for Harry in a long-term relationship. Harry is going to be a right mess in the next chapter, and it may take some determined work by a few people to bring him out of it. In other news, I am working on the next chapter of Bob and MMWS, and chapter 2 of The Penultimate Straw is at the beta team of Kinsfire and Ishtar, whose works you should read. Really. Go on and read them, I'll wait. Sounds of humming and singing. Okay, that was worth it, wasn't it? Along with the final chapter of Sweet, Sweet Revenge. Ooh, the fate of Guinea's killer. Ooh, he screamed. Deep in the back of the mind of this creature, he'd caught the scent of another hunter, a hound of some kind, this time, and he was off and running again. He knew who he was, of course. His name was Jonathan Knott, second cousin to Theodore Knott and third in command of Greyback's pack. What he didn't understand was how he'd become this small rabbit or why it had a bleeding wound that attracted every hunter in the area. He didn't understand why it never healed either. What he did know was that he had already been eaten a dozen times, and still he returned to this body the next dawn. Only to be eaten again, by foxes, wild ferrets, weasels and anything else big enough to tear the flesh from his body and devour him. He could all too vividly recall each death, the pain and fear of this helpless little creature he'd become as he died again and again. Had he known that this would continue forever, until the planet died, he might have despaired. Had he known that he would never go insane or end this torment, he would have despaired. Instead, he ran, hunted and eaten every day. Grief, anger and revenge. People began converging on the fires in the town as they began spreading. The werewolves seemed to be gone and the fire was the biggest danger right now. Susan and her team concentrated on putting out the flames while Moody and his group searched for any leftover enemies and survivors. There were no werewolves and very few survivors to be found. It was Moody that found Ron Weasley, buried under some rubble near the center of the explosion. He dug him out and found Luna covered by his body. Moody called for the healers and used his eye on the remains of the house. He got 2 of his people and started moving things. There were living people in there. And at least 3 of the people had been with Harry Potter. He found Miranda next, impaled through the thigh by a broken beam but still conscious and holding a levitation spell over Hermione, keeping as much weight off of her as she could. Moody braced the rubble and Miranda looked at him, her eyes blank as she fought the pain. Miss Parkinson, Miss Weasley and Lord Black are in here somewhere. Moody swore as she passed out, the pain finally overcoming the discipline of the defender. He carefully cut the jagged beam off and moved her out of the area as he used his eye to continue looking for living people. He swore softly as he found just 2 people alive and some sort of energy ball that he'd never seen before. He looked up as someone moved up and began helping him. Auror Fairwater looked at him. We need Harry. The Aurors are finishing the business, arranging the town and the Obliviators are already at work, but we need to get the rest of this done and clear out. We have about an hour before the Muggles start pouring into this area. Moody frowned. He didn't have Harry or even know if he was alive yet. Moody thought he would be, but at the least, he was going to be hurt and in no condition to do anything right now. Harry trusts you, or you wouldn't be here. You're going to help me with something. He thought for a minute. Go get Neville Longbottom. We're going to need him. She nodded and left. Moody kept digging in the rubble and soon found another body. He was calling for the healers before he had more than the one arm exposed. With burns that bad, this person was going to be lucky to survive. By the time he had the body uncovered, the healers were there to take Pansy away, carefully lifting her from the remains of the house. Neville and Auror Fairwater were air as they left and Moody called the Inferno healer. He looked around as the 4 of them huddled behind a bit of wall that had somehow remained standing. He looked at them all. Potter isn't going to be able to take control tonight. Even if we get him out right now, so we're going to put Neville in his place. Fairwater, you'll stay by his side, just as you should, and help him play Potter. Keep high, moving and don't let anyone talk to him for long and we should be able to keep everyone happy until Harry's on his feet again. Then we'll have Harry and Neville talk and send Neville off with a portkey. The other 3 nodded. Neville was thinking, I assume you have some way to disguise me, but how are you going to change my speech? Harry and I don't talk alike. The healer smiled. Easily done. I assume that's why Alistair called for me. It's a thing we've used to get spies into Death Eater gatherings. All we need is a bit of Polyjuice potion and a quick spell. We'll cover you, lad, no worries there. While they talked, Moody had continued to lift rubble and now they all worked quickly, lifting at Moody's directions, working their way deeper into the rubble, heading for the last living thing Moody's eye could see. They finally got there and found Harry unconscious and badly burned, although not as badly as Pansy had been. Luna began examining him as Moody took a couple of hairs from his head. Moody and Auror Fairwater got Neville changed and the Auror took him off to talk to the rest of the Aurors after the Inferno medic cast a spell that made it seem as if his jaw had been broken and was now healing. Luna and the medic were taking Harry when Moody stopped them. He poured something into Harry's mouth and rubbed his throat until Harry swallowed it. "Take him out of here quietly. Neville may be playing Harry longer than I thought." As he finished speaking, Harry changed into Neville. "Don't let anyone know that Harry was hurt. We'd lose the confidence of the Aurors and the public would panic. Since everyone knows that Harry is the only person that can stop Voldemort." Luna nodded, her attention on Harry. The two of them carefully levitated Harry out of the ruins of the building. Moody turned back to the building, having gotten everyone else away. He already knew what he was going to find here, but the rest of these kids didn't need to see what was here. Moody knew that the only bodies left were just that, bodies. He was assuming that Miss Weasley was as badly torn up as everyone else in the building had been and he was going to fix as much as he could before Harry. Hermione and Pansy had to see her remains. They didn't need the distraction of seeing her burned and torn right now. Far too much rested on their shoulders. He uncovered her body and stared. Ginny was undamaged, wrapped around a ball of energy that contained a small baby. Moody used his wand and began to reconstruct the events that had played out here. These were Auror spells, used to recreate a crime scene. Although few people were strong enough these days to cast them and the Ministry had stopped teaching them in the Auror Academy during the First Voldemort War. Moody watched as a fant. Ginny came in and snarled as she ignored everything else to get the baby. He'd tried so hard to make the Order members understand that civilians waited until the enemy was gone. Ginny hadn't listened and she'd paid the price. His thoughts cut off as he watched Harry heal her injuries and continue to glow. He watched Pansy stun him in the back and the scene faded away. He sighed and cast another spell, one to erase the magical traces of the entire scene so that no one else could call it up. He couldn't let anyone know what had happened here. He levitated the baby and Ginny Weasley, taking another of his students home for the last time. Moody was the only one there so no one saw the tears before he dried his eyes and left, as stone-faced as he ever was. Neville was listening to Auror Phi. Water as they came up to another group of Aurors. "So all you have to do here is thank them and let them know that they can go now." Neville nodded, feeling as if a dozen butterflies were having a formal ball in his stomach. He just knew someone was going to realize he wasn't Harry. He thanked the Aurors for their efforts and told them that they could go home now. He started toward the next group. As Auror Fairwater reminded him they had other people to see too. Ron blinked as he woke up. He remembered what had happened and he tried to sit up, only to have Luna push him back down. "You have some broken bones, Ronald," she said. "You're going to have to remain here for now." He winced, feeling the familiar pain of Skele-Gro working on his arm and left leg. "Where's Harry? Is it all over? How many people have we lost?" Luna sighed as she handed him a potion. "We lost 11 people total. 7 Aurors, 1 of Moody's people and 2 of the Order." Ron nodded and then frowned. "That's only 10. He looked at Luna again and saw past the distant look she normally had, to the redness around her eyes and the marks of tears, and he swallowed heavily. "Who did we lose, Luna?" Luna sat down beside him and reached for his hand. "I'm very sorry, Ron, but Ginny didn't make it." Ron stared at her as the words sank in and Luna continued to talk, telling him all she knew about how Ginny had died. Another healer came in a few minutes later and Luna waved him out, holding Ron as he cried. "Ooh, everyone," the rest of that night. "Ooh." Pansy woke slowly, her thoughts slow and unfocused until a sharp odor pierced the fog of her thoughts. She shook her head and looked around. Miranda was leaning against the wall watching her in the bed next to her. Before she could look in that direction, the healer leaning over her captured her attention and examined her briefly. He looked at Miranda when he was done. "She'll be fine in a few days, provided she continues to take the potions on schedule. I'm going to see who else needs me." He left, taking a large bag with him. Pansy looked at the other bed in the room with her, to see Hermione sleeping peacefully. She looked back at Miranda, noting the signs of fatigue and pain that even her training couldn't hide. "How is Hermione?" "Miss Black will be fine in the morning." Miranda frowned. "At least until she asks about Harry." Pansy froze. The last thing she could remember was Harry exploding in a furious ball of magic. He's not. Miranda cut her off. Harry's not dead. Not yet anyway. The healers are still working on him. Miranda considered her for a minute. What happened up there? Moody said that a werewolf killed Ginny and that Harry killed the werewolf, but what happened to Harry? Pansy thought quickly. Harry's Estuimagus power flared when he saw Ginny. I think it flared out of control. Miranda stared at her. I will tell everyone that, but we both know you're lying. You will tell me the truth when we have more privacy. Pansy looked at her and slowly shook her head. No, I won't. This secret will go to my grave with me. She looked at Hermione. Harry and Hermione grew up muggles, and don't know all the taboos and rules of the wizard world. Harry tried to do the impossible, without knowing the consequences of his actions. Pansy thought about what Harry had been trying to do. Every wizard and witch knew that necromancy of any kind was strictly forbidden by every practitioner of magic in the world. Oh, there were some things that seemed to raise the dead, but true necromancy was forbidden. It had been tried several times over the centuries, and 4 times, people had succeeded in bringing someone back from the dead. It was those successes that had caused the ban on necromancy. The people who came back were never the same as they had been before they died. They always went crazy within a month, turning into violently insane maniacs, killing anyone and everyone they saw. The last one, back in 1102, had killed more than 150 people before being reduced to nothing. Most people believed that wherever a soul went after death was so very different from life that being brought back drove them insane. There were no books on the subject, and wizard children quickly learned that even talking of it was not allowed. Some of the Muggleborn had mentioned it when they first came to Hogwarts. But they soon learned that it was not a subject for any discussion. As far as Pansy knew though, neither Harry or Hermione had even mentioned the subject to anyone, or even thought about it, until Harry had seen Ginny's body. Pansy closed her eyes as she remembered what she'd seen. She cried silently, remembering the vivacious girl that she would not see again in this world. She slid back into sleep, carried on potions and tears. Miranda watched over her charge, and if she cried for Ginny, there was no one to see or tell. Ooh, Harry's Inner Circle, Potter Mansion, Dawn. 04AUG97. Ooh. Neville raised his head from the table as Moody's distinctive steps entered the room. He looked around as Moody started toward him. He was still wearing Harry's face, although everyone in this room knew he wasn't Harry. Hermione and Pansy were in the corner whispering quietly under some privacy spell Neville didn't know. Miranda was in a chair nearby, sleeping. Neville smiled slightly. It had taken nearly an hour of bullying and pleading by Hermione and Pansy to get Miranda to relax and sleep when Hermione was awake and moving. It only been Hermione's promise not to leave the room without waking Miranda first that had finally convinced Miranda to sleep, and even then she had flatly told Pansy that if Hermione was more than 3 meters from her without Pansy waking her, she would owe things to Pansy that would be remembered for centuries to come. Neville sighed as he realized that there were no redheads in the room at all. Since Ginny, Ron, Fred and George had all been part of Harry's inner circle, Neville couldn't remember any meeting that didn't have at least one of the Weasleys present. The Weasleys were all at the Burrow with Ginny's body. Remus, looking as worn as any the people that had been out fighting last night, was talking quietly to a quiet black-haired girl that Neville almost didn't recognize as Tonks. Luna was sitting next to Auror Fairwater. Luna was acting little birds out of paper and Auror Fairwater was sorting some papers in front of her. Since they'd both been doing that for the last hour, Neville was sure it was just busy work for their hands. Neville looked up as Moody sat down beside him. Harry's alive, was Moody's blunt opening, but the healers can't say if he'll wake up or when. He's in a deep coma and not even the best of the healers can reach his mind. Neville fought down a wave of panic. They had to have Harry. He took a deep breath and thought about it. What do we do now? Moody sighed, staring down the table. What can we do? I think Harry will wake up. The boy's too stubborn to quit, but we can't let anyone know he's hurt. Harry should never have let everyone know that only he can defeat Voldemort. If word gets out that he's incapacitated, Voldemort will be able to walk into the Ministry and take over without opposition. Neville looked up to realize that everyone was gathered around the two of them. He told them what Moody had said. Hermione looked at Luna, who was the closest thing to a healer in the group. Can you think of any avenues that a regular healer wouldn't try, like that potion of yours? Luna looked at her as she folded yet another little animal. I don't know anything about problems of the mind. My studies have all been in healing physical hurts. Luna looked out the window and she continued. I examined Harry last night. Physically, he's fine. The burns and injuries were fairly standard, even if most dragon handlers never get that badly burned, but that was easily fixed. Harry did something that we can't guess at. And with the extent of his injuries, I have to assume he did it with his own power, since no werewolf or magic I know of could have done it. If we knew how he was injured, we might be able to figure out what's wrong with him, but no one awake knows what happened. Pansy closed her eyes. She knew exactly what had happened. Harry had broken one of the deepest taboos of the magical word. And she had stunned him, when he was channeling more power than most wizards could use in a lifetime. If she told anyone what Harry had been doing, his reputation and name would be ruined forever. Not even defeating Voldemort would clear this stain from him. The Potter name would be blackened forever. On the other hand, if she didn't say anything, he might never wake up again. Moody looked at Pansy. He read the signs of her internal debate and decided to have a talk with her later. Harry wouldn't allow anything to stop from saving people, even if those people wouldn't talk to him. As long as his friends stood by him, Harry would do what needed to be done, no matter what the cost to him. Moody turned back to the discussion, keeping a magical eye on Pansy as they discussed what had to be done. She was going to have to tell someone what had happened. 3 hours later they had a plan in place. Neville, Tonks and Remus would take turns playing Harry in public, while avoiding any place or meeting where Harry's signature or oath would be required. The minister and Harry's healers would have to know about the deception, and at least some of the Weasleys would have to know. Since Ron knew Harry too well to be fooled for long, and Fred and George had used the double deception far too many times to be misled for long. Mr. Sharpstar will have to know as well, said Hermione. As will Blaise and Daphne. Can anyone think of anyone else that needs to be told? Moody shook his head. No one else should know. The more people that know a secret, the higher the chances that one of them will let something slip. He frowned. I think we're already having to let too many people in on this secret for safety, but we don't have any choice in those people. Neville stood up. I've got to make a short appearance in Diagon Alley. Hermione, I know you were coming. Is anyone else going with us? The rest of the group had other things to do and Neville left with Hermione and Miranda. Pansy looked up as Moody sat down next to her. I know what you're hiding. I even understand why you're not saying anything. I also know that if you don't tell anyone, Voldemort will win and Harry's reputation won't matter. Moody sat quietly for a minute, letting Pansy think about it. Of course, if it was me, I would talk to Luna. She wouldn't care about what Harry did, and she could be useful. It's not like any other healer we have has any more experience dealing with Eschumagus. Injuries. Pansy nodded and stood up. I have to talk to my father, but I will do something. Moody watched her leaving, wondering which of her loyalties was stronger. She loved Harry, but she was still a Windermere and that loyalty was far older than her love. Ginny's funeral, 06 August 97. Tonks was very uncomfortable playing Harry and desperately wanting to say goodbye to Ginny as herself. They couldn't take the chance that some reporter would sneak in and find out that Harry wasn't here though. The funeral, like most wizard services, was limited to family and close friends, but Ginny Weasley had been betrothed to Harry Potter. The reporter that showed up with a story about his would be in a position to make a lot of money, and too many of them were like Rita, willing to do whatever it took to get a story. They had already had to tell the Weasleys about Harry. There was no way to fool the Weasleys about it when Harry was going to be there for several hours. Tonks looked around the Weasley family graveyard. It was vastly different from the Black family graveyard, only other private graveyard she'd ever seen, and she thought being buried here was vastly preferable. It was set on a small hill with the oldest graves at the top of the hill and the rest spreading out from the crest of the hill in a winding spiral. In the distance you could just see the burrow. This place was in the land behind the burrow, on land that had belonged to the Weasleys for longer than anyone knew. Tonks had seen the graves at the top of the hill earlier, and at least one of the people buried up there had died in 934. The Weasley men had spent the previous day digging the latest grave by hand. A ritual that Arthur Weasley insisted on. It had been the family custom for as long as they had history. The men dug the graves by hand as the women prepared the body, also by hand. Tonks was shaken out of her thoughts as the Weasleys approached with Ginny. Her brothers carried the solid black plank that Ginny was on. Like many of the oldest families, the Weasleys didn't bury their dead in coffins, only a shroud. Spared a look at the other people here today. Hermione and Pansy stood behind Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and Tonks went to join them. Behind them were a few people from Hogwarts, including Neville and Luna. There were 4 of Ginny's year mates, none of which Tonks knew by name. Behind them were the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Tonks frowned at the single person behind all of them. She wasn't sure of his name. But he was one of the minister's flunkies. The Weasley boys laid Ginny down gently and stood beside their mother as Arthur moved to the head of the grave. Molly was silent, withdrawn and with the false calm of someone under a calming draught. Arthur said a few quiet words about Ginny and then she was lowered into her final resting place. Molly wept as the men covered her daughter. After the family was gone, the ministry man stopped by the grave and cast 3 short spells on the grave. A very small glowing medal floated there. It would show everyone that saw the grave that Ginevra Weasley had earned an Order of Merlin 3rd class. He sighed as he looked toward the burrow. He hated his job sometimes. He started walking toward the Weasley home. EY might appreciate the medal in the days ahead, but right now, they would much rather have their daughter back. The Order without a name, 08 August 14 August 97. Neville looked down the table as he shifted, trying to ease the pain of his healing burns. There had been an attack by Death Eaters and he'd nearly been hit by a flame whip spell. It had come close enough to give him blisters along his thigh. They're getting smarter. Moody was staring at the map that tracked apparitions. They are back to using hit-and-run tactics. They know we have some way of tracking their movements, so they pop in, fire off a few spells and leave before we can react. Ron was looking at something only he could see and he considered this new angle. I would expect to see them try a trap soon. They'll pop up somewhere, and hang around just long enough for us to get there and have prepositioned Death Eaters waiting, or something similar. Moody nodded. I agree. The question is, what do we do about it? Miranda looked up from her place behind Hermione. More important, I think they are beginning to suspect there's something wrong with Harry. In the last 3 encounters, at least 2 of them have fired at Harry exclusively. Even when there were better targets for them to attack. Neville frowned. It had to happen sooner or later. No one here can duplicate the way Harry fights. I can use the disarming spell. But Harry simply has more power than I do, and sooner or later, someone had to realize that I wasn't always successful in the spell. He looked at Luna, who was treating an injury on George's arm. I don't suppose Harry woke up while we were gone. He didn't think he had, as Harry's condition hadn't changed in 15 days now, but the masquerade was wearing thin in a number of places and they were running out of excuses for Harry to miss Wizengamot meetings. Luna looked up at him. Not yet, but the potion I was waiting for is ready. Hermione, Pansy and I will be trying it out tonight. Hermione and Pansy sat up, staring at Luna. Why can't we use it now? Luna shrugged as she finished with George. We could, but the potion is most potent at night and I thought waiting would give us the best chance of being successful in the attempt. Please remember that this potion is new and untested. If there was anything else we could do, I would be trying it. Neville nodded. He knew exactly how many nights Luna had spent trying things with Harry's healers, and how little sleep she'd gotten over the last 2 weeks. The healers had tried everything they could think of, including some things that were merely legend or myth, and nothing had worked. This potion was their last chance to wake Harry. If this didn't work, they would have to wait and hope that Harry woke up on his own. Neville shuddered at that thought. The fake Harrys might last another 3 days at best, but no longer than that. He shook his head as he thought. Harry had been too rash, releasing the prophecy. Harry hadn't thought of the consequences if he was ever incapacitated. Since everyone knew that Harry Potter was the only one that could stop Voldemort, if word got out that he was in a coma, assistance to Voldemort would disappear and the Death Eaters would be able to do anything they wanted. He looked out the window. watching the sun and guessing how long they had before Hermione and Pansy would take the potion. 4, maybe 5 hours, he estimated. He looked at the two girls and shook his head. This potion was desperation distilled. His musing was interrupted as several more people entered the room. Headmistress McGonagall, Narcissa Black and Professor Flitwick sat down. The head of Gryffindor looked around. Everyone came back this time? She asked Neville quietly. Neville nodded. This time. That hadn't always been the case over the last 2 weeks. Charlie Weasley was in St. Mungo's and would be for another 3 days. At that, he was one of the lucky ones. The Windenmares had lost 3 people and Fred and George's group had lost 2 more when they caught a group of Death Eaters trying to collapse an office building full of muggles. We just came by to tell you that He wards at Hogwarts are ready for the new school year. Headmistress McGonagall studied Neville for a minute. And to ask if Harry would be back. Neville flinched. He started to say something but Professor McGonagall raised her hand. I know my students, Mr. Longbottom. Harry is a good boy, very smart and braver than he should be. He is not, however, particularly well versed in our society. The person I have met with over the last 2 weeks was not Harry. I also noticed that Mr. Longbottom is rarely in attendance on Mr. Potter. Neville sighed. I hope no one else has your power of observation, Professor. Professor Flitwick looked at Neville. It's just those of us that knew Harry well that noticed the discrepancies. I trained Harry in charms for too many years not to notice that your wand movements aren't quite like his. Harry's wand motions are more suited to point spells. He still wants to end every spell pointing at the target, even when he doesn't have to. Neville looked at Narcissa Black. Have you heard anything at the parties to suggest anyone else has caught on? Narcissa was attempting to rebuild the social standing of the Black family, which meant an endless round of parties. Soirees and brunches with the other society matrons. In the process, she was also Harry's conduit into the gossip of the higher elements of wizard society. Not yet, she said, but many of them are asking when he'll have his party. Someone is trying to start a rumor that he's not going to have one because he doesn't care about the traditions. She frowned. I'm not sure who it is yet, but I'm looking into it. Neville looked up to find the rest of the people in the room had gathered around while he was talking to the 3 people. You might as well start planning the party, said Luna. After tonight, we'll either have Harry back or it won't matter. No one will be worried about a party. Narcissa looked up. What are you doing tonight? Luna was folding more of the paper birds she said brought her peace. We've created a potion that will allow someone with a strong emotional bond with Harry to enter his mind using legilimency. If it works, they will find Harry in his own mind and at least be able to tell us what he's thinking. With that much, maybe we can find a way to bring Harry back from wherever he is. And if it doesn't work? Everyone looked at Luna, waiting for her answer to Professor McGonagall's question. Luna's hands hesitated for a minute and she looked at Hermione and Pansy. There are several possibilities. First, they won't be able to enter his mind. If they do enter his mind, they may not be able to find him. Neither of those possibilities is that bad. She went back to staring at her birds. They could also be lost with Harry, if whatever he has done is strong enough. Ron sat up in his chair. You mean they'd be like Harry is now, until he released them? Or until they died? Luna looked at the group. Just remember, we're not trying this potion because we want to. But because we literally don't have any other choices at this point. Ooh, Harry, ooh. Harry cursed another Death Eater as he ran around yet another corner. He did. And T know how long he'd been running or where he was, but there was something in this maze he had to find. He snarled to himself. If these Death Eaters would just leave him alone for a minute he could stop in. He ducked, rolling under the twisting red beam that came from a corridor to his left. He came out of his roll with his wand tracking on the corridor the spell had come from and was reward. When a wand and hand came around the wall. Before the rest of the Death Eater showed himself, he reduced the hand and wand to a bloody paste with a few wood and bone splinters. As the Death Eater howled, Harry continued on, keeping the right wall within reach. After the events of his 4th year, Harry had done some research into mazes. One of the simplest ways to keep from getting lost was to pick a wall and stay on it. It would either bring you to the exit or back to your starting point that way. What was he missing? Something was missing, something he had to find. Ooh, Hermione and Pansy, Potter Manor. Ooh, Hermione and Pansy looked at Harry. He was laying on the bed in the master suite, just as he had since they brought him back from the town just over 2 weeks ago. Hermione looked around the room. It was a very nice room normally, but the last 2 weeks had changed it dramatically. The healers had set up 2 long potion tables where different potions were being prepared to try and help Harry. To keep his muscles fit and keep him fed while he was unconscious. The furniture had been moved out of the room, leaving only Harry's bed and the things the healers were using. Hermione looked at the small crystal above Harry's head. It continued to glow a faint blue, as it had since the healers had set it in place. The crystal was a type of monitor. It would change color and chime if anything changed in Harry's condition from when it was set. Hermione frowned at it again. She's grown up under a public health system that meant everyone had access to basic care at least in. She was appalled at the difference between the care she'd seen at St. Mungo's and what Harry was getting. Not that she minded Harry getting this help, but that it wasn't available to everyone was disturbing. She had already made some notes about it so she could do something about it after Harry was back. Pansy was watching the window. Luna had claimed that this potion would be most effective at night when the moon was shining on Harry. Hermione, with her insistence on perfection, had made a series of marks on the window to show when they had to do certain things. The first mark was when they would take the potion. The second mark was when they would cast the spell to allow them to access Harry's mind. If they hadn't entered his mind by the third mark, less than a centimeter from the second mark, it wasn't going to work at all. Pansy was trying very hard to keep the consequences of failure from her mind. The 2 girls watched as the moon came closer to the first mark. Neither of them spoke, but Pansy found her hand being gripped tightly by Hermione as they watched the moon creeping up the edge of Harry's bed. The edge of the moon touched the first mark and the 2 girls took the small vials the healers had given them and drank the potion. Pansy swallowed hers and made a face. I hope we never have to do this again. That is worse than Skele-Gro. Hermione looked at her. When did you take that? Pansy looked at her, but before she could say anything something happened between the 2 girls. Hermione was in Pansy's mind, remembering a scene the year before she started Hogwarts. The scene was dreamlike, infused with a strangely warm feeling that Hermione recognized. Pansy had been under the Imperius at the time. Pansy looked up into the face of Lucius Malfoy and listened as he gave her some very explicit instructions. Hermione forced her way out of the shared bond, looking at Pansy. Pansy was trembling and Hermione took her in an embrace. You never said anything. Do you think I want Harry knowing about it? He'd lose sight of the more important goals. He has to stay focused. Hermione was still connected to Pansy and felt the deeper shame and embarrassment Pansy felt about the things she'd done for Lucius. Hermione looked at the window, checking the marks. They still had a minute. She looked at Pansy, raising her head with one hand. Lucius may not have paid enough. What say after this is over, you and I go pay him a visit? Pansy shook her head. No, it's in the past and I want to keep it that way. Hermione wasn't convinced, but she didn't have time to argue about it right now. The potion was obviously working and the moon was about to touch the second mark. The 2 girls moved over to Harry and Hermione pulled out her wand. She watched the window, feeling Pansy growing tenser as they waited. The edge of the moon touched the second mark and Hermione cast the spell she'd been practicing all day. An instant later the 2 girls were lying across the bed as limp as Harry was. Neither of them reacted or even noticed as the crystal above Harry's head changed to a dark red and began an insistent chiming. Ooh, Neville and the OWN, the rest of the night. Ooh, Harry, there's a report from Japan you might want to see. Neville looked up as he caught the tone of Shacklebolt's voice. He frowned at the disturbed look in the Auror's eyes. He followed the direction of his gaze and found the Auror staring at Luna, who was placidly doing some Luna thing with a turnip. What is it? Shacklebolt handed him a sheet of parchment. Without a word of taking his eyes from Luna, Neville took it and began to read it. He skipped the headings since he wasn't really Harry and got to the body of the letter. As we agreed, the Malfoy P. Urson was put to work as a stable cleaner. There were a couple of problems the first few days, but he soon learned that no work meant no food and he seemed to settle into his new life. Neville smiled slightly of the thought of Draco cleaning stalls to eat and then continued. 3 days ago, the stable boy began to act quite strange, as if something was watching him. Our mages checked the area and found nothing. Special cameras that record heat were set up and still nothing was found, but the stable boy continued to act as if something was watching him all the time. Nothing was found that LD account for that by any means we have, magical or muggle. Yesterday, the stable boy was nearly worthless at work, as he was far more concerned about the eyes that were following him than his work. Late in the afternoon, he cried out something and ran screaming into the fields. We followed him quickly and located him quite soon. The stable boy had somehow managed to claw his own eyes out of his head. After doing so, he had continued to run away and had run off of a small cliff. He was dying when we found him and none of our magic could save him. His last words were a plea to make the Snurkax go away. We were unsure of what he meant and assumed that he was going insane for some reason. Neville blinked and read the letter again before looking over at Luna. She looked up from her turnip and smiled. Harry promised I could have him, remember? She went back to her project as Neville remembered Harry and him discussing who was going to get which Death Eater. He swallowed and looked at the letter again. He thought about asking Luna how she'd done it but quickly decided he really didn't want to know. He was just about to set the letter aside when a sound came from Harry's room. The healers were the first to react when the chiming started, rushing to the door of the room and disappearing inside. Luna followed them and everyone else waited tensely for some sign or report. 30 minutes later the two healers came out of Harry's room with Luna. The lead healer looked at all the people staring at him. They have entered Harry's mind, we think. Obviously, with no contact with them, we can't say for certain. But they are in exactly the same condition as Harry right now. All we can do now is wait. Neville looked around. Professor McGonagall sat next to Moody and Narcissa Black. One side of the room seemed to be filled with Weasleys as Ron, Bill, Charlie and the twins sat or stood along the wall. There were a few other people waiting on word and Neville sighed heavily as he sat back down. The entire war hung on those two girls right now. Neville began making plans for what he would do if they weren't successful in saving Harry. Voldemort and the Baron, somewhere. You have fulfilled your side of the bargain. I have 3 magical people outside for you. Voldemort looked at the vampire, wishing his followers were as effective as this being. He pondered for a minute if you could bind a vampire with the dark mark. A force of this type under his control would be a very powerful force and right now, Voldemort needed that. Potter was up to something. His tactics had changed in the last couple of weeks and it was very confusing, almost as if someone else was running things now. Voldemort had some plans to deal with that and to flush Potter out. He'd thought about the prophecy and knew he had an edge over Potter. The Horcruxes would ensure that even if Potter somehow managed to win a duel, which was impossible, Voldemort would only be disembodied again. Able to come back and fight again. He pushed that line of thought away and looked at the vampire. I need something else from you. The Baron looked at Voldemort. As long as it doesn't endanger my people unduly, I will be able to challenge for the territory I want now, but only if my forces stay strong. Voldemort smiled cruelly. I don't want your people to do anything to risk themselves. I merely want you to turn one newly turned vampire loose, with no controls or teaching them anything. No. The Baron watched as Voldemort's eyes flared, his face twisted in anger at that blunt refusal. I will not do such a thing. The vampires of Britain only survive because no one but a few hunters bothers to look for us on a regular basis. If we let loose an abomination like that on the people, we would be declaring war on the humans and they would hunt us. Not to mention the other vampires would hunt us down and send our heads to the humans. You may one day have the power to protect us if we did such a thing. But right now, even you could not stop 100 or more vampires. Can't you make look like the actions of your enemy? To humans and even to wizards, I could. The Furs vampire to come along would know who turned that creature in an instant, as soon as they came in scent range. I will not ruin the coven I have spent 15 decades building on something I have no chance of winning. Voldemort nodded, realizing that he couldn't now force this creature to do his bidding. That would change one day, but his chain of thought was disrupted as he thought of something. But you could turn any human I sent to you, correct? The Baron nodded slowly. Of course I could. It takes 3 nights of bloodletting and a 4th night, for the new vampire to rise and then a month of controlled teaching before they are safe to be let loose, but anyone can be turned. Voldemort smiled cruelly. I will be bringing you a very special person. I want them turned and taught. When they are ready, I will be back for this one. The Baron watched Voldemort leave and thought about that thing. It was getting harder and harder to ignore the scent of death around that being. When Voldemort had still been human, before he was killed by Harry Potter in 1981, he'd smelled normal for a wizard. Since his return, he smelled like a dead thing, and the longer he walked in that body, the more like a dead thing he smelled. The Baron considered his options carefully. Voldemort had been at the apex of his power when they started working together, but now, this Potter boy was making massive inroads on Voldemort's people and power. He looked toward the caves where his coven waited, and a few minutes later one of his people entered. You called and I answer. Voldemort is asking for things that are likely to be dangerous to all of us, not just this coven. It may be time to open negotiations with Potter. His underling looked up at him and thought about it. Why not the Ministry, Baron? We have always dealt with them before. We have, but this Potter, he will be the future of the wizard world. I wish to see this Harry Potter myself, to see what the future holds if the winds of change continue to blow as they are. The woman nodded slowly. What do you wish of me? The Baron was looking at something in the distance. You will find a way to open talks with Potter. We will not offer any help, but we will offer to remain neutral. What if he will not go for that? The Baron raised an eyebrow. Then we will continue as we always have, making the best deals for us and our people. Before we go down that path though, I will consent to meet with Potter. I want to see this man that has thrown the wizard world into such turmoil. I want to know the smell of his blood. Ooh, the wizard world. Ooh. Or John Reynolds looked around Diagon Alley as his people continued their patrol. The shops were busy and people walked around. He rubbed his gray hair and contrasted this day to the earlier days of Voldemort's first war. The people were nervous, but there wasn't nearly the fear that he remembered. Many people were openly carrying wands and some sort of personal weapon as well, mostly crossbows and bows. He shook his head. Harry Potter had shown people that they could fight back, that they didn't have to knuckle under to the Death Eaters, and it was beginning to make itself felt in other ways. Many people were openly questioning the actions of people in the Ministry and writing letter demanding action on a dozen things. Madame Umbridge was in Azkaban for Abu say of power among other charges that had come to light recently, and before she had gone, she had made a deal for a lighter sentence. Nearly 40 years of blackmail, bribery, chicanery and abuses had come out. Madame Umbridge hadn't been responsible for all of them, but she'd spent a lot of time collecting information on almost everyone that might be able to help her career or hinder her climb to power, and by the time she was done talking, the entire Ministry was in a state of upheaval. Scrimgeour was still the minister, but that was mostly because no one with any sense wanted the job right now. Almost every department was under some sort of investigation, and some of them were going to have to be rebuilt from the ground up. He shook his head as he thought about the Department of Under-Ag-E-Magic and the results of using Veritaserum on the entire department. Almost half of them had been involved in something that was going to send them to Azkaban for life, if the public didn't storm Ministry building and simply kill them. Hopkirk and her friends had been using the department for something besides regulating underage magic for nearly 20 years. They had been using the Magneto-RS to track accidental magic in underage Muggleborns and sending the names to several people, most of whom had disappeared. So far, more than 1,000 deaths of underage children could be laid at their door. With that scandal, the minister had decreed that every member of the Ministry would be questioned under Veritaserum to determine if they had been helping the Death Eaters or abusing their power in other ways. The day after he'd decreed that, nearly a third of the Ministry workers had simply not come into work. Reynolds had been appalled when it turned out that a quarter of the Aurors had not come back to work either. The minister had put every Ministry worker that hadn't shown up on an arrest list, and there were standing instructions to pick up any of them that people could find. He'd also posted a reward for anyone that turned any of them into the Aurors or made a report that resulted in a capture. Reynolds had been a desk worker because of his advancing age until this happened. He'd been put back in charge of a patrol unit because he had come out of his questioning clean and he had the experience. The flow people had been found to be operating more than 30 unregulated flow sites and not reporting dozens of flow passages each month. It turned out, after questioning, that Voldemort had his fingers deeply into that department as well, allowing his Death Eaters to have access to almost every place the flow went without restriction. When that news hit the public, they had been angered and then outraged. There were daily calls for the deaths of everyone involved. Dee and the Wizengamot was even now debating new rules to make sure nothing even close to this happened again. Reynolds looked at the entrance to Nocturne Alley and grinned. The alley had been an ISO and the most dangerous place in Diagon Alley until those reports surfaced. 2 days later, the alley had been invaded by a mob of angry citizens who had burned out Borges and a dozen other shops. Before control had established by a mixed force or Aurors and Potter's people. The only way that they had managed to regain control was to promise to look at and into every single shop. It had taken 4 days to search the entire alley, but some of Potter's people had made it easier. Moody's eye might be unnerving, but it was perfect for that type of work, and while Reynolds was certain some things had been taken out of the alley, he was certain that there wasn't a dark thing in the alley anywhere now. With the bad elements out of there, some smaller businesses were moving in, and within a few months, Nocturne Alley's bad reputation would be just another memory of another time. He smirked as he thought of something few people knew. A solicitor, 1N. Sharpstar, had bought every empty shop in the alley for next to nothing, since the previous owners were not going to be able to reopen. Reynolds didn't know who owned the Shades of Grey company, but whoever the owners were, they were going to make a lot of money. The Bludger, Harry Potter's paper, had openly purchased the first building in the alley and were running offices there. With Potter's people controlling the open access to No. CK Turn Alley and oh so casually walking the length of the alley every 30 minutes, it was fast becoming one of the safest places in the country. He paused for a second, as he always did, to watch the crowd around the statue Harry Potter had erected in the middle of Diagon Alley after the battle there. Since the battle, the statue was fast becoming one of the main attractions of the alley. People came from all over the place to look at it, to stop and feel the magic that made a person feel the emotions of the ones that protected them. No few flowers and small mementos lay at the base of it, and D. Reynolds checked them out with a flick of his wand. The Death Eaters had twice tried to plant curses there, designed to afflict anyone coming close to them. They hadn't worked, and no one was quite certain why. He looked at it, and felt the presence of Harry Potter watching over them again. He'd felt it every time he came by here, although some of the older people said it felt like Albus Dumbledore. Strangely, most of the Aurors felt Potter rather than Dumbledore, no matter how old they were. He looked at the friends he saw when he looked at the statue, mostly Aurors that had died in the line of duty, and sighed. He saluted the statue and smiled softly when his Aurors followed suit before following him down the alley. He wasn't certain where Harry Potter was going to take the wizard world, but he did believe it would be an improvement. Ooh, darn that Potter to the deepest pit in hell. One of the others sitting in the room looked up. I'd be careful about allowing anyone to know you have that opinion. No one here is going to say anything, but cursing Potter publicly these days is as much as saying you're a Death Eater. The first speaker spun, as if I would follow that freak. It's not even human anymore, let alone a pureblood. The group nodded in agreement. So, what do we do now? Potter's paper and the things he's done are fast pushing those of us that believe in the true path of wizards to the rear. We can't kill Potter, but that doesn't mean we can't hurt him. The man that had cursed Potter began to slowly pace around the table. Potter and Riddle can't be killed by anyone but each other, and they will meet sooner or later. We need to make sure that after the prophecy is over, we're in place to ensure that we can prevent the loss of pureblood privileges. With those two gone, the sheep will soon go back to grazing peacefully. What do you mean, those two? One of them will win and still be here to make waves. Not if we kill the survivor after the prophecy is over. 6 men who had never held any office in the ministry, whose names never appeared in print, but who had controlled most of the wizard world for decades, began to make plans to ensure that they kept the power no one knew they had. Ooh, I dinna care who they is. Potter and his army is doing good things for us, all of us. There were murmurs of agreement from the other patrons of the pub. The person being addressed snorted. Right now they are, yeah. But at least a few of them are Slytherins and we all know about that house. And that's without even saying anything about those Windermeres he's dealing with. Those are some very strange people and they've got no morals at all. A few heads nodded in agreement with that. Everyone knew that Slytherins were bad, it had been that way for at least 50 years. The Windermeres were different as well. The man who had been defending Potter stood up and glared at them. Any OUs here ever met a Windermere? He demanded. When no one admitted to having met them he snorted. None of yous has met one, but you know all about dem how. They ain't no books, they don't talk and yous don't know any o dem. He looked around. Maybe they is strange and maybe they ain't. All I know is dat they backen Potter and Harry Potter is backen all us little people, the ones dat can't give galleons to elect people. That makes them good folk in my book and I dare anyone to prove otherways. He looked around defiantly and sat back down to drink some more. A few minutes later a hooded figure slipped out the back door from the shadowed corner he'd be. Sitting in he apparated away and found his contact in the usual spot. He reported on the mood of the tavern and the comments. His contact listened and asked a few questions before handed him a small sack that clinked with the sound of gold. He was given the name of another tavern to drop in on the next night and he left again. His contact piled the notes he'd made with the notes from 1900 hers and gave the entire bundle to a large black owl that was soon winging its way to somewhere else. He thought about it and smiled. The Windermere association with Harry Potter was already showing benefits. If even some of the regular people that made up the wizard world were beginning to give them the benefit of the doubt. He made sure that everything was put away and no trace of anything that could be connected to the Windermeres was left behind as he had been doing for 3 years now. Annie would be heading for bed soon and since they wanted a child, he should be there. Ooh, we've got it. The people looked up as the witch spoke and the mood in the room sharpened. The older witch sitting behind the large desk stood up and crossed the room to stand beside her. Are you certain? The younger witch handed her a sheet of notes. I would be willing to try it tonight, on any of the items in question. The older witch perused the sheet she'd been handed and smiled. Good work. Now, make copies. As soon as everyone has looked it over and we agree, we can pass this to Mr. Potter. She looked at the younger witch. I will personally make sure Mr. Potter knows your name. In a few minutes, 20 people were reading the description of the ritual needed to destroy a Horcrux without destroying the vessel it was contained in. Mrs. Warrington was behind her desk again, smiling slightly. She'd been working on this for over a month, using books from Hogwarts, the Black Library, the Windermeres and some that had been liberated from the various places Moody had been destroying among other places. 3 shifts of 20 people had been working around the clock, making this the most intensive project she'd ever worked on. She frowned as she looked at her to-do list again. Somehow, they would have to keep the various cursed items and dark magic things away from Mr. Potter until they could convince him that simply having them wasn't bad. They didn't have to be used to radiate magic and that magic could be used to power wards and other protections around a wizard home. Over the last few weeks, since they had been collecting these things, they'd amassed enough of them to protect at least a dozen estates. She sighed as she remembered having a conversation with one of her people about this very topic. She sat back and began to think about the problem before her. Ooh, what do you mean, we've got problems? Someone told Mr. Potter that someone has been answering his fan mail, or at least some of it, and he's got people digging into where his fan mail goes. The 2 women looked at each other and the blonde one sighed. I'll send him an owl in the morning. We knew this day was going to come sooner or later. Ooh, Grabond stared at the goblin that stood in front of his desk. Are you certain of this? It has been confirmed, Grabond. Harry Potter used the free house elf Dobby as a secret keeper for the Fidelius that protects his families. Grabond sent the other goblin away and sat back to think. He was certain now that Harry Potter was the wizard the goblins wanted to back. He wrote a short note and put it in the box on his desk. A few minutes later, the box flashed and he removed the sheet that was in it and looked at it. 4 minutes after that he was knocking on another door. He entered when he was told to and came to a stop before another goblin's desk. One that was even larger than his. The goblin behind the desk looked at him. Convince me. If you fail, you'll be a cart boy for the rest of your life. Grabon pulled his first sheet from the stack he'd brought with him. Harry Potter was born July 31, 1980. He went on, detailing everything he'd been able to learn about Harry Potter. This had better work, or his wife was going to feed him to a dragon. Ooh, Potter-san has answered our letter and invited one of us to come and explain everything to him. The daimyo nodded. You will send Nobusuke Kitasato to Potter-san. He has permission to act in my name. Draw up the papers and bring them for my chop. It will be done. Ooh, this Harry Potter is of age, is he not? Yes sir. He seems to be a decent sort. He'll be far better in the conference than that idiot Britain replaced Albus Dumbledore with. Send a letter to the British Minister of Magic suggesting the change. Don't forget to include that information that Potter's solicitor asked for. The new Supreme Mugwump shook his head. How the British Ministry of Magic could believe anyone could be imperioed into accepting that mark is beyond me. Make sure you send the results of your work to Mr. Potter as well. Yes sir. Ooh, Voldemort was thinking as he left the Baron. It wouldn't be hard to get Potter to show up somewhere, anywhere Voldemort was willing to duel. All he'd have to do would be grab a few people and threaten to kill them on the spot. He frowned as he realized that he was near the cave that he'd hidden Slytherin's locket in. He might as well check it since he was here and alone. He apparated to the cave and snarled before he even entered it. The wards were disturbed and something was wrong. 10 minutes later he stood in front of the basin and stared at it in fury. The poison was gone, the locket was gone and Albus' touch was all over the cavern. An hour later he was pacing up and down in his library and swearing to himself. The ring was gone, the locket was gone, in fact, every Horcrux he could get to was missing. He couldn't find a single trace of any of them. The only Horcrux he could count on was the one in Nagini. And that one was only safe as long as Voldemort kept the snake safe. He knew 3 were gone, either missing or destroyed, and he cursed again as he thought of Lucius allowing Potter to destroy the diary. That only left 3 that he could possibly reacquire. Hufflepuff's cup should still be in the Lestrange vault, Nagini was with him, and the Ravenclaw diadem should still be hidden in Hogwarts. He'd have to get his spy to get that one and bring it back to him. No, that would never work. He couldn't let anyone know just how important the thing was to him. This turn of events though, made it imperative that he destroy Potter as soon as possible. He had to kill Potter now, before someone found a way to destroy them. After an hour of thought his fury was unabated and he went to the cells they kept muggles that stumbled on their hidden retreat. Inflicting a lot of pain was always soothing. Ooh, Hermione, Pansy and Harry's mind. Ooh, Hermione blinked, staring around her with a disbelieving look. She was standing in the Gryffindor common room. She thought at first she was imagining things, but she quickly realized that there were some things wrong with it. First was T. He huge bearskin rug in front of the fireplace that had never been in the common room that she knew. Second were the Gryffindors doing things. Fred and George weren't even in Hogwarts anymore, and Ginny wasn't. She shied away from that thought as she watched Fred and George teasing Ron about something while Ginny nibbled on a quill, reading a book and making notes. She was a little disturbed to see herself curled up in a chair and reading some very large and thick book. Is this really what your common room looks like? Hermione turned to see Pansy looking around. Pretty much, Hermione said, except for that rug. Pansy looked at the bearskin rug and frowned. You know what that is, don't you? Harry promised Ginny a bearskin rug once. Remember? Hermione remembered that conversation well. She looked around curiously. I see everyone here except Harry. Where is he? Pansy shrugged. I guess we should check the boys' room. Hermione looked at her. How much of that is your curiosity about Harry's room? Pansy frowned at her. Very, very little. I want Harry back as much as you do. We need him. Hermione flushed and led Pansy up the stairs. They were back downstairs quickly. If he's not in Gryffindor Tower, where is he? Hermione was looking at the door out of the tower thoughtfully. If he's not here, I suppose he has to be somewhere else. Come on. They left the tower and Hermione looked around. It was Hogwarts, but it was different. It seemed somehow brighter and more magical. Pansy and Hermione looked around and over the edge where the staircases were moving. Is this how Harry sees Hogwarts? Asked Pansy. I think so. Hermione said as she started down the stairs. You know what the Dursleys were like. When Harry came here, to a world of magic, where he wasn't abused or beaten. Where he could eat as much as he wanted, it must have been a bit of heaven. Pansy thought about it as they went downstairs. I wonder what it would be like to see the world from Harry's point of view. Hermione reached the bottom of the stairs and looked around. She headed for the Great Hall. They stopped inside the Great Hall and looked around. This is the welcoming feast from second year, Hermione said after looking around. Pansy nodded. Did you see the staff table? Hermione nodded as she looked up to the front of room. Albus Dumbledore sat in his place in the center of the staff table and Hagrid was at one end. The rest of the staff, even Professor Trelawney, sat along the table. Some of them, the teachers Harry didn't know well, were hazy, with details missing or gray areas in them. The ones Harry did know well were sharp, focused, with some characteristics exaggerated. Hagrid had a small dragon that Hermione recognized as Norbert climbing on his shoal. And he was half again as big as he was in life. Professor McGonagall was her normal self, except that she seemed somehow friendly instead of her more usual unapproachable appearance. Hermione looked at Snape. He was a mass of shadows and billowing darkness, as if he'd managed to pull the night around him to act like robes. His face was the same except for his eyes. In their place, the red eyes of Voldemort looked out over the tables. Harry really sees us like that. Hermione looked at Pansy and followed her gaze over to the Slytherin table. Most of the Slytherins had scared looks, and EP-like faces as they all watched Draco and his friends laughing. A few stood out, including Pansy, who was slightly mouse-like as she hid behind Draco. Blaise and Daphne sat at the end of the table. ND were completely oblivious to everything around them, lost in their own little world. Draco, Nott and the rest of his cronies were dressed in black and had Death Eater masks hanging from their belts. I wonder what this scene would look like from your point of view, Hermione mused. Or yours, Pansy parried. I wonder if even Harry knows how he looks at us in his subconscious mind. I doubt it, or it wouldn't be subconscious, Hermione said. But Harry's not here. Let's check the Quidditch pitch first. The two girls headed for the front doors. As they got there, they stopped to watch Filch chasing a flying speck of dirt with a mop and had to smile. The smiles disappeared as they stepped outside and the doors slammed shut behind them. They looked out over the grounds and then at each other. The third task, Pansy whispered. The Quidditch pitch was gone and there was a maze there, just as there had been during the final task, but this maze was different. It was far larger and darker, with things from a nightmare wandering in it, Dementors flying overhead, and the stands were filled with Death Eaters. Hermione shivered as she looked at the horizon. There were thick black clouds, roiling and filling the sky above the Forbidden Forest. In the middle of the clouds was Voldemort, appearing as big as any giant and radiating evil. Little streamers of shadow came from him continuously, touching and swallowing anything they came in contact with. Hermione's attention went back to the maze as a red-colored spell shot out of it. That's where Harry is, said Hermione, and she started that way. Are you sure? Asked Pansy dubiously. I would hate to caught up in that and find out he was somewhere else. Pansy, have you seen any other fighting since we got here? No. Where else would Harry be but in the middle of the fighting? He always get caught up in it, even if it's not his fault. Pansy had to agree with that. The two girls found the entrance to the maze and stopped, looking into the maze. There was nothing to see though, as some sort of mist or haze covered the entrance. Are you ready? Pansy looked at Hermione incredulously. Are you asking if I really want to step inside? Hermione flicked a glance at her. Harry's in there. She smiled softly then. Don't you ever tell the boys this, but after the fear is over, most of the time, these things are sort of fun to remember. Pansy stared at Hermione in disbelief. I was wrong. You're a bigger Gryffindor than Harry. Hermione shrugged and the two girls stepped into the mist. Harry used the Concussio spell, and watched as the whatever it was flipped end for end and lay still. Whatever that thing was, he was sure that Hagrid would love it. Hagrid liked big and dangerous, and that thing had teeth, claws, not one but two stingers. And just to make it complete, it spit poison. He was just rounding the corner when the wheezing lump gave up the struggle to live. He heard it stop breathing in a Seiko. Later a huge blast flung him to the floor as bits of whatever it was came raining down. Now that was just overkill. He was about to start down the passage he'd been following when a scream broke the air. Harry's eyes lit with an inner fire as he turned back the way he'd come. He'd heard that scream before. He came around a corner into an intersection and nearly ran into the back end of another of those whatevers. Harry ducked under the thing, casting a reducto at the rearmost stringer before it could impale him. He scrambled to avoid being stepped on and ended up against the wall next to Hermione. He risked a quick glance at her leg, where her pants leg was torn and blood was seeping out. Hermione was trying to use a field healing spell they'd learned in the Inferno on it while keeping an eye on Pansy. Help, Pansy. Harry looked again and nodded. The injury wasn't that serious and Pansy needed him more than Hermione right now. He got up and ducked under a claw to join Pansy. What is this thing, Harry? How do we kill it? I don't know, and carefully, since it explodes when it dies. Pansy frowned at him. We'll be having words about this, Harry. Harry was trying to target the thing's legs with reducto curses, figuring that it couldn't chase them if it couldn't move. He saw the jaws working and pulled Pansy to the side as it spit a greenish glob of goo at where she'd been standing an instant before. By the way, he said absently, as he used a cutting charm to remove the left side claw, it spits poison. Pansy just started trying to remove the legs on the other side without comment. At least not any Harry could hear. He was fairly certain that he didn't want to know what she was muttering between spells. A few seconds later the thing was disabled and Harry hugged Pansy shortly before crossing to Hermione and hugging her as well. What are you two doing here? Hermione frowned at him. Harry, where are we? Harry blinked and frowned. He trailed off. I don't know. Hermione looked around, searching for the towers of Hogwarts, which should have been easily seen. There was nothing above the maze except more of the haze that had covered the entrance. Harry suddenly pushed them both as a twisting red beam they all recognized lanced by. Harry was returning fire before either of the girls could even find the enemy. They watched as Harry used some spell to send the Death Eater that had come around a corner flying back into the wall and then used the ribbon-cutting charm to remove his head. Come on, if you stand still too long, they start to come in 2s and 3s. Harry, this way. Hermione pointed down one corridor. Harry shrugged and started the way she'd pointed. Do you know how to get to the center of the maze, Hermione? Hermione and Pansy were looking at Harry oddly. He wasn't sad or hurting, just determined as far as they could tell. Harry, why are you trying to get to the center? Hermione asked him. There's something there, something I have to find. Pansy and Hermione looked at each other. Harry, what's the last thing you remember before entering the maze? Harry hesitated for a minute. I'm not sure. He thought for a minute as he kept walking. There was an attack of some kind, werewolves, I think. He stopped and looked at them. What happened? Hermione sighed. Harry didn't want to remember. He blocked it out of his mind, but they would have to tell him. She caught a movement out of the corner of her eye and spun, tracking her wand on the whatever creature as it came out of a corridor. Reducto, concussio. Harry and Pansy had tried to cut its legs out from under it, but Hermione didn't know what happened when it died and she'd used the more damaging spell. Harry gathered them both in his arms, turning to present his back as it exploded, sending pieces in all directions. Hermione looked at the blood and other things splattered other them all and then at the other two. Would it have killed you to warn me about that? Harry looked abashed. Oops. Hermione sighed and started down the path again. Harry and Pansy followed her until she stopped suddenly. Why are we following the paths? Harry, do whatever you did to the Inferno maze when Moody made you guard Fleur. Harry blinked and then swore. I never even thought about that. He looked at the wall and the two girls could see him trying to call up his power. After a few seconds, he relaxed. It's not working. Figures. Any Slytherin knows you can't depend on a Gryffindor. Pansy's voice was pure acid and Harry's eyes blazed. He snarled and threw his hands out. A white-hot flame a meter across came from his hands and cut through the maze walls with ease. Pansy blinked the spots out of her eyes to find Harry glaring at her. I'm sorry, Harry, but it worked. Hermione looked at the hole Harry's magic had torn in the walls and saw that they were just 2 corridors from the outside. Make up later, you two. Let's get out of here before there are more of those things. Harry hesitated. But there's something in the middle I need to find. Hermione sighed. Do you have to go through the maze? Wouldn't it be easier to fly over it and drop into the center? Harry started toward the outside as he smiled. No reason that I know. A few minutes later they were looking at the maze from the outside. RRY looked around and started toward the Quidditch shed. Come on, we can get the school brooms. Harry, wait a minute. He stopped and looked at them. What? Hermione and Pansy looked at each other, unsure of how to tell Harry that he wouldn't be able to find what he was missing. Harry looked at them and saw the strain on them. He came closer and touched Hermione's cheek. What's wrong? Hermione sighed. Harry, what happened during the attack? Harry frowned, looking toward the shed. Harry, please, think about it. Harry looked at her and thought. A bunch of werewolves came from the forest and we were fighting them. Then Ron reported more werewolves in the town and we went there. He hesitated. I don't remember what happened next. Hermione and Pansy put their arms around Harry. Harry, we went into the town and we were fighting. Ginny was on her broom and flew into a house. Harry stiffened at the first mention of Ginny's name. She was hurt, I saw that, but He looked at Hermione. I didn't heal her, did I? Hermione's throat was too tight to speak and she shook her head as the tears began. Harry put his arms around the girls. The three of them comforted each other, all of them mourning the vivacious girl they'd loved in their own ways. Some time later Harry pulled away from the girls. What happened to the maze? The two girls looked around, seeing that the Quidditch pitch was back to its normal appearance. You didn't need it anymore, Harry, so it's gone. Harry stared at her in confusion. Harry, this is your mind, or part of it. We came in to find you using a potion and a spell. Harry blinked. My mind. Why, Harry, the fight was 2 weeks ago. You've been unconscious for that long and we had to bring you back. Harry stiffened. 2 weeks. But what about? Hermione interrupted him. Harry, we'll fill you in after we are back in our own bodies, okay? Harry nodded and watched them. How are you getting back, anyway? Hermione smiled at him. That's your job, Harry. You have to use the occlumency you've learned. As you bring your occlumency shields up, we should be sent back to our bodies as we're thrust out of your mind. After that, you should wake normally. Harry nodded in comprehension. He took a deep breath and concentrated as he'd been taught. Hermione and Pansy were there 1 minute and gone the next. Harry nodded and went to Gryffindor Tower, certain that when he woke, he'd be fine. Hermione had told so, after all. Hermione and Pansy. Pansy woke up first and sat up, rubbing her temples. I wish someone had told me that being pushed out of Harry's mind would hurt this much. She looked at Hermione, who was stirring slightly. Hermione, are you okay? Hermione winced, and opened her eyes. I will be if you keep it down. I have a headache the size of the astronomy tower. They both looked at Harry then. Should we wake him? Pansy asked. No, let him wake normally. First, he might need the rest if he's been in that maze for 2 weeks, and second, if he wakes now, 300 people are going to bust in here making all sorts of noise. Pansy winced at that thought and crawled carefully up next to Harry. Then I'm going to try and sleep off this headache. Hermione crawled up on the other side of Harry and soon the three of them were as still as they had been before. Luna came out of the corner and looked at the two girls before waving her wand over Harry. Satisfied with whatever the spell told her, she touched each of the girls gently with her wand and turned toward the door. Outside the door, he looked at all the people standing or sitting around. They seemed to be sleeping normally. They should wake up in the morning. Neville sat up. Are you sure? Luna shrugged. Of course not. A Nargle could eat them tonight. Ron grinned. Luna, if a Nargle doesn't eat them, will they all wake up in the morning? Of course they will. Harry. 15AUG97. Harry woke slowly and turned over. Weeks of habit making him sweep the bushy hair aside before he got a face full of it. He vaguely felt Pansy snuggling closer behind him as he stretched slowly. He froze then as his mind caught and he realized that Ginny wouldn't be joining them this morning or any morning. He sat up, or tried to, but the two girls in bed with him wouldn't let him unless he struggled harder than he was willing to do. Pansy leaned over him and kissed him, just as she'd been doing since they started sleeping together. He responded automatically. When Pansy was done, Hermione took her place and kissed him. By the time they were both done, they were draped over him and each other in a position they'd shared many times. Harry, Hermione said softly, Ginny wouldn't want you to change. We've always woke you together and talked before we went out to face the others. And we do have quite a bit to talk about this morning, Pansy said. Harry closed his eyes. I don't care right now. You've had time to become accustomed to her being gone. I haven't. Pansy moved around and sat on Harry, looking down on him. I know, Harry, and when we're alone like this, Hermione and I will help you grieve. But, out there, beyond these walls, you can't let anyone know that you've been sleeping for all this time. Harry frowned. Why not? How could they not have noticed? His voice trailed off and he frowned. You've had someone pretending to be me. 3 someones, actually. Neville, Tonks and Remus have been taking turns whenever one of them could skip an event. But you're going to be extremely busy for a few days. Harry sighed. Tell me what's been going on. Hermione began telling him about everything he'd been missing. Pansy added a few details here and there, but for the next hour, Harry listened to Hermione. Harry sat up as she was talking about the ministry. They were what? Pansy and Hermione wrapped their arms around Harry. Calm down, Harry. It's already been stopped and measures are in place to ensure it never happens again. Harry was glaring and his magic was growing again. Hermione and Pansy spent a few minutes calming him before they continued telling him about the changes of the last 2 weeks. They were detailing the last couple of attacks when the door opened and Luna came in. Good morning, Harry, Hermione, Pansy. Did you have a nice nap, Harry? I understand I owe you my thanks, Luna. Later, Harry. Right now, I believe that there are a lot of people waiting to see you and you might want to get dressed before going out there. Harry got up and nearly fell over. What the? He said. I don't feel right. Hermione stood up and Harry blinked. He'd been a little taller than Hermione 2 weeks ago, but now he was nearly 9 centimeters taller than she was. Hermione and Pansy looked at him. As puzzled as he was. Luna looked at him. I thought that might happen. The 3 of them turned to look at her. Luna, what did you do, exactly? Hermione demanded. In the course of examining Harry, I discovered that he'd been malnourished during certain critical periods of his development. I simply made sure that the same potions that kept him nourished during his nap would correct that as much as possible. Without Harry using any energy running around and doing things, most of the potion went to correcting as much of the problem as possible. Harry will never be what he would have been, but he's as close as he'll ever be now. Harry took a step, and then walked around the room. It will take a couple of days to adjust to your body's new center of balance. But you should be back to normal by the time you have to face Moody again. Harry was trying to get his pants on but they were a good 4 centimeters short and too tight in the thigh area. Pansy Smir. Kedden used her wand on them until they fit the way they had before. Harry finished dressing and slid his wand into the wrist holster. Ladies, shall we go? Harry opened the door and was met with silence for a minute. Long enough for him to realize just how many people were waiting for him. Tonks and Katie were the 2 closest to the door and they were the first to greet Harry with hugs, but the why were only the beginning as everyone in the room tried to hug, shake hands with or otherwise touch Harry while they all said different things to him. It took some time to restore order, but finally everyone was calm enough for Harry to make himself heard. I understand that you have picked up in my absence and continued on. I owe all of you my thanks. He cleared his throat, blinking rapidly. I will remember it. Pansy pulled on his hand. Come on Harry, you need some solid food and then Hermione and I are taking you someplace. Everyone else has things to do today, but we are going somewhere. Harry allowed Pansy to pull him toward the dining room. Where are we going? Pansy wormed her way under his arm as Hermione came up on his other side and put an arm around him. We thought I'd want some privacy to say goodbye to Ginny. Harry shivered. Do I have to? Hermione stopped him and hugged him. Yes, Harry. Harry barely reached the dining room before Dobby was there. Harry Potter sir is up again. I knew you would be. Dobby will be bringing your food. Harry stared at the calm house elf, contrasting this being with the one he'd freed. Hermione saw his look and explained. Booty. The one that used to run the estate died, Harry. As your personal house elf, Dobby was the one that had to take over, and he's been growing into the role. Harry sat down and his food was tea there in front of him before he'd even gotten completely in his seat. He looked at it and blinked. Dobby, he called. Yes, Harry Potter, sir. Harry looked at Dobby and smiled. I understand you are in charge of my estate now. Dobby is, Harry Potter, sir. Is there something you want done, Harry Potter, sir? Harry held out his hand. There is, Dobby. I want to thank you for your work. Dobby looked at Harry's hand and reached for it slowly. Harry Potter is greatest wizard ever. Harry shook Dobby's hand and asked how Winky was. Dobby showed a flash of his old self as he told Harry about Winky and her pregnancy. Harry listened while he ate, until Dobby had to go and settle some house elf thing. He looked at the two girls eating with him and down the long table. Where is everyone else? Hermione and Pansy looked at the ceiling. Harry watched them in silence for a minute until Hermione broke. They seem to have lost the dining room, Harry. They'll be able to find it if there's a serious emergency or after we're gone. Pansy and I wanted some private time with you. Harry nodded and went back to eating. He was having to pay some attention to his motions. He'd almost stabbed his lip with his first bite. He made a couple of minor errors in reaching for things and he winced. If Voldemort or any Death Eaters attacked today, he'd be in trouble. Ooh, Harry, Ginny's grave. Ooh. Hermione and Pansy had shown Harry the grave and gone quietly up the hill to wait for him there. Harry had stared at the stone for a second and then sank to his knees. What am I going to do, Ginny? All of my plans have included you. Harry let the tears run down his face as he talked to his first love. I was blind for so long, seeing only the little sister with a crush. He smiled slightly. You had to shock me seriously. That summer in Sirius House before you became a person in your own right. Harry closed his eyes. Our time was too short. A lifetime wouldn't have been enough with you. He looked at the grave again. I know this, though. Harry's eyes were a deep green, with an unsettled fey look to them that would have made anyone nervous, if anyone could see them. Voldemort and his people are going to regret this. Harry sat there for a bit longer and then looked at the grave. He put his hands down and called up images of Ginny. Her face as she played Quidditch. The look she'd had as he asked her to marry him. The look she'd had after their first kiss. He called up everything he'd loved about her and then pushed it into his hands, visualizing what he wanted. Harry stood up and looked at the changes he'd made to the grave. Around the headstone were 4 orchids, Ginny's favorite flower. These flowers, though, would never stop blooming and couldn't be plucked. You'll always have flowers, love. Harry looked down at the grave again. I'll be back, whenever I can, and one of these days, I'll be able to tell you that Voldemort's gone. Harry stepped back and looked at the grave one more time. Goodbye, Ginny. He walked slowly up the hill to where the other 2 girls waited for him. He looked out over the small hill. Hermione and Pansy moved up on each side. And each of them took one of his hands. Harry looked back at Miranda, who was as unobtrusive as always. She nodded and Harry looked forward. I believe we have things to do. Hermione nodded silently and pulled a string from her pocket. The 4 of them took a hold of it and an instant later the dead were the only ones on the hill. Harry sat in his office at the Department of Magical Warfare and cursed silently. If he'd known just how much paperwork this office had, he'd have told the minister to sod off. Auror Fairwater had known about the deception and she had been carefully holding all various papers that absolutely had to have his signature. She had been good enough to separate the things into 3 piles. The important ones that had to be signed as soon as possible, the ones he had to make a decision on before signing, and the routine stuff that was the result of any organization made up of people. Those papers she gave him a quick briefing on and he signed them all without reading them. Harry was new enough to government work to wonder why he was included on the list of people that had to know that the supply closets required an inventory, since his department didn't even have a supply closet. He'd been in the office almost 3 hours when Auror Fairwater came in. Sir, there are 2 men here to see you. Harry looked up from the pile of papers in front of him. Are they here to burn the paperwork? He asked hopefully. No sir, they're here to administer the Veritaserum. Harry shrugged. You said it would take about 5 minutes, correct? Yes sir. Bring them in. The 2 men entered, following Auror Fairwater. Lord Black, I apologize for this, but the new rules require it. I am Auror Masters and this is Auror Madison. Harry looked at the two elderly wizards. It's not a problem. Gentlemen, do you have any problems with my assistant staying in the room? There are a few things I cannot answer. Auror Masters shook his head. Of course not, Lord Black. Auror Masters took out a small bottle and carefully gave Harry 3 drops of the clear fluid. He waited a minute and asked Harry for his full name. Baron Harry Potter, Lord Harry Potter Black, the Montrose. The Aurors recorded the response and Auror Masters looked at the next question with a smile. Do we even have to ask this one? He said to the others, since both of them had Ulrea. Di been through this and knew what the next question was. They just smiled. Auror Masters looked at Harry. Do you now or have you ever supported or assisted in any way the being known as you-know-who, Voldemort or Tom Riddle? No. They recorded the answer and Auror Masters looked at Harry again, asking, have you ever misused the power of your position for personal gain, or for the gain of anyone else? Harry's eyes grew confused. Yes, no, I don't know. Auror Fairwater had been warned about this. Auror, you'll have to specify which position you're asking about. Lord Black has several, you know. The Auror nodded. Lord Black, have you ever misused the power of your ministry position for personal gain or for the gain of anyone else? I don't know. The Auror looked at him. Can you explain why you don't know? I have not yet read or learned all the rules of this position. I may have broken some rule I don't know yet. The Auror team looked at each other. Are we seriously questioning someone that's worried about breaking rules he doesn't even know? Harry was given the antidote to the truth potion and he shook his head as the affect wore off. The two Auror finished the form and had Harry sign it. Harry was deep in the paperwork when Auror Fairwater came in. Miss Black is here, sir. Shall I show her in? Harry looked up and smiled. Which Miss Black are you referring to? Miss Hermione Black, sir. Send her in. Hermione came in a minute later. Hello, Harry, are you ready to go to the Wizengamot? Harry looked at the piles of paperwork he still had to go over and back at Hermione. Not really, but I don't have a choice, do I? Hermione came around his desk and looked at Harry. She'd known Harry for several very intense years and she knew the look of an emotional Harry better than anyone. Harry, he looked at her. I'm fine, Hermione. He got up and started out of the office. Hermione hurried after him, rolling her eyes. I'm fine, right, like I've never heard that lie before, she muttered as she went after him. The three of them went to the Wizengamot chamber. Hermione and Miranda went to the spectator seats while Harry was joined by Nicholas Sharpstar. Harry and the solicitor had a short briefing, with Nicholas making sure that Harry knew everything that he needed to know for this meeting. Harry settled into his Wizengamot seat as he looked at the notes Sharpstar had given him. This was going to be a long 4 hours. Ooh, Gerald, just outside London. Ooh, those people will be obliterated and released unharmed, but we don't have to deal with that. Moody and his people will be here exactly 5 minutes after our first spell. We will be gone before then. He looked at his team. We will not be leaving any survivors that are not victims. Period. Are there any questions? One of the women looked at him. What if they're not all here? The one we caught stated that the ritual they are doing tonight is a regular thing and everyone has to be here or suffer their leader's wrath. Since he is a follower of you-know-who, I assume his anger is something to be avoided. But, if any of them are not accounted for, we'll hunt them down later. He looked around. Any other questions? Are we using those spells? Everyone looked at Gerald. He nodded slowly. At least one of the people on the other side is a wizard trained by you-know-who. You may use any spell that allows you to live and kills the enemy. He checked his watch. They have been doing the ritual for 30 minutes. You, go take out the sentries. As soon as they are gone, we'll start the assault. The two he'd pointed at disillusioned themselves and went toward the small house. It was for sale, and had been for nearly 10 years. The track leading to it was OV. Our ground and the house appeared to be falling down. It was the perfect place for Lucifer and his cultists to gather for their dark rituals and sabbats. One of Lucifer's people owned it, and had put it up for sale before going to India as part of a missionary group, supposedly. Since the price he was asking was 3 times what it was worth, no one ever came out to look at it. Gerald and his team had scouted it earlier in the day and knew that under the house was a series of rooms. They'd mapped them out and were prepared to deal with the people that would be in there. Now, doing whatever they did, Gerald waited for the word from his 2 sentry killers. Anson Grimaldi came up behind his target, who appeared to be a simple muggle. He noted the gun and sneered. Like that thing could hurt a prepared wizard. Not that it mattered. This sentry wasn't very good at his job, standing in one place and smoking a cigarette. He came up behind him, invisible and silenced and prepared to take him out. He waited for him to take one last drag and lower his arm. Anson put one hand around his neck, cutting off the air and any chance of calling out even as his other hand came up with his knife. He struck, holding the blade vertically as he pushed it into the man's side below the ribs and just above the hips, slicing through his kidney. Anson turned the blade horizontally and pulled it across his target until the blade was stopped by the spine. The massive shock, pain and trauma the body was subjected to paralyzed the sentry and he died there, held up by Anson. The wizard lowered his target to ground slowly, making sure that there was no noise to alert anyone that might have heard anything. He returned to the meeting point and looked for the branch the 2 had chosen earlier. He broke the tip of it and waited. A few minutes later, the branch broke again and Anson knew the other man had returned and the way was clear for the main force to start their attack. He used the Lumos spell to light his wand tip for a second and then cut it off with Nox. A few seconds later, he saw an answering flash. He made a second flash and started patrolling around the house. His part of the attack was over, but his secondary task was to make sure that no one that wasn't one of their people left before Moody's people got here. Anson continued around the house, trusting his partner to be doing his job as well. Gerald saw the flash and answered it before turning to the rest of his people. Right, we're clear to the door. Everyone knows what we've got planned, let's go. The 12 people with him broke into their teams. 4 people in each team and ghosted up to the door of the house. The first team silenced the door and opened it suddenly. The second team was waiting for that and went in. Each person responsible for anyone in their area as they split up to cover the room. They motioned the next team in as they made sure there wasn't anyone in there and the third team went down the way from the first room with the first team picking up right behind them. They came to a doorway and the third team went in. As they cleared the room, the first team moved past them, continuing down the hallway toward their destination. The door that led to the rooms that Lucifer's people had dug out. The house was clear of any people and the 3 teams gathered at the last door and Gerald nodded once. After he was certain everyone was ready, Team 1 opened the door and Team 2 was halfway down the stairs before the cultist at the bottom knew they were even there. The first person going down the stairs saw the cultist and cast a cutting curse at him, severing his jugular and nearly his head from his body. The second person was casting a silencing spell at almost the same time and the body made no noise as it hit the ground. Team 1 held the first room as the second team moved to the doorway and went on. The second room didn't have a door either and they were nearly running as they hit the next room. There were just a couple of cages in this room and they cleared it and stopped. The third team was right behind them and they leapfrogged the second team and blew right into the final room. They were casting spells before any of the people in the last room knew they were there. Lucifer was holding the cup that he had just drained the life's blood of his sacrifice into when a motion at the back of the room caught his eye. He ducked as a spell flashed by and dropped behind the altar the body lay on. Chaos had erupted as the people that had attacked mercilessly cut his followers down. He pulled his wand and cast a rotting curse at one of them, only to have a barrage of spells come back. It took less than 5 seconds for the combined efforts of 2 teams to destroy the altar and the person hiding behind it. Gerald looked around. The only person that they might have left alive had been killed before they entered and he crossed the room, looking at the man behind the altar. The one that had been using the wand. To his surprise he was still alive, although not for long. His arm was gone entirely and other wounds marred his body. He looked at Gerald and coughed blood. Satan will have his day, he whispered hoarsely, and Gerald shook his head slowly as he raised his wand. No, he won't. He will fall, just as you have. Gerald waited a second, letting the man realize he was about to die and then finished it. Reducto. He looked up. One of his teams was watching the door and the other two were making sure all of the targets were dead. His second-in-command looked at him. 4-minute mark. Gerald. Diana was sent to the healers with a rotting curse, no other injuries. There are no enemy survivors and we can leave at any time. Gerald nodded. Let's go then. One of the fighters went out to let the guards know it was time to go and the rest started apparating out. 30 seconds later, there were no living people anywhere on the property. Ooh, Moody. Ooh. Moody had examined each body and room with magic in his eye, following the train of events as if he'd been there. He looked at his people. Darn fine work here. I'm impressed. David Jurgensen came up. I've seen this before, you know. Do you remember the Grayson murders? Moody frowned, thinking back. I think so. Someone killed the family in the night, didn't they? Just before the Potters died. Jurgensen nodded. Yes, this attack matches that one perfectly. We had always assumed that it had been Death Eaters and that they had been interrupted before casting the Dark Mark, but maybe we need to rethink that. Moody frowned. Whatever they may have done, they are our allies now. Maybe we should talk to them first, before we start cutting down Harry's people. I'd prefer not to be fighting with Voldemort and Harry Potter at the same time. Jurgensen snorted. That's why I'm telling you. You get the privilege of talking to Potter about this. You are the boss after all. Moody just sighed. Thanks, David. Thank you very much. David smirked at him. What are friends for? Ooh, Grabond, Gringotts. Ooh, Snatchier. The time has come to start offering Mr. Potter a bit more help. You will find him a troop of goblins trained in using the boxes he likes. Only our best, mind you. I'll be owling Mr. Potter and discussing terms. The other goblin left and Grabond sat back in his chair. He looked at his new office and substantially larger desk. If his association with Mr. Potter worked, he'd be elevated to the council, in position to take over the London Gringotts when Ragnarok stepped down. Of course, if it didn't, he'd be dragon food. He began to examine the things he could do to help Mr. Potter and incur some favors owed. Mr. Potter was an open-minded wizard and one that understood debts had to be paid. Grabond would be fair with Mr. Potter, but this was business after all and that meant making a profit. Ooh, Harry and the Order. Ooh, Harry, we've got another incursion. Harry looked up from his place at the table. Where? He came to stand next to Katie, who was on the map monitoring detail. She'd already sent Remus to check the mass apparitions that had appeared on the map. Just outside of Belfast. It appears to be 10 or 11 people. Harry nodded, staring at the map intently. Remus popped back in then. It's Death Eaters. Remus continued. Ed to report as Katie and Hermione made portkeys. Their target appears to be a house about 200 meters to the left of where they appeared. At least that was the only visible thing. Harry nodded. Ed and looked at the other people going with him. Pansy and Hermione would never let him go alone, and that meant Miranda would be there to watch over Hermione. Remus and his team, a dozen Windenmares and the three of them. Not the overwhelming odds they wanted, but they didn't have a choice. Harry looked up as Hermione, Miranda and Pansy joined him. Let's go, he said tersely, and 3 portkeys were touched. The 3 groups appeared and Harry's people started making a perimeter even as they started toward the know of dark robes they could see moving towards the only man-made structure in sight. Harry was leading as the group spread out, leaving enough room between each person that a mist spell fired at one person would hit another, but close enough to provide support to each other. Death Eaters didn't see them coming until Harry and his people were within spell range. Their first indication that anyone was there was the explosive death of one of the ones in the back. Harry's concussio spell reduced him to so much meat. In the instant of shock, Harry killed another Death Eater and was preparing to strike another as the rest of his people started scattering and firing spells at the Death Eaters. None of Harry's people noticed as one of the Death Eaters simply disappeared. The Death Eaters rallied, ducking behind a small outbuilding of some sort and firing spells from cover. Harry's people had plans for this and they paired up, one person shielding the pair while the other attacked the Death Eaters. They began circling the building, looking for targets when Harry made it unnecessary. Concussio had been developed to affect the thick hide and magic resistance of dragons. The Order already knew what it would do to people and now Harry showed them what it would do to inanimate objects as he focused his estuamagus and cast his spell. The wooden sides of the building were no match for the emotionally driven spell, and splinters flew in every direction as the building simply ceased to exist. Several of the Death Eaters behind it were injured by the flying shrapnel, and Harry's people put 3 more down before they recovered. Remus was shielding Tonks as they fought and frowning. He had been on the last few missions and this was too easy. The surviving Death Eaters were better than this. The hackles on the back of his neck rose and he spun around. It's a trap. Harry looked at Remus and followed his arm. More than 30 Death Eaters on broomsticks flew toward them, with 40 or 50 more on foot. Harry swore. Everyone go now, he barked out. He wasn't about to fight 15 to 60 odds. Harry, we can't. He turned to see one of the Windermere fighters tapping the portkey. They must have wards up. Harry looked at Miranda, who had pushed Hermione behind her and was between the Death Eaters and Hermione. Take Pansy and Hermione and go. Harry looked at his fighters. Remus, you and Tonks lead the withdrawal. Leave me 4 people to cover the retreat. Pansy and Hermione started to say something and Harry cut them off. That's not a request, he snarled. Harry's eyes were burning as he turned toward the Death Eaters coming at them. Miranda started herding the protesting girls away from the Death Eaters as Harry pulled his broomstick from his pocket and restored it to full size. The airborne Death Eaters were taken aback when a CNGLE flyer started toward them and they changed course toward the fool that was rapidly approaching them. Confidence changed to shock as the figure disappeared to reappear in their very midst. Harry rammed the first one, knocking him off his broomstick and cutting under one while casting a burning spell on the broomstick. The Death Eaters tried to hit the whirling dervish that had attacked them, but Harry never stopped moving. His lessons from Moody and Miranda keeping him in constant motion, using the bodies of the Death Eaters as cover. Several of them fell to curses from their companions. ND 4 more fell to Harry's spells before they realized that he was using them to block each other. They began spreading out, trying to stay far enough away from each other and Harry to cast spells without hitting each other. Harry pulled up and shot into the sky, rolling over when he was out of range of most spells. The Order members on the ground were heading away from the Death Eaters, with E4 Remus had detailed as the rearguard staying back and watching the approaching Death Eaters. One of the Order people was constantly trying the portkey, looking for the edge of the wards that prevented using them. Harry froze for a second. From his position he could see a sizable mass of Death Eaters on the other side of the house. His people were about to walk into another group of Death Eaters. Harry snarled and pointed his broom at the new group, arrowing toward them at speeds no lesser broomstick could hope to match. Hermione and Pansy were watching him even as Miranda kept them moving. "What is he doing?" asked Hermione as Harry left the flying Death Eaters behind. Miranda looked up and then at the house ahead of them. She hissed and pulled them to a stop. "Mr. Lupin," she called, pointing at Harry when Remus looked at her. Remus looked up and then ahead. Remus swore under his breath as he figured out that they were well and truly mouse-trapped. Death Eaters to the front and rear, and even some in the sky. He gathered his people and they formed a circle, everyone facing out. They were preparing to fight when Harry disappeared behind the house. Harry came shooting back over the top of the house an instant later with spells following him. He cut back toward the group, flying as fast as he could go, not even looking back. He shot over the Order people and as he did the house exploded with an impossibly loud roar. The blast wave hit them a second later throwing everyone except Miranda to the ground. Remus picked himself up and looked toward the house. Rather, where the house had been. There were bits of it here and there, and more bits falling out of the sky along with other things. It wasn't until the burnt upper half of a man dressed in Death Eater's robes landed nearby that Remus figured out what those other bits were. Harry pulled up and hovered in front of the Death Eaters that had been chasing his people. He looked at them, searching for Voldemort. "You people have made a mistake." Harry's voice was faintly amused and his eyes were burning with the light most of these people had seen before. Bellatrix's eyes had looked like that before she went off to do something to someone. More than one Death Eater had a sudden chill. One of them cast a rotting curse at Harry who avoided it easily. "You should have thought about this before you came to me. You're in the wards. You cannot portkey out. You cannot apparate out. You can't escape." Harry smiled at them benignly. I know what you're thinking. There's a lot of us and only one of him. The only problem with that is that you can't kill me. Only your master can do that and he's not here. Harry grinned at the frozen Death Eaters. I bet I can kill you, though. Harry pointed his wand at one of Hem, and before the startled man could move, Harry used a cutting curse to send his head spinning. The body fell and Harry looked at the rest of them. Yes, I can kill you. The Death Eaters knew about the prophecy, just as everyone else did. But this was the first time any of them had been confronted by Harry Potter and had it driven home. Several of the ones in the back were easing back further. Ari suddenly disappeared and they all jumped. Apparition is impossible, he must be disillusioned, one of them said. One of the Death Eaters in the back made a gurgling sound and they all turned to stare at him. Harry stood behind him, smiling at them in a way that they had thought gone with Bella. Not true. The Death Eater fell over, trying vainly to keep his entrails from falling out of the large hole in his abdomen. Harry disappeared again and this time they heard the cutting spell come from behind them. They spun around again, to see one of theirs fall to the ground in 2 pieces. Harry disappeared again even as they turned. Wards only keep you from apparating out, not from apparating within the wards. They turned again, to see Harry standing next to a Death Eater. Reducto. Y said, and the front of the Death Eater head blew off, covering his mates with blood and denser matter from inside his skull. Harry disappeared again. The Death Eater morale broke completely at that point. First one and then all of them were running from the smiling madman. The madman didn't stop though. He would appear and another head would explode or some other equally gruesome death would happen to the person Harry chose as his target. The Death Eater ran from the smiling man, fighting to keep as many of their fellows between him and themselves as they could. Several of them were tripped up, either physically or magically, by their own companions, and Harry obligingly killed anyone who fell behind. That only spurred them to greater efforts to keep him away. Within seconds, the ons at the back of the mob were cursing the ones in front of them, leaping over them as they fell, panic rising higher and higher. Harry giggled as he pushed on them, stopping to kill another one. He couldn't let up for a second. He'd found out a few weeks ago that he could make people feel what he felt. He'd used it once to let his people know how he felt about them. Now, he was using it to send his fear for Hermione and Pansy into the Death Eaters, making them feel the panic he felt at the thought of losing either of the girls. As they fell under that fear and they became afraid of him, he used that, increasing and doubling their own fear, pushing it higher and higher. The Death Eaters were beyond casting spells now, some of them just curling up on the ground and weeping or simply closing their eyes and waiting to die. Fear overcoming even survival instincts. Harry gave them their wish, not even breaking stride as he followed the ones still capable on moving. He blasted quivering lumps, removed heads and ensured that no one that he caught up with would ever threaten any of his people again. As their numbers fell and the fear grew, one of the Death Eaters suddenly stopped, grabbing his chest. He fell over and the cutting curse that cut his chest open to the spine was unneeded. He had literally died of fright. By the time they reached the edge of the wards, there were just 4 Death Eaters still moving away from the nightmare behind them. The first one to reach the edge of the wards tried to apparate out, but his concentration failed as Harry pushed the fear up another notch and he splinched himself, leaving a leg and an arm behind as he disappeared. Another one was caught by Harry's concussio spell. The last 2 were nearly mindless with the fear they felt and Harry stopped, pouring all his power into the fear. The 2 Death Eaters that he targeted stopped, and fell to the ground. Harry came up and stood over them, looking at them. Both of them had the same bland look and Harry nudged one with his foot. The man didn't react and Harry squatted down, checking his eyes. The former Death Eater just stared blankly at nothing, no matter what Harry did. Harry put I am on top of the other man and searched them for the portkey every Death Eater carried. Since each portkey could only be triggered by the wand of the person they were made for, the Auror and Harry's people couldn't use them to backtrack the Death Eaters. They might be able to catch a Death Eater and force him to portkey with his wand, but each portkey would only take 2 people. Since one of them had to be the Death Eater it was made for, that would mean sending one person into a Death Eater stronghold alone. He found it and set it on the 2 mindless men. He used the Death Eater's wand to Igor and smiled coldly as they disappeared in a flash. Let Voldemort think about that for a while. Anne, Harry's a little upset right now, and you may note that he's pushing a bit harder than before. With Voldemort running out of time and Harry willing to meet him halfway, I think this war is going to end soon, one way or another. A long time ago, in a state far away, I started this story. And then allowed real life to interfere with it being finished. Well, to be completely honest, I was also making far too many mistakes and plotline errors to be happy with this story. Having settled down into an acceptable life, and having time to write again, I have started the rewrite I promised so very long ago. Chapter the first of that story will be up this week. As usual, it will be just long enough to set the hook and make people want to return for the rest of the story. Chapters 2 and above will be about 20,000 words each, that being the size of a chapter that I can read in a 15-minute break. The new story will be very similar to this one, with two major exceptions. It will start at the end of 4th year, rather than 6th, and Pansy Parkinson will not be a main character. This story will be taken down near the end of July, 2015, so if you want it for anything, like the two people that want to continue it, you had better get it before then.